It's December 31st, 2023, New Year's Eve. And we are here for the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. Speaking of whatever the hell this is, Eric's here too.
Yeah. And Billy.
And Billy. Indeed.
Billy,
you'll be pleased to know that not one, but two of my last eBay purchases of the year were AEW products that you may have had some involvement in.
Wow.
I was like, oh, this is going to be the last one. And then one more eBay lot came up. I'm like, all right, fuck it. This is the last one. This one is definitely the last one.
No, someone's going to be stupid and have posted something that ends at midnight on eBay and not realize why they didn't get a good price on it.
There's always a chance, Billy. There's always a chance. But if you get a chance, though, you got to check out the year end. You did make the highlights for this year's. Yes. Talking about one of your favorite sets that included SP Signature legend Hal Gill.
Yes.
Finally, the truth came out, and we wanted to make sure that it was, I promised that it would be clipped, and it was.
Oh, yes. Clipped hard.
It was very much so. All right, let me read a couple comments here. We'll get caught up here. All right, so Hockey 99 came in at 4:44 p.m. today.
I know.
So Hockey 99 was very eager today. All right, Carlos, and an ode to Geoff Wilson. Geoff. Nobody knows how to spell fucking Jeff. There's only two spellings. Don't use the normal one. Use the other one, the weird one.
Just one, really, but
yeah. Well, we reached the bottom in 2024. Ask Eric. 1 year ago, Jeff Wilson must have consulted with Terrell Cardbeard before recording his video. He always does. Paul here, go Pack Go, and also go Eric Go. Chug that Mayo. Enthusiasm. I like it. I again allegedly may have an iPad in front of me where I may be watching the game. Again, allegedly.
Maybe.
If that is true, if the allegations are true, if Chandler does anything good, please tell me because I need 18 points to win the Protect Fantasy Football League.
All right. So you're in the finals, are you? Or right up against it?
Me and Pat.
Okay. Gotcha. So Justin here. Happy New Year's, Justin. Happy New Year's. So Matt here says, Happy New Year's, gentlemen and collectors watching tonight. Thank you, Matt. Happy New Year's to you too. Paul says, I thought Eric's nightmare was a 5-gallon pail of Mayo. Only 5 gallons?
Enough.
Only 5 gallallons?
So gross.
We did use gallons, not liters.
Oh. It is true. Is
there more
I'm
gallons?
Just saying. We got questions, man. We got serious questions, You know how it is.
Is there more than 5 liters or 5 gallons?
Gallons should be more.
Yes. Correct, sir.
Yeah. Justin, we got Mr. Celio. Hope the spelling's correct. See here, I believe CLIO. Is that right?
Yeah, CELIO.
Okay, so you got it. Perfect. Good on you, Justin. I guess you haven't gotten all the pops yet. The night is young. Happy New Year, Paul. Jeff here. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you, Jeff. Happy New Year. Zach, hello. Absolutely. Hello to you too. Philly Joe. Happy New Year's. Hello, gentlemen, and Billy.
Oh,
Eric got off the hook today.
Damn.
Turning over a new leaf in the new year. Dang. You have the picture? There's a few. I want to see if I can find my favorite, though. Obviously, there's the different Mayo pictures, obviously. I'll see if I can find one of those. But there was my personal favorite that combined two of Eric's loves in one picture. See if I can find that one, because I thought that was a good one.
Mayo.
By the way, that for the record, that was me playing around with the AI on Canva, because they've got a couple of apps.
Carlos?
Yeah. They did. I did it with the Canva. No, what happens is you take the original picture and then you type in the prompt and then you play around with it a little bit. I had to play around with it a little bit to get it to look the way it did. But what happens is you can actually prompt it and it'll create something for you. And I thought really it worked out very nicely.
You should see the article I wrote about AI and the hobby. Oh, that's coming out in SGC is not going to be happy.
Anyways. Oh, no. Is that the case?
PSA should be happy, but SGC, I kind of outed them a little bit. But
well, if Bobbles is not around, I think it'll be all right. So let me go here. Let me find the window. So here for the new year is Eric's favorite. This is the real photo, not the doctored one that they try to show you. This is what the real one looks like. There, Bobby Orr holding a big old jar of Mayo, as you do, celebrating with 2 of his trophies.
We did leave the Prince of Wales in there.
That is true. Well, like I said, these are 2 Bobby Orr's prized possessions. I can't think of anything else you could possibly have.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I know what my New Year's resolution is going to be.
Get a gigantic jar of Mayo like your hero, Bobby Orr?
To never do this stupid ass show again.
This is like the Hotel California. You never.
This year, you're not going to do it again. I know.
Mm-hmm.
Next year.
Michael Ham, hello all, and Billy. There you go. Ah, the Discord one. Yes, I will see if I can find it. I believe I know the one of which you speak. I have to locate it.
I don't see any mayonnaise. I don't see him holding any mayo.
That is because you don't have a good. Do you not see how happy he is, how thrilled he is to be holding two prize positions?
I like the pink in the background on that one.
That's what I'm saying.
It is nice.
Works
You would
out.
say that.
Here you go, Eric. Like I said, you're following in the footsteps of your hero.
Oh,
Beautiful thing.
there we go.
I saw that the other day. I don't care if I won anything. There's nothing that would get me to sit there and allow that to happen. The smell alone, I would start vomiting everywhere.
Really?
Oh
Awesome.
my Lord.
You know, mayo is good for your joints. And as being an off-road cyclist, I think it would be in your best interest to have a little taste of mayo every once in a while.
No, absolutely not. I'm never going to eat it.
You probably
again.
wouldn't have to replace your hip, but
No, I'll get another hip
it
replacement
might
then.
fix your back.
I'd rather have back pain.
Wow.
Dude,
Dang.
Never, ever.
I
All right.
can't.
Well,
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm on Eric's side here. I hate mayonnaise-based products.
No
Just
way.
gross.
wow.
Gross.
I
These jackasses.
like ranch dressing. I don't
Yeah.
eat because I know what it's made of.
What restaurant we were at Chop?
What's
that
wrong
night
with mayonnaise?
We
It's
saw you,
eggs.
Billy, right? We saw you at Chop that night up in Toronto, and right because you kind of ran by. These jackasses. Well, I was over talking to Tim and Corey at another table, ordered this thing of mayonnaise and put it in my spot. Right. So I come back, no problem. And I come and I get into my booth next to my wife, and I'm talking to my wife, and she's got this look on her face, and I've been with her for 30 years. So I'm like, all right, what's going on? And I turn, and it's just thing of mayonnaise just sitting in my. I jumped like a little girl saw a spider.
It was this big. It was a little,
And then I was like, get it away from me. Like I like a little girl who saw a spider. I was
It's made with eggs. How bad can that be?
I'm surprised you didn't hear me scream in the restaurant.
We've tried to drown out your girlish screams. So what you're saying is you would prefer we just throw eggs at you.
Basically.
Skip the middle byproduct.
Like eggs. I love
You don't
eggs.
like eggs, Billy?
I don't mind eggs. I just like tomatoes. I don't like raw tomatoes, but man, I love myself a good red sauce.
Huh.
Raw
I don't like
tomatoes,
raw
really?
tomatoes. I don't like raw
I don't like raw tomatoes.
Nope. Gross.
So
That
BLT is out of the
odd.
question.
Absolutely, because I don't dig on swine and I don't dig on tomatoes.
Swine, you don't like pork either?
I don't like anything cured.
Is this the first testament or what? Jesus, I said Jesus Christ.
I like the direction
That
this
was the second
took. I like the
testament.
so, you realize it's too late for me. Like technically it's just 2023. It's too late. Like hold on. I gotta clip this.
Swine,
like
but
last
you eat
minute
hot
edition.
dogs. You eat hot dogs. That's pigs and snouts. Like,
I know,
honestly.
and I like bologna too, but I
I
Wow.
don't dig on swine.
I can't eat ham. I don't eat bacon.
Oh,
Okay.
bacon. Oh my God.
I just
Billy,
recently,
you like
over the
bacon?
last couple of
Oh,
years,
please. I
pork chops.
can cook a pack of bacon and eat it in one sitting.
I could too. I don't, and I wish I could, but man, life without bacon is death. Sorry.
No, it's actually pretty easy.
You know what's amazing, Bobby? What I'll do is I'll use my air fryer and I cook my bacon in it.
It's so nice.
And then I cook all the other meat. I let it for a couple days. I let that bacon like juice in there.
It hardens up. I know.
I cook the other meat with the bacon juice, air frying in it.
Oh,
Give it-
Billy.
Give
I
it a
didn't
little
know
extra
you were-
flavor.
So
Jeez.
gross.
Yeah. Oh yes.
You people are disgusting.
Oh, it's amazing. That is like Flavor Town.
Which leads to my bacon wrap parallel that still never got made.
Wow.
Oh, you made a parallel of bacon?
Oh, you didn't hear?
No.
Yeah.
Please tell.
And yet that stupid elements got passed.
In
That
our,
we hate?
yeah, hey, I am well aware. Here, I think I can show it now because the product's out. I thought I showed you guys this.
At least people like
Sounds
bacon.
familiar.
Maybe I missed it. I don't know.
Here. So we made a. This was the original design. Where's my camera thing? But you can see.
No way.
It's wrapping. So then the back. The back is pure bacon.
Wow.
Right there.
Canadian bacon. Oh my god.
But unfortunately, and it's funny because I'm getting a call from my designer like after hours and stuff, and they're like, I can't get this bacon right. Like I can't find a stock image. I can't. She's like, I'm just gonna go buy some bacon and cook it. Like I want to get a good. And I'm like, you'll find something. Don't worry. They ended up finding something, but understandably, there's kosher players in the league, and it's a little disrespectful to make a card with them and bacon on it. So it got past the first round. It didn't get past the second round, unfortunately. And fortunately, because maybe we would have insulted a few people. So yeah, but there was originally a bacon wrapped parallel for Allure. This
and
most
Billy,
recent one.
That just answers the question that I had from that clip that Carlos put out there. It's like, how do you get Bobby to buy cards again? And bacon.
Yeah, you tried to make a set of pigeons.
I would find let's see, Brad Marchand. I'll get it. I would get it in a Beckett slab, and I would send it over to Eric.
I send it right back to you. I mail it right back to you.
Sensational. I was very proud, though, I will say, for the year-end video. My proudest thing was there were a lot of good clips, just to be clear. And in the video, I made an emphasis on it. This is the second time that the channel has exceeded 12 days of runtime. More than 12 days of videos if you play from video 1. And that does not include this tonight. And it did not include that year-end video that went for about 30 minutes.
12 days too long.
Yep. And because of that, I am a ninja when it comes to skimming through videos very quickly to get it, but it's 12 days worth of shit to get through, and just the live streams alone are like impossible. I was able to get all the way through into November. I skipped the last couple of episodes, but I probably could have grabbed clips from that too. And I just said, I was telling folks on the Discord, I go, this is the last time that I'm not planning this out like a month in advance. I basically have to be clipping things like a month beforehand because there's no way. It's not possible.
Well, it parallels the 12 days of Christmas. So there you go.
It does. But my favorite, though, is I was able to find the origin of the crumble cookie. I was able to find the origin of the crumble cookie. The first appearance of the crumble cookie was delivered to Eric that cast 1,000 crumble jokes. So it was important that I find that key.
Was that back in May or?
I have to go find the specific number for you, but I was able to find the exact one and actually clip it and then added it into the video. So I was able to get that.
Very good.
I wish I had something right now.
Yep. So we scroll through here. Zach says Eric's reaction just talking about Mayo hot dog should be made for the year video. That's what I'm saying.
That would be great.
It's like we still got hours left. It's like when I was addendum to the addendum. Well, that's the same thing that happened with last week. I made what I thought would be the last pickup video of the year, but then the AMG folks surprised me with a package that I wasn't expecting. So all right, fine. So I'll make one more video, grabbing the stuff and showing it off and thanking them for the stuff, and then 2 eBay lots that I wasn't expecting that had been delayed. I wasn't expecting they wouldn't clear until the end. They came in on Friday. It was the last possible day for the mail to actually arrive. The mailbox had been empty all week for the short week, and it came on Friday. I go, well, okay, so this one is the last one because this was the last mail day of the year. There's nothing else. And then I got one comment. It goes, "You said that last video." It's like, wrong. I said that 2 videos ago. 2 videos are supposed to be the last one.
Justification. Love it.
It happens. I sincerely thought that it would be the last one, and it wasn't my call. I don't know what to say.
Nice.
Yeah. So, Billy, you're staring off into the abyss, or is there something you're staring at?
No,
He's watching the pack.
I'm actually writing a brief for Metal Universe as I'm doing this.
Does it include bacon? Does it include bacon?
I can't believe it. Are we going to get in that brief? No.
No.
I think you should have a mayonnaise parallel in honor of someone.
Oh, come on.
You tried bacon, Mayo.
Yeah.
It's white.
I'm working. I guess it's this insert where it's like a a quad image of people, and it's just like
Mm,
3 good players and then someone off
yeah.
elsewhere
Very
that
nice.
just
Yep. Mhm.
is like the pylon of the team that just kind of just stands there and doesn't do anything.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Kind of just taking up space. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
You could just have them all wear Boston Bruins jerseys. So it sounds about right. It's like the entire team.
I
You know
can't
what would be
talk
great, though?
tonight. I can't believe Eric hasn't already mentioned it.
What's up?
Oh, the Bruins beat the Red Wings.
Eric
tonight.
should never mention anything
who
pertaining
can't
to the
beat the
regular
Red Wings?
season. Eric should never mention anything pertaining to the regular season. Do I have to remind you, sir? I still have the clip that I can play. Do we want to hear about a Hindenburg like ending? Because we can.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mhm.
Oh, once
That's what I
playoff
thought.
time comes along, Eric's a Maple Leaf fan, if I remember correctly.
Absolutely. A Maple Leaf fan and then a Florida fan.
So easy.
Yeah, Maple Leaf fan, Florida fan. Like it was the 2, right? So we ended up with 3 total.
Yeah.
As you were wrong every single
I
round.
don't recall.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. I don't
It was
recall.
delusional, hip operation, all that other stuff happening. So
Mm, yeah.
I'm not here to talk about the past. I'd like to focus on the future.
That's right. That's what I thought. I assumed that.
So, Billy,
Go ahead.
what are thou out drinking and are thou out dog sitting again?
I'm dog sitting. Yeah, that's why I have blue china and
internet.
there's nothing signed behind here today. I should, but you know what? But that there's some wine over there that I actually got Aaron for Christmas. And
I
we
think you
opened
should-
it up.
Yeah,
I mean, it goes bad real quick, right?
it does really.
No,
I was gonna say, like, you'd be doing
Especially
them a
in
favor.
California, you know. the
No, I
wine
think wine actually
capital.
lasts hundreds of years. Actually,
It's already open though. Once
No,
it
people-
opens,
Oh, it's open.
yeah. Here, I'll message and see if I can have some wine.
There you go.
Well, you're watching their dog. Of course, you can have some
hey,
wine.
do you know that Christmas present I gave you? Can
So can I ask a question? Actually, I'm curious. So this is for the chat as well. So New Year's Eve, obviously, you know, for me, it's kind of a low key affair. I was chatting with Eric before we got started. It's been a low key affair for me for many years. However, I do enjoy kind of sitting back and kind of taking it all in, and I've enjoyed the last several years doing the live stream and this whole bit. But curious, beverage of choice. Doesn't have to be alcoholic. Some people could be like, look, you want to drink a Coke? Drink a Coke, Pepsi, whatever, Sprite, whatever suits you, whatever floats your boat. But I'm curious, what's the beverage of choice?
Tonight?
Yep.
What did I have for dinner? I had some leftover ribs and a nice Chianti. No.
Ooh,
uh,
yeah.
And fava beans. Yes, I know.
I was gonna say I thought the fava beans were gonna come in. Yeah. I always got the Stella Artois. Nice.
That is Streetcar Named Desire.
Mhm.
Stella. No,
Mhm.
one of my favorite movies.
Look at
Well
Bobby
done.
combining several references, 2 different references right there, back to back.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Very
Brandon.
nice. Billy, do you have a preference? Any particular one that stands out to you?
Yeah, if
Anything
it's-
that is a beverage of choice?
If it's doesn't have to be good for me, I like Mountain Dew still. I feel like I'm
Really?
still in college and
Caffeine.
stuff. And then my alcoholic drink of choice is Captain and Coke.
All right.
Really? Captain Morgan. Rum guy.
In university days, I've joined you because
I
because
call
back.
it, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I said I call Captain and Coke candy water.
It is. So, what kind
It-
of wine do you drink with an Niçoise salad? Just saying.
All I drink is red. I don't care what kind of red it is. I don't know wines. I never used to
Billy
drink
would have been
wine.
great for me when I used to sell wine. It would have been great. Like, I'll just take if it's red.
Yeah.
So you want a
It used to
Shiraz?
It used to give me headaches, and then you date girls that like wine, and then all of a sudden you kind of get a little bit better at it, and then I wow, and then just kind of socially drink it. I don't
You gotta flip
reach
this
for
one.
it usually ever.
All right, fair enough. So, what would it take for Eric to do belly flop in a pool of mayo?
Huh.
This could be the dream. Could be the dream.
I would have to like save my child. That would be about it.
No, I think what he said what it would take a 9mm and good aim.
I-
It's like, Eric, these are your options.
Pull the
A
trigger.
9mm and good aim.
Pull the trigger. I don't care.
I feel like
back
that's
and
a poor
watch
decision.
out.
It's a poor decision on your part. Out of context, I just like it. All caps.
California gun. Do they have open carry there or no?
Oh,
California?
God, no.
I don't think you need it. It's America.
I'm just poking the bear. Sorry.
Yeah.
No,
They like to pretend they have law. They're like, look, the
Boston,
whole
do they have open carry?
The whole laws in America.
In Massachusetts, open carry is legal. However,
Yeah, because you're all massholes, and the hope, the cross fingers, please fucking shoot each other. Do we have to pass legislation to give you
They
free
do,
bullets so
don't
you'll do
worry.
it?
They
Just
do.
do it.
however, due to the climate in Massachusetts, nobody open carries.
Do the climate. What kind of climate?
It is a political climate that is not welcoming to open carry, even though legally you can. So nobody ever open carries in Massachusetts, even though
no one does. So you go see Eric at the store. It's like what? Why do you have a bazooka? Why do you have a chain gun? What's going on over there?
In Canada, we don't even have guns.
You all have hunting rifles. You don't lie.
That's it.
Eric, our point is to convince the Americans we have no weapons, so they'll be like, ha! They don't have any guns.
I know you do.
But we got hockey sticks. Watch out.
Oh, well, we'll get you with those too. Yeah. And we will drown you in maple syrup. What's that? Why is that maple syrup white? I lied.
It's Mayo. Watch out.
I got the okay. I'm going to go pour myself a glass.
Okay,
go for it.
Billy.
Go for it, Billy. Go for it. All right. So we had an iced coffee for Paul. Thank you for that. Coffee, PBR gin, fair. Yeah. Back in the day, the Captain Morgan and the Coke, definitely quite a bit, especially in the university days.
I never liked rum though.
That's fair.
I'll
be honest. I'll be honest. I like it, but the reason I stopped drinking it is just because it just has so much sugar. It's like a billion. It's like 10 years worth of your sugar content, especially if you're out drinking for an evening and you're downing most of the bottle with it to go along.
Drink it with regular Coke, I can see that. Yeah.
Oh, but that with diet or the
Coke?
other one, it's trash. With that, it's trash. I like my Coke Zero, obviously, but with well, I have it here all the time. But with you try to put it with rum, it's garbage. It's just terrible. No, you need proper Coca-Cola. If you're gonna bother with it, get the correct kind. Just get the real thing.
I like Crown Royal.
That's fair. I usually get that to my buddy for Christmas. That's usually a nice, safe pick.
The fancy bottle.
Grab a bottle, and there you go. Philly Joe says, I'm not allowed to drink alcohol anymore. Heart problem, so I can drink water and decaf coffee. No judgment, man. It's all good. All good. That's why I led off the top. I said, it doesn't have to be alcoholic. It's whatever floats your boat, man. Whatever works. It's all good. Jason Carson Comics says, Bombay and beef feeder gin. Nice. All right.
Peter Jim. Okay. He's a
there
regular guy. I didn't know. He was
all good, man.
Normal.
Thank you, Jason. Happy New Year. Paul here says orange soda, not root beer, and coconut rum is a great drink if you like sugar. Fair.
Coconut rum.
That's true.
Yeah.
Bombay of those choices, non-name brand for the wallet. All good. I like it. But yeah, like I said, to me, I always laugh because a lot of them is like, oh, well, you don't drink alcohol. And they like wait for like it's like, that's fine. Nobody says it's required. I like to have it on a Friday evening when I'm hanging out chilling, but it's like, no, you want to have a Coke or something? Go ahead. That's fine. It's all good. It's whatever works for you to enjoy the evening. You know, in moderation too. Don't abuse it.
Did you get that root beer one again?
So this one is my bone shaker. So I got my bone shaker from the one that I support locally. I do actually have a couple of root beers at home. And then we're gonna have a New Year's dinner probably tomorrow.
Aren't you at home?
No. Well, I'm at my home, yes, but I'm going over to the family house, and we'll have a dinner tomorrow.
Home.
Yeah, the other one. Yeah, where they've got a military cot bed, which is not great for the neck.
Oh, that's when you stay over. I got it. Okay.
It's like, all right, I'll sleep in my bed. I'm good, thank you.
Carlos Senior, do you want to change beds? No.
Well, it might be better for his back actually to have it straight. To be a stiffer bed might actually be a good call for him. But not so great for me that particular time.
Cheers, Billy.
Gentlemen, yes. Cheers, sir.
Cheers.
Like I said, folks, for the most part, we're just kind of hanging out for the evening. I will touch on one topic, though. I will give us one update on one of the topics that we did talk about the other day with Neil, Cards and Comics. So we had that whole CGC situation with
That
the
was
holders.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So they did actually give a response. So CGC has provided a response, and I want to share it with you tonight, just as a close that piece of it. Sure. And then we'll get into it here. And I have invited a variety of different guests tonight. They'll join if they can. I'm not promising anybody yet, but if they're able to come by, they can. So this is from the Instagram, and I'll include a link to this in the description for you. So this is their statement on the holder tampering. It's the Certified Collectibles Group, which includes Certified Guarantee Company, is aware of the incident involving an individual tampering with the CGC Comics holders. Based on our initial review, we believe the incident reflects a few hundred comic books. Just gonna mute Billy here for a minute while that's going on. CGC exists to protect the collecting community. In the last 36 years, we have certified more than 85 million collectibles, each one backed by a comprehensive guarantee. The trust we have built in community. I'll skip ahead a little bit here. It's a lot of PR speak. If you purchase one of the books that this individual tampered with, we will ensure that you're appropriately compensated for losses arising from any failures in our services. We expect to share a list of books that we believe are impacted as soon as possible. We have also retained a leading private investigative service and outside counsel to conduct a comprehensive review of this incident in our processes and to help ensure that if this individual is held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. We have already made significant improvements to our process as a result of the incident, and we will continue to take appropriate steps to ensure this type of incident does not happen again. We'll share more information when we have it. In the meantime, if you have any questions, would like to share any information with CGC, please reach out. So it's reportfraud@collectiblesgroup.com.
Wow.
So they have given a response, which is probably wise, and also wise that they took the time to at least do an initial investigation so that they can start off. It's good not to just if you're going to do a quick response, it would have been something effective. We're looking into it. If that would have been like the end of the statement. This is more fulfilled, and at least they've done at least some initial digging. Obviously, there's always a danger. That's why it was good that Neo was able to give us that background. We don't know comics as much, so it's good for him to be able to give us that info. So I appreciated him coming on and giving us that explanation. So good for the collectibles folks and the CGC. The story isn't necessarily over. There's more, obviously, to come once they do their investigation. But good that they at least gave some response. Yeah, but good that they gave some response because at least it's a starting point for people to figure out.
If they were Beckett, they would say nothing.
Well, I was about to say, Bobby, you beat me to it. I was just about to say, hey, Beckett, take note. This is how you run a business. All right. Things are going to happen in a business. There's going to be issues. There's going to be problems. There may even be scandals at times. This is how you deal with it. Take notes. This is a lesson of how to take responsibility, how to attempt to stop the problem moving forward, and assuring your consumer base you can still work with us and trust us. Don't leave us.
It's funny.
Needs to take note.
Yeah, regarding that, I was watching Jeremy's show last night with Brian Gray on. Brian Gray, yes, I know, traitor. I think Brian Gray made a suggestive comment stating that Beckett, they didn't say Beckett, but he said somebody's in the midst of change. Something big's coming. So I don't know what's going on, but it seemed like he was talking about Beckett. I'm just saying. That's just what I thought from the conversation. He had a lot of stuff.
Getting out of
Brian
prison?
never shuts up, but I mean, he just.
Well, Eric, you got to get on the call. Like if the boss man is getting out of prison, you got to make sure that's taken care of.
Yeah,
just saying.
That would be.
We got some issues. We got some questions. Y'all good, Billy?
Yeah, they're eating. One of the dogs has like a kennel cough, so.
No, it's all good. I just while I was reading through it, it was a little easier for me to do it. So
yeah, I'll just mute myself if I see him being annoying. Or I am in Los Angeles and the fireworks have already started. I don't know if it's just a year-long, hey, we got Otani, so we're just going to shoot fireworks.
I was about to say, like at 6:30 your time, it's like, we're really getting going, guys. They're really enthusiastic.
But whenever I'm here during baseball season, if the Dodgers are playing, there's fireworks. So I'm just assuming they're celebrating getting to the top.
But you're in LA, that's not gunfire.
There you go.
Yeah,
so it's Brand Van 2000.
Brandon, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. Good evening, sir. How are you?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Brandon.
Brad.
Not too much. Not
What's
too
up, Eric,
much.
Bobby?
We're all so excited to be here.
I'm never excited to be here. I hate everything about this.
Have you considered that you actually have to click the link in order for that to work? Like that was an activity on your part.
You said that contractually I have to be here.
Oh no, 100%. Like, but you could like pay a horrific price, personal price that like would bankrupt you. You'd have to sell your Reggie Lemon crap.
It's the Boston Catholicism with the self.
Yeah, that would give you like 12 cents, and then you'd have to pay off the rest.
It might be
just
worth
saying. Listen, you do what you got to do. I'll be there to buy the Reggie Lemon for the 12 cents. It's like, what's that? Kindling? Eric, you want to see? Zach here says, SCR posted an article about CC2 getting loaded boxes today, so I'll quickly touch on this here. Kind of some interesting evidence anyone else sees. So I read the article. It cites an Instagram account. So like I said, I'll wait for the other shoe to drop. I'll just touch on it real quick. The Instagram account has like 5 posts on it.
Whoa.
And they promise that there's going to be email correspondence that they provide, but they haven't provided yet. So what's the interesting evidence? That's it. That's the entirety of my response. I go, if there's another shoe to drop or there's some additional information, happy to talk about it, happy to comment on it. But as it stands right now, they wrote an article where there has been suspicions about it, which is not new. Every time somebody gets a good hit, it's a suspicion. Every box is a loaded box. And then the second piece is one person on Instagram who is an anonymous IG account right now. It's literally Ryan from Car Collector 2 is the avatar for this account. And the account only exists to troll CC2. So I'm like, okay, fine. And by the way, that doesn't mean they don't have the information they say they have, but they haven't given it. They say they have it. They say, we have emails. I'm like, okay, cool. Show us the emails. Show the emails and we can go from there. Go ahead, Bobbles.
Since we got Billy here, hey Billy, I won't share any emails. We'll just do it live right here. I'll gladly take the 2021-22 Upper Deck the Cup box that has the Jason Robertson Shield RPA in it. Just invoice me how much ever. I'll send you over my address and everything, and we'll take care of it. Don't worry, no emails, no paper trail, nothing. And just let me know.
Just send it on over to him, Billy.
I think
that's how these things are done, right?
I think the Exquisite got pulled, right?
The Exquisite.
But I want the true RPA. Screw the Exquisite. I want the real one.
Yeah, you would have taken the Exquisite. Don't lie to people. You would have taken it had it been available.
I'll warn you, we had barbecue for lunch the day that we packed that out, and I was taking pictures.
I don't care
of the cards. So
you could have had crumble cookie, mayonnaise, barbecue. I don't care.
A little. I think the place was called Randy's. It was amazing. It's right by a Waffle House, and
I'm not offended of waffles.
I got the meat combo platter, so I got the brisket and the pork.
So there's barbecue sauce, fingerprints,
sausage. Yeah, so there's definitely.
I might even pay up for that.
We're gonna call it blood from the jersey, but
amazing
barbecue sauce.
Sensational, beautiful. Yeah. So real quick, I just want to make sure I acknowledge. So yeah, for Zach's point, if anything else has come out, by all means, direct me to it. But just based on the initial article and the piece included to it, I'm waiting for another shoe to drop before I think it's worth commenting beyond that. We know there's allegations. That's as far as I'm willing to go. That's all I got.
I agree with you because I was looking at it earlier and I was like, I'm not even going to bring this up until there's more because it's just slander at this point.
I need more. Yeah. So really the way I'll put it is like, look, I'll be at the end of the day, stuff happens in the hobby all the time. I have no issue. It very well could be the case. But the source that they have, I went and literally checked the IG account. I'm like, so this is your source?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so I will wait. I will await the emails. Once we got the emails, then we can talk. They say they've got emails. Fantastic. Drop them somewhere and we'll look at them and we'll go from there.
And I always hate the teasers. If you have something that you want to share with us, share it. Don't give me this teaser stuff and make, CC2 sweat it out or whatever and have, because I'm sure everyone who knows him or wants to DM him or something is just, his social media must be blowing up right now.
Yeah. He's done the response. He did the IG stories response. He said that there is no email exchange. He said that there won't be one, which again is whether there is or there isn't. That's a response I would expect. So he has given the response I would expect, and then we'll see. The onus is now on the source, whoever, to provide the emails. So that's what I say. Like I'm actually not weighing in on this one way or the other. All I'm saying is allegations are allegations. I'm willing to see whatever information or evidence is presented, but right now I've got nothing. I read the article.
Show us something or shut up. That's my theory.
So Jason here says my issue with the response is what they did fix. How did they fix it? How can they be so limited? I feel they could have been less emphatic in the response. That's fair. I hear you. And telling us what we can fix. Same reason cops keep murder details behind closed doors. There you go. I work in PR and crisis communications and would never have given a statement like that so quickly. There's no way they could have done a real assessment in Kappa. I agree with this. I think the statement, saying that they're aware of it and they're investigating it, I think is fair. Yep. I think that's the correct information. Saying that it is limited to the one person is hard to say. What if they shared any information they have with other people? Like, that's all it would take. Just sharing of information to be like, by the way, the slab can be compromised in this way. And that would extend the scope beyond the initial person. So that would be all I would throw at you. Just be like, I would be a little bit more careful saying we've got it contained without knowing that you've got it contained. I think they had to acknowledge it. The 7 days, nothing reminded me of 7 minutes of the president reading My Pet Goat during 9/11. There you go. There's a throwback. Mission accomplished banner. Paul says if they fix it, they should disclose. PSA changed their holders due to similar issues. CGC hasn't done that yet. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Okay, you guys are talking back and forth. That's fine. 357 says, hey, Carlos and everyone. True story is a college football game called the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Yes, we are aware. They poured a huge jug of mayo on the winning coach. We may have showed a slightly doctored photograph of that.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for bringing that up.
I missed that.
Why don't you go find something else to do for the rest of the night?
There you go.
I missed that photo.
It was a good photo. Are you sure you missed it? Do you want to see the photo, Bobbles?
No, nobody wants.
I missed that photo.
No.
Oh, you missed it?
No.
Didn't see it?
No.
Look a little something like this?
No, it doesn't.
You know, for a man who complains, it looks like Eric's enjoying himself. It looks like he's having a great time. I don't know what the issue is.
Oh my God, this is so ridiculous.
Did they get any on your cards?
Oh, that's a good question. That's valid.
It's so gross.
I've never seen you so happy in a photo, Eric.
Like the joy, the unbridled joy on his face. It's crazy. There you go. Sergeant Carver, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well. I know you're in a different time zone, but Happy New Year to you regardless. If we get a new slab or whatever, call it a comics within 6 months. It's got more security details, you know. There you go. Perfect. That's all I saw. I'm just curious. I'm not a CC2 hater. Respect this hustle. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to play evil killer. Because to be clear, then something comes out, then we have more information that I am happy to discuss. Like, I don't shy away from having a discussion. I don't know CC2 from Adam. I'm happy to have the whole Mark's Cards thing was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun with it on this channel, but I need the information. Right now, all I've got is the accusation. I don't have the information. So accusation
and the
fair.
Vibes.
Yeah. And the vibes. That's right. But we had more information for that one. For that one, we actually had some info. We were able to verify, hey, this happened. We know that there were people affected. And this is, we were able to put some pieces together. Right now, all I've got is the accusation piece. Give me the other piece. And again, someone is stating they have emails. They are stating they have them. So if that's the case, but I'm looking at it. And we had this big problem with card porn being anonymous. Again, remember the anonymous thing? And, people were like, whatever. This person is not putting their name on it. They're literally this generic name. The image is literally Card Collector 2's image on it. All the posts they have for Card Collector 2, they've never the Instagram account doesn't do anything else, and it's only like 5 or 6 posts. And I'm like, I'm going to need to know a little bit more about who you are, sir. How did you get these emails? Who are you?
He has a grudge against him. Maybe he had a deal that went bad with him or something. I mean,
the Card Collector 2.
Shut up. That's
I don't need to speculate. I don't need to speculate though. The reality of it is just looking at it on the surface. Again, I took a quick cursory glance. I'm like, I can't give you any special credibility because you're literally just an Instagram account right now. As far as I'm aware, you're an Instagram account. I don't know who you are. So until we know a little bit more, there's nothing more. I can't add anything to it. So I'm not going to say yes or no. I genuinely have no idea. Self-destructive slabs when you crack it. I do think there should be. I do feel like from a designs perspective, I would love for it to be like as soon as you expose the slab to like air by cracking it open, if it frosted or did something, because I've seen stuff like that. If you did something like that, then immediately you see it's a sign of tampering. That would be enough.
Dye leaks out all over the card.
I don't think you have to be quite that dramatic. I think you need something where you can visibly see a sign of tampering. If you see a sign of tampering, then you can be suspicious of the slab immediately.
Let's not go back to your days of theft and those exploding. Yes.
It reminds me of a couple of bank jobs I did in my 20s, but I don't want to talk about that.
That's okay. We don't have
And the
to talk about that.
1820s. Those were crazy times.
Yeah.
Name says Happy New Year, guys. Happy to see Eric so happy with all the mail.
Well, why should my year, why should my new year be any better than this past year with that numbskull? Thanks.
What mascot will he eat next year? Pizza roll bowl? Maybe.
Pizza
Pillsbury
roll.
Doughboy needs a bowl. Yes.
I could get into
Facts.
that too.
It'd be amazing. Fiesta bowl for the Ducks tomorrow. There you go.
Nobody
Name's got his duck.
cares.
Let's order
Really, don't
pizza. Yeah, that'll work. What's best pizza around? And Boston.
In Boston?
In Boston.
In Boston. And what are the best toppings? Most common.
That
Because I know it's going to change from Billy.
That could be a huge fight over which the best pizza in the area is.
What's the best, most common toppings?
Onions.
Not for you.
I don't
You're
know.
not normal.
Pepperoni, I guess.
We're certainly not normal.
The hell.
Now, if you are, whether so let me get this in right now. So whether you're a normal person or not a normal person, if you're watching this crap, you probably at least on some level like sports cards. You may want to look into AMG Collectibles.ca. They sell sports cards and other things.
Squeeze that one.
And listen, the reality is, I was trying to find a smooth transition into it, and the entire first segment did not allow for a smooth transition.
Okay.
Into it. Alas, unfortunately, I wanted to make sure we at least acknowledged it in there. I wanted to make sure we did that. I do want to thank AMG for supporting the channel, being friends of the channel. We do appreciate it. Obviously, we have folks from that, and also on the YouTube channel, I've done the show with them as well. So it's been a greatly good partnership. We've had a lot of fun with it this year, and we'll continue it into next year. But I did want to make sure we acknowledge that and put it on here as well as we're chatting a little bit and talking.
So, Billy,
Yes.
California, what's the most popular toppings on a pizza?
Oh, geez.
It's easy.
I don't know. Like, I know what I get.
Do you even eat pizza?
No,
What?
no, too many carbs in California. They don't allow carbs. They've been banned.
The big kind of pizza out here is they like the stone fire. Like, it's not necessarily the toppings, as they like their little fancy pizzas, not like Domino's, whatever. But it's got to be like cooked on a stone fire, whatever. And people have them in their backyard pool areas to cook pizzas and all that fancy stuff.
Okay, Brandon, let's go to you then.
And they have
Sounding an awful lot like
answer?
bouginess, and I know someone who's into bougie.
Brandon, you're neck of the woods. What is the best? What is
best pizza?
Common.
In my household, my preference is a meat pizza with your pepperoni, sausage, ham, all that goodness, or a good supreme. My daughter, she prefers just cheese. She doesn't like all the random stuff, but yeah, if there's a choice in the house, or if you want to get a little fancy, go with like the buffalo chicken.
Oh,
a spicy buffalo chicken.
Well, we got one good answer out there. That's good.
When I want
Well, you didn't ask me what my favorite was. You said, what do they put on Chicago?
Well, that's the most common, but I figured you would be along the most common. But
no, I love Chicago style pizza, and I like sausage on it.
Yeah,
deep dish kind of thing, right?
Yep.
We don't have that up here, Carlos.
Stuff.
We don't have deep dish. We don't have deep dish up here.
Not really. You might have to go. Like, I'll be honest. Again, I'm not a pizza guy. However, I do know that if you take somebody that's not a franchise or something, I'm like 99% sure that if you go downtown to a couple of places, there's probably some that try to make it themselves. And if they do that, they'd be like one or two locations. That's it. And you'd have to go to like the specific place. I'm sure there's some that try to imitate it, because we try to imitate everything. There's got to be somebody who's going to be trained or something.
Yeah, I've never really seen any deep dish up here.
It'd be niche, but that's my point that I'm saying is that if it exists, it would have to be niche, and it would have to be somebody who did it knowing that other people can't provide it. So they're offering you something different than what everybody else will be offering, and that'd be the draw.
You have a lot of places,
and it's Boston Pizza. Everywhere I look, I saw pizza. Boston Pizza. Boston.
There is Pizza Hut, Eric.
That's all you have.
There is pizza.
Guess what? There is no Boston pizza in Boston.
So the most common is.
I know they know better.
The most common in Canada is called the Canadian. So it's mushroom, pepperoni, and bacon.
Ugh.
There you go.
Eric literally gets nauseated by just about everything that isn't a chocolate stick.
Bacon's
Like,
on
the
there. Like
pickiest
Billy,
of
I'm
picky
so
eaters.
surprised you love bacon so much and you want sausage on this one.
Oh no, I get so I get my Domino's delivered all the time because I'm lazy.
I wouldn't eat
And
that.
I always get I saw someone just put barbecue chicken. I'll either do a barbecue, you get like a couple toppings. So I'll do barbecue sauce because you can pick the sauce, and then I'll put the chicken and bacon, or I'll do a white pie, and I'll do it with chicken and bacon. I almost always have bacon on my pizza if I have a
What-
2-item.
What is a white pie?
Like they use like a almost like a white sauce.
Oh,
for it.
okay. Yeah, like a bechamel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Nice.
Is this an official quote? I like this one. Geoff Wilson is the best thing that happened to Hobby 2023, Bobby Brown.
The best news that happened, yes.
I was going to say, like, are you being misquoted, Bobby?
Maybe.
New York City, I get a gold cheese pizza. There you go. Thank you, Jason. By the way, Jason, if you want to hop on and say hello, at least for a cameo, do let me know. I can always send you a link. I sent it to a couple of groups that I had just to make sure everybody was covered. And then, like I said, I always tell everybody you can pop in for a quick hello if you like, and then pop off. It's completely open to it, everybody. Mostly we're just hanging out tonight,
Yeah.
so that's gotta be.
I won't be around long.
Good.
I promised that I wouldn't stay long. So
Great.
I just
Yeah,
wanted to
I
get on.
gotta go
I
see
heard
the
there was
wife.
something about like a user got banned and some Mayo photo, and I was like, "What the hell is going on? It's the last day of the
It's
year.
craziness.
Like
It's craziness, man.
supposed to be
But
good
look,
times." And
Brandon, if you want to get in any Eric slander, I think now is your time. Like, if you want to do so, by all means. And then I've got a couple questions
I
for
can
Billy.
do
But if you
that
want to
like
get in some
Monday night or whatever it is when we record for the podcast. I mean, we can roll that into 2024. It's okay.
Oh, I've got some topics. I've got some topics for that. I'll chat with you guys. I'll message you separately. I know that I'm going to be at least in the house for dinner, but I think we usually have dinner early. But if everything goes according to plan, then yeah, I plan to have I can have the recording at the usual time, but we can work it out. We'll figure out details just so we're all on
Oh,
the same page.
fabulous.
Hey Carlos, I forgot to
Yes.
tell you, I screwed myself over.
Did you?
So a guy had a Time Mellow exclusive from the first year, and he had it listed at $150. Buy it
Mhm.
now, $1.50.
Really? Okay.
And I'm like, the description was just like, you get a beautiful Thai Conti card, whatever. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, there's no way. Like this guy, like, is he like? And so I emailed him, and it was $1.50. I emailed him, and I go, is the card in the picture the card that you get? And I'm like, I shouldn't have done this. I should have just gotten the card.
No. You do not. For $1.50, you hit the buy it now, and you.
That's what I'm
for
saying. That's what
$1.50,
I'm
you
saying.
can't
I should have
lose.
done that. And I
No, you can't
didn't. I
lose.
emailed the guy, and and he emails me back. He's like, yes, it is. And I go back to the card, and it's $12.50.
Of course.
And I'm like, I'm still gonna buy it for $12.50, but I cost myself $10. I was so mad at myself.
There was
Hey.
no reason for $1.50. So here's a tip for the new year to take us into the new year.
I
everybody.
know.
If you see it on eBay as a buyer, you are super protected from just about everything.
Yeah.
There is almost no scenario, especially if the price is low.
Yeah.
The risk then is almost nothing to you. At that point, what happens if they send me the wrong thing? Then you ask for a refund. They literally ask for, they have to give it to you. Like because if they what's in the title and what's in the picture, if they don't align and they don't give you what you're expecting out of it, you can make a case with eBay and say, hey, I was offered this. This is what I paid for. I did not get that. And they will almost always side with the buyer.
No, I know. It was just.
Don't beat yourself up,
Stupid.
Billy. Ask Carlos.
It's
who I
still a
was
great
talking-
price. Like I can't even get that card for $30 nowadays. So I was happy.
What are Joe Flacco's at, Carlos? The guy that I was talking to you about.
$500 million at this point, you bastard. You should have bought up all the Flaccos. We're all wacko for Flacco out here, and you're over here like, oh, I don't know. It's like, you know,
I messaged him months
hit the
ago.
buy it now. Buy that shit. Let's go.
I messaged him months ago. I was like, I think I might like I have the contenders autos for the Ravens, and I was like, I might go splurge a little on Flacco and get maybe a NT RPA or the exquisite RPA. And I was like, I can't decide which one I want. And I just put it off, and yeah, they're now over like 4 figures, and so yeah, that's not happening.
The story of this man's life is literally like, so I was talking about this, and my response was like, no one cares what you were talking about. Buy the shit, and then we can talk. Buy it.
Yeah. Another missed
Doesn't count
opportunity.
otherwise. It's not a thing. No, it's not how that works.
The man was delivering DoorDash pizzas since we were on the pizza conversation. Now he's a superstar in the NFL again.
Yeah. Hey, listen. I told you, or we were chatting on Discord, a couple of things. Look, if my team can't be in it, and again, to be fair, Packers are playing well tonight. I showed the update. I showed the update on the score. Packers are playing well tonight, but it's not guaranteed. Even winning tonight doesn't guarantee them a playoff spot. It just gives them a better chance, and it gives them. I think they'd be 50-50. If they win, they're going to be about 50-50. Which going into the last game of the season is not bad. I wasn't expecting that. I was on the record predicting 5 wins. So they're already well ahead of where I thought they would be at this stage. And they've played well for some of the games and played very poorly for some of the games. The defense is atrocious. So I'll cross my fingers at this point. We'll see what happens. I would love to see them at least play a game in the playoffs. I would expect them to lose, but I'd love to see it. The point, though, is that coming into the season, the way this is all played out is that there's no way to know what's going to happen with a lot of this stuff. But it's like, no, if you see something, just act on it. Kind of talking into what we were talking about. But the key is, if my team can't be in it, I root for narrative. And the way this NFL season has gone, it's weird. This season is very strange. I cannot get a handle on it. There have been teams that should be good, that have played well, and then suddenly they have a stinker against a garbage team who rises to the occasion, and then some other teams manage to put some performances. Again, who would have said that, oh yeah, Cleveland's going to get to the playoffs, okay, on the back of Joe Flacco? And by the way, Joe Flacco is not just being a game manager. He was putting up 300-yard passing games and touchdowns.
Oh,
so he's actually performing at the same time that they're winning games.
Last week in the upper deck pool, Tony, I think his quarterback was hurt, and he's like, should I go with Minshew or somebody? I go, dude, look at Flacco's numbers recently. I go, I would pick up Flacco. And he's like, oh, I don't know. And he didn't. He played Minshew, who got him like 9 points, and Flacco scored like 3. And if he would have picked up Flacco and played him, he also sat Pickens that week, and he ended up like 30-something points. But if he would have picked up Flacco, he would have been in the championship game, and then he would have won the championship, because Chandler is laying an egg for me today. And I already got a text message from Pat that says, I hope you didn't order any of those league championship shirts, or you're going to have to mail them effers to the Uganda tomorrow. So, I actually was going to buy participation ribbons for everybody in the league if I won, but or a participation trophy. But unfortunately, unless Chandler scores 2 touchdowns in the second half, I think I'm not going to win this one.
You should have went with Bailey Zappi.
Okay.
He had 3 interceptions today. Just absolutely amazing statistic here in New England.
Hey, you know what statistic I love is how many blown calls that the officials made in the Lions Cowboys game.
I was wondering if you were going to bring this up with the Detroit connection. I was wondering if you could. I felt like that was a very good WWE script. That was pretty solid.
Yeah, I've already. Grant's a huge Cowboys fan, and I've already sent out about 2 or 3 different memes to him in frustration.
And this is a big year for you because the Lions are actually relevant.
Well, here's the funny thing.
Times.
Here's what's going to happen, and I've
the Detroit Lions. Only one funny thing. Go on.
Because here's what's going to happen: is the Lions are going to play the Rams in the first round of the playoffs in Detroit, and I can just see Stafford beating them. And then at the end of his interview saying, I always wanted to win a playoff game in Detroit. And it's just going to be like, yep, that's how it's going to end probably. No, I think we can win our first one if we get Tampa, if we get LA. I'm worried about teams with running quarterbacks. So Jalen Hurts worries me.
Should.
And Purdy, that team's well-rounded. I still think we could actually do better against San Fran than we would do against the Eagles, even though San Fran's the better team. Because the Eagles have Hurts, who, we got smoked against Lamar Jackson. We don't play well against Justin Fields. We lost twice to Geno Smith in the last 2 years. They got a problem with running quarterbacks, and that's their Achilles heel.
You see that Dolphins game today? Holy Jesus. I don't think anyone's worried about seeing Miami in the playoffs.
Well, so look, here's the thing, Eric, don't jinx this for me, because Brandon knows that in the Discord, I lurk in the darkness. Not where Roger's darkness, but the regular darkness. I lurk in the regular darkness. Literally, one of the guys there is like waiting for me. I am hovering like the sword of Damocles, ready to basically destroy this man as soon as Miami gets eliminated or some horror befalls them. I literally just keep teasing and poking and go, and I literally do the meme soon. I don't say anything soon. Not yet. Don't say, but 50 seconds. No. I don't care about them losing, giving up 50 points in a regular season game. I don't care about that. I want to get back in the playoffs soon. I'm just waiting soon.
Did you see that amazing video of the coach just harassing Dan Marino? He's like, F your records, Dan. F your records. Just yelling at him.
Yeah. Who's laughing this weekend?
Right?
Yeah, pretty much. Go ahead, Brandon. You were saying?
I was just going to say that was the same individual that made the comment about Joe Flacco that I had to unleash on before.
Yeah, I know you
even took a snap.
You destroyed. Why do you think I'm holding back? You already destroyed this man and sent him into witness protection. So I need him to leave the facility for a minute so that I can get my.
I happen to be a Ravens fan, so there was strike 2.
But not a good enough Ravens fan to throw all your lot in with Wacko for Flacco, you bastard, when you should have.
Yeah, I should have spent the money and bought a nice copy of his card months ago when I was looking at them. Not when he got re-signed to the Browns, or not now that he's playing well. I'm talking months ago when I was working on buying Ravens cards.
Wait, you're a Baltimore fan and you didn't pick up some cheap Flacco cards? That's
Billy.
I have
Billy. Brandon is literally the worst when it comes to this. He will be sitting there like, guys, you know what? I should have bought that T206 Honus Wagner in 1910 when I called it. I said, you know what? I got to get my hands on this guy. I should have made the move back. And it's like, what about the preceding 80 years? He's like, but I should have gotten it in 1910 when I had a chance to pick it up.
Yep.
And
there's a lot that have bit me in the ass, I will admit.
Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Same thing all the time. It's like, I unironically buy Josh Rosen cards. Dude, it's a couple of bucks. Just buy the damn thing. Once in a while, it's okay. It's fine. It's not a hashtag invest. Just buy the damn thing occasionally. Especially if it's not that expensive. It's a Juan Soto $50 thing all over again. It's like, dude, it's not that. I've literally blown money on much dumber things. And more.
Well, that's why y'all give me so much shit about Jason Robertson. He's the only player that I actually followed my gut on and listened to and actually spent
money. And now he's a point of game
player.
And now he's a point of game player despite the pump. Eric, the one time he actually goes with it and just decides to buy the damn cards, Robertson's a point of game player right now. He needs to step it up. Like right now, he's like, I don't know. Look, the amount of 40 goal, 100-point guys, I went and did a little quick deep dive. Anybody remember Danny Heatley?
Oh,
Danny Heatley had some outstanding seasons back in the day. You guys remember Ilya Kovalchuk? He had some pretty good seasons back in his day. 40 goal, 50 goal seasons. Both those guys had those.
I
A
already
couple,
told
not just
you
one.
guys.
A couple.
I
That's
already
when
told you
Atlanta
guys
was
what the
the hotbed.
strategy is.
Mhm.
I'm not worried.
Yeah, and Heatley also did it for Ottawa. He also had some great seasons. I think he had back-to-back 50-goal seasons for Ottawa. And Danny Heatley's Young Guns can be purchased for less than $10 today. Danny Heatley has 370 NHL goals.
It's not the playoffs yet.
Brent, yeah, I would say, Brandon, I'm with you. I see Robertson having a cup by the time he's done. As long as you got like Ottinger still there and a few other guys.
Thank you, Billy. See, somebody understands.
Look, I'm a Dallas Star fan, but I've seen this play out enough times. I'm actually appreciating Ottinger myself. Ottinger is like, all right, I just want a decent goaltender because that'd be a good foundation piece. That's all I'm hoping for.
Bobby, wouldn't you like your team to have a decent goaltender?
I don't think it's a goaltender. It's more about the defense. They've needed defense for the last 17 years.
Well, they put.
If you have bad defense, you're going to have a bad goaltender.
That's true.
There's only so many saves you can make, right?
Today. So I don't know.
And I think that's the Leafs' downfall going forward.
I don't know if he's going to get claimed or if he's going to go to the minors, but you won't be seeing him in downtown Toronto for a while.
No, I know. A lot of these guys don't get a good chance because they don't have good defense. And you can tell we're just outscoring our opponents. We're not really playing against them in a defensive way. So that's
what the Oilers have tried to do the last handful of years, and it has not worked.
Look at McDavid.
Yeah.
Super amazing player, but yeah. What's the team do? Nothing. So he's not going to get a cup. Jason Robinson has a better chance of getting a cup than McDavid. You know?
Well, for the sake of Bobbles, one time he actually followed his God. I hope so. He needs the help. He's like,
has
I
2
need Jason
points
Robinson
tonight. Jeez.
And that gets him over a point a game. Ooh. Oh, man. After nearly 40 games, he's up to almost over a point a game. Oh.
I told you, it's all about the playoffs this year.
Oh, the playoffs weren't good last year, so you got to figure that piece out too. Because
by
the way, it gets
he had
tougher
a
in the
good
playoffs.
regular season. The playoffs, he wasn't. It's just it's under control. I'm not worried.
It's under control.
Sure.
Bobby, the best part about to be clear, so we're all on the same page. The best part about it is that I root for the team that Bobbles has adopted with Jason Robinson. I've been rooting for them since the mid-90s, but I've also seen a lot of guys have a couple of good offense. Look, I don't give a fuck until he's in his mid-30s and we've seen a body of work. A season or two, good season or two, I don't give a fuck. I've seen so many guys. That's why I use Danny Heatley and Ilya Kovalchuk. Danny Heatley had multiple 100-point seasons. He was excellent. For a while there, he was amazing. Like, he was putting up crazy numbers back then. And it was tougher to get 100 points back then.
Hey, are you looking at eBay for all the Madonna cards that were in the cup this year? When I was packing that stuff out, I saw a few. I'm like, uh-oh. Carlos.
I've definitely I have checked out a few. I will say though, like let me see if I got it here. I think it ended, so I'll actually pull it up here.
Did you put any Reggie Lumlin cards in the cup this year?
Yeah, the subset is called "These Guys Suck," and he's the only one in the checklist.
He was
So
substituted for Hal Gill.
So he's in there.
Right. He subbed him up for Hal Gill. SB signature legend Hal Gill to you, sir. Yes, beautiful. So yes, so I have this one. I was actually tracking this one because I was curious who it would go for. I had already made a couple of purchases late in the day, so I decided not to grab this one. So I got a question actually about this one. So since you mentioned it, we can quickly talk about this one here. So I did not purchase this. This is on eBay, but I see it. All right, we looked at this the other day. So here's my question. All right, national colors. All right, paint pen conceptually fair enough. Okay, question. National colors. Where's the white?
It's at the bottom and the top of national and colors and the player name.
Really? Is that what you want to go with? You could have said the font is white. You could have said his jersey's white. It would have been closer to probably being a more viable answer. I just don't know about this one. Like design-wise, I like paint pen and I like autographs, and this one kind of leaves me cold.
Well, I heard other people's conversations about the cup, and I guess people don't like colors. So I'll just make all the cards black and white in the future. Throw some gold, some silver, and everyone will be happy.
No one will ever be happy, but it's always fun to listen. Like, by the way, and since we're on the subject, since you all know my affinity for the AEW, can we get like the 5th image of the dentist? Because I think that the red and blue gear might have been used for 97.8% of the images in 2023. It's actually very impressive. I literally was like, without sight unseen, is like, is it the red and blue gear? Because it's always the red and blue gear, except for like the base card.
Tell her to wrestle. She hasn't wrestled in a while.
There's like 5,000 pictures. These are old images. You can't use that. Those images are like from a year ago for everybody.
Oh,
So she was wrestling at that time. Don't lie to me.
They're from a year ago, coming from the man that was complaining that all the products are 2 years late. So guess what?
And they still kind of are.
Because they were.
Debatably are. They still debatably are. Considering the images barely exist, it's like we're using image. By the way, those images are like from 2 years ago anyway. So there were plenty of images at that time. I'm sorry. I can find it for you. I literally I will go to the Google and I can find plenty of images from 2 years ago.
We get the images from the league, from AEW. People pick them, and it is what it is. I don't get to pick the photos. So
what you're saying is I need to get Tony Khan to go to the Google. Tony, the Google. There's more images in the Google.
I told you the story about Jamie Hayter, didn't I?
Possibly. Could you be more
the one
specific?
where she comes up to me at the Fan Fest?
Oh yeah.
She's like, "Hello," because she has a nice little accent, and she's like, "I'm not complaining. I was just wondering."
Wow.
So, who picks the photos? Because that poor woman got done dirty in her first few cards, like just her facial expressions on the cards.
Wow.
And I knew exactly what she was talking about. And I'm like, "Don't worry, we got some sets coming out. You'll be a lot happier. The pictures are a lot better." She's like, "Okay." I was just wondering, she was so polite about it and so nice. And I felt so bad, but she's got better cards these last couple sets.
Did
so
you
I
tell
feel
them that it was her boss that sent them?
What?
You tell them it was her company, her boss that sent the photos over.
That, we get images from you want my honest opinion is when we first started the first set or two that we built, I don't we gave photo direction and stuff, and I think when I saw photos and stuff and said, "Hey, these got to get better," and I think they took it to heart, because I would say that the imagery that we're using has been better. If you look at Allure, if you look at this most recent set, 2023 AEW, and even Metal Universe, I think the images are much better than the first two sets of and even Spectrum, the first three sets that came out.
Don't worry, Billy. The Hilpichi and Topps history is pretty bad on pictures.
Well, I mean, I've got 5 different cards of Liv Morgan where it's the same photo, except one hat has the writing on it, and then they airbrushed it out, and then it's just tilted the slightest bit, and it's wow. But I don't know their reasoning. We just try to at least have original photos every time, and I don't think we've even accomplished that. And we can't figure we're having problems. And here's the funny part is they do get approved, but I think we've put the wrong Jackson on Nick Jackson's card twice now.
I was actually going to ask you that. It's so can one of you figure out that there are 2 Jacksons?
Right.
One is Nick and one is Matt, and you have literally never gotten it right.
Oh my God.
We've gotten it right once, not
fine once.
Never.
Once.
We get it right when we do the tag team cards.
Great. Actually, no, there's one where they're reversed, where they're flipped.
Oh, really?
I swear there's one where they're flipped. No joke. They literally got flipped. They got the 2 flipped. And I was like, really? Dudes, really?
Wow.
Did I mention there's a Google? If you go to the Google, they even wear a different facial hair and have different goofy looks on their faces. Guys, come on.
We got the Hardys right, at least.
Great. Congratulations. Good job, Billy. Great.
Don't look
No,
at what we
there-
did bad. Look what we did right.
Look, and
Of
I'm
course.
gonna give our photographers, not our photographers, but our photo department. I'm not gonna dog them. I will say that there are times, a lot of times, when we get photos that are actually mislabeled. So we'll go to Getty. We have knowledgeable people in our photo department that do know hockey, and then there are some that are very good at their job when it comes to color correction and picking photos and stuff. But they might not necessarily know who a third line defenseman is on Nashville.
It's how
And so if a picture is labeled that it's that third line defenseman, they're going to put that in there. And, sometimes it slips through the cracks if they're wearing a helmet and you can't quite tell. It's unfortunate. We try to limit it. And trust me, our photo department takes great pride in picturing the right people. And they're just as upset as the consumer and as we are.
Okay, now I have a question, like a legitimate question. So, regardless of who provides them in the end, so is it Getty Images is the source of the images once they are approved or whoever, or is that just one of the sources?
No, I believe we get the images from WWE. Oh my gosh,
Jeez, yeah.
AEW.
Wow.
Sorry,
No wonder
WWE.
you're-
Everyone,
no wonder you're
all my
screwing
friends
up.
are going. WWE's in town tomorrow in San Diego, and so everyone's been talking to me today about going to the show. But I believe we get our photos from AEW.
Okay, so they're the ones that provided to you for wherever media wise. So the
Yeah.
only reason I was asking is, look, I'm giving you a hard time, I'm teasing you a little bit because, like I said, and the fun thing is I talked to a couple folks about this. Is I go, look, I can make fun of it. I literally opened 19 boxes of the last two products, so I can criticize it, but I actually patronize the product. I actually collect the cards. I at the same time that I criticize, I also collect and enjoy the cards. So, but that also means that I look at it and go like, there's certain things that I would love to see improved. And I'm looking at it from the perspective of, constructive criticism. And like, I just went to Getty's images. Here's an image. Okay, this gear, as far as I'm aware, has not made it onto a single picture. This is not the only picture. This is from January 2022. That is pushing 2 years ago. So the image would theoretically have been available. It's not like 2 weeks ago this image was taken. And when I look at the pictures, it's from like the same photo shoot, and it's been used in multiple series. It's like the same series of images over and over again. Crop close, crop wide, crop close, crop wide. It's like, guys, there's more than one photo shoot. I know for a fact. I literally went on Getty's images. I go, well, that picture clearly exists. So it must exist somewhere else in an archive somewhere.
Fellas,
try.
I might head out and go spend the rest of the evening with her before she passes out because my daughter's already been to bed. She went to bed at 8:45. So
Look at you. Look at y'all getting your beauty sleep.
Yeah, well, hope everybody has a good evening. Be safe out there if you're doing anything, and hopefully y'all have a great 2024. So
Absolutely. Happy New Year.
But-
Happy New Year. Thanks for
New
popping
Year.
in. Appreciate you.
have a good night, everybody.
Later, Bubbles. See you tomorrow.
Sounds good. But yeah, so Billy, the only point that I'm making is I'm looking at, like I said, there is the long lead time. We know that. But yeah, if AEW is the one providing the images, then they're kind of letting their own product down because that's an image from almost 2 years ago that would totally been available. It would have at least been a change of pace. There were multiple pictures, by the way. I just picked one. That would have at least been a difference, a slight tweak to the existing formula of the ones that are already out there.
Bobby Orr's second and third season cards, all the pictures are the same.
Look, Eric, he collects one wrestler in particular, and he wants to see his.
Do you want me to grab everybody else because I can find more examples?
Because I collect
more examples.
I collect Thai, and I was getting tired of some of the like. How many times are you gonna put the picture of her with the paint on her eyes, with the Brazilian everything? Give me the picture of her when she fought Ruby Soho in like the Street Fight or whatever with the blood on her shirt and everything. Give me that picture. No, I get it.
Yeah, but the problem is that, look, it's easy for me because at least I know exactly what images are being used there. but I could go through other characters and I'll find the same issue. Like it's not one character.
Hey Bob, is the bunny in AEW anymore? I thought
No.
she left.
No, she's gone, but she would still be in the sets. She'd still be in the sets right now, so she's still in there. But she did ask for a release or got her release or some combination there. But the blade and the butcher are both still there.
Yeah,
because they were on the pay-per-view. So I saw them in the Battle Royal. They're both there.
nice. I did not get to see the pay-per-view, but I saw. Well, and Paul said what
that is accurate. That is accurate.
But I can't
that is a
say.
fact. And she probably makes more money doing it, to be fair. Like, no judgment. No judgment. All good.
Yep. So no, I missed it, but I did see the whole devil thing. And man, that'd be kind of a cool insert where it's just kind of like a peel away and it's the devil and there's something inside the card or something weird like that.
I think it'd be awesome. And I look forward to it in the AEW 2028, 2029, 2030.
We have a couple sets. We have one that we're going to announce at the CDD conference that people are going to go crazy about. We have another one. I convinced them not to do one set and to do a different one. And I get to build that one because we have other people building the sets now. Pat built the most recent flagship, and I'm a little jealous because I think it's the best flagship that we've had.
No slight on you, but I actually would agree with that. I think there is some good stuff in there.
Yeah, I think he got a lot out of his designers, and his creativity it definitely shows through in what he did and what he likes. And no, he did a great job. The funny thing is, I was not excited about Allure, and people love it, and it has grown on me. And I actually have a bid for a purple tie right now that someone has. Let me see if he accepted it. I don't think he accepted it yet. Got a low ball a little bit. Nope, he didn't accept it. But I did buy one of those ice cream cards for $3 today. That's the last card I've bought, is the ice cream card, which is great, having an insert that meant something 2 years ago for a wrestler that's no longer in the organization. But people kind of mocked the buses cards, and then they realized how rare they are. And I think you see some value on those cards, and the cards look nice. I like them.
And we have to get in touch because I talked to you about these.
Oh, I know.
You gotta shoot me a message.
There's another Allure, I think, down the road. I think we've solicited. If not, new news. The next one I was really excited about. So the fact that this one's doing well, and people like it, I can't wait for the next one, because I think the next one is even better. Not to say that this one isn't good. It's just you want to, like, there's times where I have good feelings about sets that I built. There's times that I don't know. Like one of the ones was the Maple Leaf set. I had no idea how that was going to go. When that came out, I was worried. I like, man, how do we build this set and we don't have like Matt Sundin cards in there and Felix Potvin, just some bigger names that played for Toronto, and that set was a huge hit. My coordinator, I owe everything to for that, because he did an amazing job. Now the Boston Bruins set. I
was about to ask.
Yeah,
did you feel a sense of dread and abject horror?
Yeah.
When you considered the horror, like there has literally never been like a good player in franchise history.
Right. Except like, Tyler Bertuzzi, but then he went to Toronto.
Yeah, the only one I can think of is literally Hal Gill, Joe Thornton, and then like a 557-way tie for like last.
Once Chara got traded to Boston, it was downhill from there.
Yeah. That was like the end of his career. It was over after that.
Pretty much.
Terrible.
Could you please go and talk to whoever built the Boston Bruins set and ask why, in my opinion, the most important, greatest Bruin of all time, Milt Schmidt, is not in the set? He has his number retired. He's got multiple Stanley Cups, but he's not in the set.
Okay, let's move on.
It might be because of rights. He might not be a part of the alumni association,
or he might have been like Boston Bruins. Fuck those guys.
And we might not have a deal.
More than likely, right?
That would be the only thing I can think of.
But Eddie Shore has a deal.
Yes, he's part of the alumni association.
He's dead.
He's like, I like money.
Those
He's like,
milk.
but you're
Those
dead.
milk.
I still have money from beyond the grave.
Nope. He's part of the Alumni Association. So there are players that have passed away that are part of the Alumni Association, and basically they get paid for their image rights.
Nice. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these comments. Thank you all for the comments as always. I do appreciate you. And again, I appreciate you hanging out on the New Year's Eve. I know folks are doing their things, but I do appreciate folks that have been commenting in the chat as well. Bob says Allure looks great from the opens I've watched. So I already said it. I got a chance to open 10 boxes of Allure. I had the ability to do that. It was a lot of fun. And actually I made all my money back, which is great. I got a really good price for it, which was very helpful, obviously. So I opened an inner case. So obviously you got 20 box full case, and then you got the inner case. That's where the 10 boxes come in. And I've still got a stack of friggin' cards. That's where these came from, the one that I just showed off a second ago. But I got a crap ton of this stuff still. But I've actually made my money back on it already, which I'm happy about, which is great. But the cards look good. I like them. There's some really interesting stuff in it. Some of the hits are a little bit hit or miss, but I do think like if you like seeing color and you like your chromium cards, there's a lot of both those things.
And that's one of the things about Allure. And I'm not here to promote and whatever, but I'll just say this about Allure. When I first built it for hockey, I would see all these chrome sets that our competitors put out, and you didn't see a lot of color. And so I made like our quote unquote prisms in the set are like red, or the reds or the blacks, depending on how rare you think they should fall. But it's a color. You open up a pack, you're going to see a color. You're going to see at least one of the colored parallels, whether it's black, red, the orange die cut, or one of the numbered cards, because it just gets kind of boring opening up a box. And, this one's just a little bit shinier than the regular one, And that's why this last hockey Allure, I'm just like, screw it. We're going to make the base cards what looks like our competitors' prisms or our chromes or whatever. Like, we made them super shiny because why not? We're not doing it otherwise in the set. So I'm just going to do it with the base cards. And
Right.
it looks great. People
there's two pieces I will add. Two pieces I'll add to that, and we talked about it because I've had this discussion with Billy privately, and it actually got reflected in 2023. But Allure had been doing this prior. For the parallels, they actually indicate on the back what the parallel is.
Yeah.
So in this case, like this is a black rainbow, but if I don't know that, I can actually read on the back in the little section there. It actually says black rainbow,
right?
And so it saves you from having to figure it out.
You'll see in basically all of our sets moving forward, for the most part, you'll see parallel names on cards now. It's something that we decided as a company needed to happen.
And you also got feedback from people who were like, for the fuck's sake, just put the name on the back.
I can't tell this is the French variant. No.
there are ones though that do. There is no excuse for some of those. So remember, I literally remember having this conversation with you for the first AEW series with the whole pyro and dynamite thing. It's like, and I said, because I was watching breaks and people were consistently confusing the two. I go, just put the name on the back. Just put it on the back. And it makes everybody's life easier. It tells them exactly what it is. Even the photo variants in the 2023, it says photo variants on the back. That's great.
I like people looking through their base cards.
They're not going to do it. They're lazy. and rule number one, they're stupid too. Guys who bring out the steel chair parallel, I did pull one, and it was a nice one, and I moved that on. So the whole point of opening all those boxes was, number one, I enjoyed it. But then number two, I was like, okay, let me see if I can pull the characters that I want, and then anything else, I know a few folks that collect this person. I know a few folks that collect this person. I can kind of move that along, and then that provides me an opportunity to recoup my investment, so to speak, in it. But it was because I got a good price on it. Otherwise, I would have opened a box or two, not nearly to the quantity. But it was fun. It was a good time for what it was, and I was able to see a lot of cool cards, and it was a good chance to take my shot. And if I had pulled like a crazy home run, that would have been awesome. But as it was, I pulled a bunch of doubles and ground rule doubles that eventually added up to what I was trying to get out of it, which worked out nicely. And I pulled my first ever pack pulled 1 of 1. First ever 1 of 1 I ever pulled out of a pack was out of Allure.
Huh. What was it?
It was an Ortiz autograph, Golden Treasures.
Nice.
It's hard to pull a 1-1. Like, honestly, for the packs that you open, that's pretty good odds.
Exactly. Like if I was buying a bunch of premium stuff, they would throw it in like every couple of packs. But I'm opening stuff where it's like, yeah, you shouldn't expect it. It's not. In this case, I got to open an inner case, so it gave me a better chance, and I pulled 1. And I made my money, on it, which is great. But it was cool to pull. And some folks were asking me like, "Oh, it's your first 1-1. Why don't you keep it?" It's like I'd like to, but the truth is, it's more responsible. I'm not collecting this person. It's a cool card. I took a picture of it, got to enjoy the moment, but it's not the person I collect. So it makes more sense for me to move it on to somebody else who actually wants to collect this person. And I got a good offer. I think it's a collector who wanted it, and I said, absolutely, sounds great.
Eric, we have a listener.
I'm aware.
Her name is Amanda Luke Dubois, or Amanda, or Amanda Carter, one of the two.
Oh, you're dead now.
And
you better be okay with the first one. You're a dead man now.
She's mad that I'm not lying on a bed or a couch during this, because the last time I was like, you guys got me on a couch or in bed or something. And she's like, you got to do every Carlos show from a couch or bed now. I didn't say her real last name, so no one will know what I'm talking about.
I'm pretty sure you'll be doing the next one from a coffin. So,
well, we'll have to see. So, Billy, you got to figure out your own situation, whatever it happens to be, and I touched on it in my last year-end video, because I had done a couple of conversations with Billy talking about the wrestling. We're talking about it for a couple of minutes here because I wanted to chat on him with a little bit since he's here. But I've invited him to do some stuff on the channel where we've talked about some of the other stuff that's upcoming. And my plan is to still keep doing that as long as the license is there and we have stuff to chat about and all that. But and I'll talk more about it in the new year. But I've got a second YouTube channel that I was using for a while, and I know some folks here have actually subscribed to it. I am going to start pushing more of the wrestling card and wrestling related stuff onto that one, because I know I like talking about it, and stuff I pick up actually ends up here. And if it comes up in the live chat, I'm going to talk about it anyway. But I think I noticed that less people watch those because it's more niche. It focuses on a certain thing. And I'm like, all right, you know what? I will direct you to the channel where I am going to specifically talk about this. And then I'll bring on more wrestling card collectors and thing. And that's kind of my plan, is to focus it on there. But down the road, for the future conversations, they'll wind up on that channel. And I'll start linking you guys to it coming up shortly.
So I thought this conversation was going a different direction, where it was going to be, hey, Billy, I'm doing all this wrestling content. I would love to do it, but I can't do it without live product in front of me that has been given to me by Upper Deck.
Well, Billy, that's implied. Billy, that's implied. I've explicitly told you that you guys are trash for not giving me free product. Like, to be kind, trash. Gutter trash. But because honestly, I've watched the people that get free content, and half the time they don't know what the fuck's they're opening. It's embarrassing. What are you even doing? They're like, thank you to Upper Deck for providing this. Wrestler B, Mr. Wrestling 2. I don't know who the fuck this is. Like, why?
You can talk. We'll talk to our boy Paul.
I'm saying it'd be nice to have somebody who actually knows who the hell these people are. That'd be cool. I could also do a montage of all of Billy's various locations. That's true. They have a pool of how many different settings. Look, my favorite, the clip came from Billy in the parking lot of a thing when he was waiting, and we were having a chat on. I forget what the first one was. I think it was talking about SP Signature Legends initially. Billy was defending it, and then later on he acknowledged that all you got to do is make a set with fake legends. That's a quote.
So during the show next Friday, I'll be at an Evan and Zane concert in Pasadena during that time. So maybe I'll go live from the concert, and
there you go, perfect,
and show it off.
If anyone needs a restraining order, it is Billy, not me. Okay, I know we all say that Marcel's going to get a restraining order against me, but I am telling you.
No, we said Marcel has a restraining order against you, and you're violating it constantly.
That is true. He does get mad. I don't know why. But Evan, Rachel Wood, whatever her name is,
and Zane Carney
are going to have you arrested.
Oh, is that why they reposted my stuff?
Probably.
That's true. Hold on. That's a valid point. Let's pause.
The police and reposted it.
Hold on. Has you talk about, oh, my good buddy Marcel, oh, we talked on the phone, oh, his daughter is very nice and she talks to me. Okay, when has Marcel ever reposted a single one of your IG posts?
Never.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let
Mm.
me hold on a
I'm not
second.
sure he has social media.
Your best buddy.
So
Wow.
we're going to Evan and Zane here. You can see them
Hold
right
on, there you
there.
go.
Let's look at. Oh, look, there's my post that
Oh,
they
yeah.
reposted right there.
Oh my god.
Wow.
That is if anything happens to me, blame this guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that post is for.
You know what that is? That's called deflection, Bougie Eric. It's called deflection. That's called, trying to deflect, your own issues onto other people.
It's called shame, Eric.
Hey, I've lived with shame my whole life.
I was gonna say your life is shame.
It's
Like,
just
some
an
people's-
additional. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Pretty
Like
much.
having a little extra mayo on it, kind of thing.
I just can't put. I mean, in half seriousness, I give Billy credit, man. He likes this, this act, and he just hits them up every time they're performing. It's crazy. He's
I
been
went to 4
I've been to
concerts
shows.
this year. I just went to 4 in 3 different cities.
I mean, I've been to like some. I lost track. Somewhere between like 15 and 20 Kiss shows. I mean, you do that in a year. It's freaking crazy.
I will say this was the first time after seeing her probably over 20 times. I went to a Q&A for Jessica Chastain, and she's like, "Oh, hey, how are you doing, hon?" Like, she finally, after all this time, recognized me. I was just like, gotcha.
You got the hun. That's good.
I got the
this
hun.
one goes out to Billy.
What?
Does Evan Rachel Wood, or that's her name, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does she say this next one goes out to my friend Billy?
No.
She's
very professional. She's very good at she was a kid actress, so they're trained like to kind of separate fans and work and all that stuff. So she used to be really cool and would like come by after shows and stuff, but she's had some instances where she's said some stuff or she's put information out there about people that people might not like. And so she is very, like, she's got a bodyguard. She's very protective. And, the bodyguard literally at the last concert, they said no bags. And I just brought I'm like, fine. I just brought an 11 by 14 board that had like 4 or 5 pictures on there. And I just set it down during the rehearsal part, because we got like VIP passes to go in. You get to listen to sound check. And he just comes up to me. He's just like, "So what's that?" And he's just like, I go, "Oh, they're just photos from the shows that I went to. Hopefully she signed." He's like, "All right, just give them to me." And then her manager afterwards is like, "Hey, dude, here's the set list. Here's a drumstick and stuff." Like,
nice.
They're cool with me, but I've already pretty much figured out that she doesn't come out and do what she used to do. Like, Zane will come out. I got pictures with Zane goofing around and having a good time, but she'll still sign stuff for us. But she just doesn't do the public thing anymore, just because she, some of the fan base of people that she's said stuff to aren't very happy. And so safe than sorry.
Too bad.
Fair enough.
Back to trading cards.
Yeah, we're going through a couple
this
here.
is about collecting, and I'm always fascinated about your collections and what you do. And you put
we'll get to it. We'll get to it. I want to make sure we read a couple of these comments.
You put just as much work into your hobby as we do in ours. So I'm always fascinated by the lengths you will go to participate in your hobby. So I like your stories.
Yeah, well, I think the lengths you will go to sneak into Marcel's house is really excessive.
You, I think, suck, but I like your stories.
Hey, is your shop coming to our CDD conference, Eric?
Not that I know of.
No, they wouldn't.
I'm not.
Are they diamond dealers or no?
Bill is old school though.
Oh yeah, he is. Corey, the son, is trying to branch out and participate in more things like that, but he's never been to a conference from what I remember.
Gotcha. A lot of stuff to announce and a lot of fun to be had. Just saying.
Where is it going to be?
Are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to announce some more related to the next year?
I can't.
Is there like another generic?
Is there we're announcing it in a week and a half? I can't say anything.
But I'm saying, are you sure you don't? Are you sure you don't have any more cards with a lot of predominant white that can be we can take pictures of and then complain about for months? That'd be great. We could do that. That'd be amazing. Just throwing it out there. Just thought I would share that with you. Josh here. Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Josh. Hobby Champ says, "Did you see a coach get a little mayonnaise bath? We may have.
There we go.
We may have."
I forgot to mention too. So we had Panera bread on like sandwiches when we were doing the cut pack out too, and there was mayonnaise on the sandwiches. So I think all the Jeremy Swayman autos have mayonnaise on them. Just saying.
Really?
Yeah, because when we were going through, it just stuck on our thumbs. So
we have a couple
Jeremy Swayman cup cards, Eric. There you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
Those are important.
Yeah, we have Panera beds up here too. They have some nice stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Bob Jackson
Very
says, I don't think anyone has
holistic.
asked. I don't think anyone's asked. Eric, what kind of shelving do you have your collection on to the side of you? So Bob Jackson asking a pertinent question. What kind of shelving do you have?
Kind of shelving?
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of shelving?
It's
IKEA shelves, homemade shelves. You chop down a cherry tree by yourself. Like what kind of shelving?
Yeah.
I don't know. I went to the store.
Come on, Thomas.
Got.
I like this. Weird fact. Today's date happens to be 12/31/23. Happens once every 100 years. Nice.
You know what else happens every 100 years? Toronto wins the Stanley Cup.
Easy.
I like that Billy offered the distance.
It's been 55 years. Whatever. That's horrible, you know, for the amount of Toronto fans. And,
well, it's gonna be 56. We're crossing over into 56, but yes.
Yes. Well,
Billy, you can keep your Jeremy Swayman cards. I don't collect those. I collect Jeremy Swaymans.
Have you checked the back of your shirt to see the mayonnaise?
Did
You
you
know
see
where his hands have been, Eric?
Eric, did you see mine from when I was in Detroit? I don't think I posted it actually.
Then
so
I
you
didn't
probably
see it.
didn't. Oh, I had it as my profile though. Just a second. It was Mike Vernon Day in Detroit. So I got like a little hockey helmet metal thing that they gave out. We also got like this Michigan State thing. And then got a guy that likes to whoop on Claude Lemieux there.
I think I know who that is, but it's.
I just can't recognize the guy with the beard.
Is it Darren?
It's Darren. Yeah, it was Darren McCarty.
Darren McCarty. Yeah, I had it in the back. Like, now you're talking 90s hockey in the Western Conference. And it's like, that was, so I like had to think, I'm looking at his face and I'm like, that's Darren. Because I knew those rosters back then.
I'm trying to put a helmet on him and see what he looks like.
It's hard to see. Some guys are like follow through with their looks, but some guys you go, who the fuck's that?
The funniest thing though was
hard.
He we're outside waiting in line because we wanted to get like this helmet and we had a Michigan State jersey that we got with it too because we bought these special tickets, like the 313 club, and
the 313.
We're like, oh, there's Detroit. We're like, oh shoot, there's Darren McCarty, and I watch him walk past these guys, and this guy and his girlfriend. The guy's wearing a Darren McCarty jersey, and I just walk up to him. I go, hey. You know, the guy in your jersey just literally walked right past you. And he's just like, what? And
really? Oh, wow.
He's just like, yeah. So luckily he actually walked back. And then next thing I see, like the guy like looking at his phone, he took a picture with them with the jersey on and everything like that. So it worked out. But it was kind of funny. I'm like, dude, the guy you're wearing the jersey of literally just walked in front of you and you didn't see him or notice him.
That's crazy. Wow. Yeah.
Nice.
That doesn't happen often.
I think the answer to this was yes, Billy. Michigan State.
No,
is that right?
I was born and raised in East Lansing, literally a mile from campus. Michigan State was too much, too close, too big. I needed to get away from my parents. I needed to be able to go to a college I could play soccer at. So I went to Division II powerhouse Grand Valley State University in Grand Rapids.
I played hockey in Lansing, Michigan.
Nice.
In
Did you
78.
play it
That
demonstration
was a long
hall?
hesitation. You're like, wait, decade.
What's that?
Decade.
Was it at demonstration hall where Michigan State used to play? Demo hall, or was it at Munn?
Quite a large arena.
So probably Munn.
Yeah, but that's back, quite a few years. We used to bill it off. So what we would do is they would come here, play for the weekend. Parents would stay in the hotels, and we would go there, stay at the kids' house. And,
Very cool.
Yeah, and it was really cool. So we went to Lansing, Flint, and Jackson.
Kalamazoo?
No, Jackson, Lansing, and
Jackson.
Flint.
Okay.
Flint.
Yeah.
And Flint. Yeah.
There you go.
Yep. So
Zach,
I've been all through there.
Nice.
Zach's making a very valid point, and maybe the key here is maybe we need some motivation, maybe we need some inspiration. Quick reminder that we do charge Eric for every single like.
Yeah.
Likes, so now, depending on your persuasion, likes either ease or make worse his pain. It's really whatever works for you, but either way, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
And we thank you as always for your consideration. But I want to point out to you, we literally charge Eric, and Eric's sitting there going like, "Why am I not like my bill's a little light?"
Thank you for
It's
your
a little light.
consideration.
That's right.
Thanks,
Charge
Zach.
this bastard.
Really appreciate it.
Do you get like one new follower every week, Eric, on Instagram?
Say what?
Do you get like one new follower on Instagram every week from the show?
I don't think I get that many.
Billy, how many did you get?
I don't know. There are times where it's like all of a sudden, like shops will like
Yeah.
all of a sudden follow me, and I'm just like, I don't know where they get it from, but yeah. Then they ask me questions, and I do my best to answer.
I get 5 a week or something. It's really crazy, and I should I follow them back?
Well, I had so I won't say who, but someone who has been in the comment section before in the chat added me on Facebook, and then I'm barely on Facebook. Like Bobby knows,
Yeah.
back then I used to send Bobby the link on Facebook, but I literally have to get an email message saying you received a message on Facebook because I'm not on Facebook.
Yeah.
So I get this message, but I just see the person's name, and they didn't introduce themselves. They didn't say who they were, and I don't know what their handle is. I just see this name, and I'm like, all right. If you want to identify, so I'm not even going to say anything. It's like, no, if you want to identify yourself, because I've gotten Facebook friend requests from like some randos, and it's like, well, if I don't know who you are, at least say hello. It's so and so, blah blah blah. Okay, great, then yeah. But if you don't say anything, and then I got a message the other day, it's like, hey, you're gonna accept my friend request. And then gave me the hint that told me who it was, and I was like, and I confirmed with Eric and everything. It's like, okay, I was like, you got to tell me who you are. You just create a friend request.
On Facebook, they usually have their name. Like there's no handles as Instagram has, so.
No, I agree. But if you do a friend request, you can be like, hi, it's so-and-so, because I've actually gotten that. I've gotten like, hi, it's this person. And they'll quickly
But you can
leave
click
their
on their
handle.
profile and check them out too. On top of that.
I can, but again, I'm barely on Facebook. So I'm not really gonna put more than the
That
minimum
person
effort.
has their own Allen and Ginter card, I believe.
Nice.
So I'll if I've talked to you and you follow me on Instagram, yeah, I don't have a problem following you back. But if you just follow me,
yeah,
I don't know. And then Facebook, I got a list. Like, that's family and friends, Facebook. So I kind of I leave it to that. Like I've got family members on that like stalk me. Not they don't stalk me. They'll be like, they'll be like, oh, let me talk to I just talked to your stepmom and she's gonna love this that you did. And I'm like, yep, no, we don't do that. Like I post most of my celebrity stuff on Instagram. I don't post a lot of it on Facebook. Just because Facebook, honestly, and I went to my class reunion. I have a bunch of friends. Look, I don't have a family like a wife, kids, or anything like that, but I have a lot of friends that do. And I always tell them, please post pictures of your kids, post what you're doing. Like I live in California. I don't see you guys. I want to kind of still keep in touch and see what you're doing. And so like all those people that bitch if their friends post all their baby pictures, they can shove it because I want to see them all because I want to see what my friends are doing.
Well, see, with Facebook, I use it as only for sort of business or hobby related. I don't tie my family in. My sister's in and a couple other people because they, whatever. But
how can you deny, like your aunt tries to add you on Facebook? It's like I can't deny them.
Oh, I've done that. Oh, I've got such a large extended family on my dad's side Like I've got a bunch of folks that'll be like blah 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 Alcazar. And I'm sitting there like, I'm pretty confident this is one of my dad's, because the thing is, we left Panama when I was young, and my younger brother was even younger. Like it's like, oh, these are your aunts and uncles. Yeah, you got like 50 of them. Like because he's got like 13 brothers and sisters that he knows of, legitimate and illegitimate. So I'm sitting there like, you know who these people are. I don't know who they are. It's like, I'm confident I'm related to them. That's about as far as it gets. It's like, I've never spoken a word to you in my entire life. It's like, good for you.
I don't.
We are related.
I don't have Facebook because I'm not a 14-year-old girl.
It's not for 14-year-old girls.
No.
I have
Literally
TikTok,
Facebook started. You had to
TikTok
be.
is for
You had to be
14-year-old girls.
Eric. You had to be in college at the beginning of Facebook. The 14-year-old girls are on TikTok,
yes.
Yeah.
which says you don't know where the 14-year-old girls are.
I don't have that either.
Yeah,
When I got on
Facebook actually skews a lot older. I don't think it skews that young. I think it skews a lot older.
I got on Facebook. I just wanted to do it for, the hockey. And I have a group that has no cards, but it's all, let's say, food issue or merchandise related. I have 2,200 members of that group. No cards. Just
Well,
on
I think
Facebook.
so.
And that's why
what
I keep it as, sort of so-called business only.
Yeah.
Family, if you get too much into the family, I don't want to, I don't care about what Aunt Judy's doing, whatever. I just I keep it as as business. If they want to contact me, they can go to Instagram.
What I was going to say was that different social medias I think are best for certain types of interactions. When I look at Facebook, if you have a group on Facebook, so like I said, I'm not a big Facebook guy at all. However, I've tried to be a little bit more involved only because, and there's a very specific reason why I've done it. To Bobby's point, there are some good groups that get developed in there. And inside of the groups, then there's the interact. I'm not even in it for the interactivity. It's just the access, just the ability to start certain types of comment threads. You can follow people to go in there. And just personally, from a selfish perspective, given that I talked about the whole AEW thing, given that it's so niche, I can go on eBay, but there's a lot of folks that'll open the boxes and cases and make it first available on Facebook. And I was actually able to acquire a card that has not made it onto eBay that was one of the out of 10s. And I was able to purchase it because I was Johnny on the spot there when they pulled it on Facebook, and I extended an offer on the spot. We came to a deal, and then we were able to complete the transaction. And then I'm going to get that card in.
I'm in a wrestling group too on Facebook, even though I'm, but I like the collectible side of it.
Sure.
And this guy, the stuff that's on there is just like, holy crap. You can't find any condensed information. And, people respond to it and tell you exactly what everything is. It's a great information. Instagram is like promo, quick, like hello, goodbye kind of thing. But, Facebook is very detailed. So I do like Facebook opposed to Instagram in my sense. And I don't do TikTok and I don't do X. So just saying.
Carlos, I'm with you. I'm members of multiple wrestling card groups. I'm members of multiple Marvel groups, and I'm a member of multiple women's soccer groups, and I've gotten my best deals hands down. Like a lot of them are fans, and so they'll trade, like they're looking for someone. I'm working right now. I got like a Lynn Williams out of 10, and I'm just like, find me a nice Sophia Smith or Trinity Rodman or somebody I want, and we'll make a trade, because you find a lot of the PC guys in the Facebook groups.
You do.
And so like everybody knows, and it's hilarious because in a number of the wrestling groups, Carlos does it for me, but if someone posts a Ty Mello card, they usually tag my name on it. And so I'm able to see it immediately because like he was saying, there's sometimes you get good cards because you're just checking in Facebook at the right time.
Yeah.
I'll be like, oh shoot, like this was posted 3 hours ago, and I looked down and man, they had some great deals, but I missed them all because other people got on there immediately.
Facebook is the new eBay in a sense. Anytime I post pickups, I'll get PMs galore. Just hey, is this for sale? Yeah, sure.
Now, because I don't do that, how?
And you should.
Okay.
You don't have to use your real name. Actually, a lot of people that I know don't use the real name. Some people just use their middle name and then their first name or last name, whatever. So, you don't have to. And then you can just sort of stay private, but you can get into all these different groups. And there's so much great stuff in there.
From high school, like finding me and asking if they can join, if I can be friends with them. It's like, I wasn't friends with you 30 years ago. I don't want to be friends with you now.
They probably want you to donate organs to them because they're so
Maybe.
old.
They were also probably like, Eric, for the last time, I know we agreed, but the bodies are being uncovered. We need to get our stories together.
Yes.
I just say I'm senile. I don't remember.
I
That might be
joke
your
I'm the
best
same
bet.
age as Eric. Sorry.
That might be your best bet. No, he's still senile. That doesn't change anything.
I don't remember. I don't recall.
But I do
any.
have some family members, but they enjoy hockey, so I let them on, and they like reading my stuff. Then when I post articles and stuff like that I do. So
I do have a question though. Like, how if you purchase something from somebody,
Yes.
how do you protect yourself? What do? You just
know, well, you have
like
PayPal
old school
anyways,
eBay,
right?
you send them a check and you wait.
No, there's
Oh,
no
absolutely
check.
not.
Well, you can do
What-
checks, but it's mostly
what I would
PayPal
do-
or e-transfer, so it doesn't really
what
much
I would
matter.
do-
You're all protected
yeah.
that way.
What I would do is,
and-
especially PayPal, you don't do friends and family unless you are very comfortable with the vouchers. You can do, I forget what the other one is called. One is friends and family, and the other one is like products or
regular.
something.
Just regular.
Yeah. Well, that one is covered by a PayPal guarantee.
Yep.
They've
But
got a
it
backstop
doesn't
on it.
even matter because people have their names on Facebook and they've been a member since 2003. It's like, and the guy's got 400 friends and you see all his family posts. You go into his profile. You can look at people's profile. You can see where they're from. You can see all these different things. eBay, you can't. Instagram, you can't. And this is the best part about Facebook. And I haven't had any bad experiences selling stuff. And I probably sold 1,000 items at least.
Yeah. Bobby, I'm with you. Like I'm very trustworthy, and unfortunately, I mean,
Sure.
But like you also said, I know people that have gotten screwed on Facebook, and because all that information's there, they're calling the people's mother, they're calling their wives. I mean, they are just trashing them publicly.
Yeah.
And you would be surprised how quickly people respond when you start doing that also.
I can imagine.
Like my good friend who I'm house sitting for, they own. He's one of the owners of SWAU, which is Star Wars Autograph Universe, and they've had to deal with this whole like community, and I mean they've got like over 10,000. I think it's close to 11,000 members to it. So it's tough governing and policing, but they've gotten to the point now where they actually have an authenticator, and the guy's legitimately like could be working for PSA or Beckett in a heartbeat. He just doesn't want to, work from home, but he's one of the top authenticators in the US. And so they have him like authenticate everything before that people can even post it. So, but like you were saying too, sometimes people like, you ask people for vouchers for people and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's always good. That's a very good thing to do.
I've been asked multiple times. People will be like, "Hey, use me as a reference."
Yeah.
And of course, I'm always a smart ass back to them, be like, he's horrible. He likes the Blackhawks, and he's probably wants to give you a crappy deal, but
he owed me $40 for the last 10 years. So
yeah.
But vouchers are actually, you said it, Billy, and it's great having vouchers. And some people go, "Do you have a voucher?" And I went, "Yeah, okay." And then I get like 400 people going, "Bobby's good. Don't worry." It's like everybody knows.
The
worst thing, that person.
The one thing you never want to do in this industry is ruin your reputation. I say that, and there's so many people that have come back from it.
I was gonna say,
it makes at least that first initial.
We know that.
Yeah. I mean, it's taken years for some people, or just no, some of it's like 6 months and they're back, and people forget. But
it's hard to believe. I know.
I'm just like, once you do me, dude,
I got 35 years of good reputation, so I'm okay.
That's good.
Yeah, but you judge by the company you keep, and look at the company you keep.
Shit. I better get out. Oh, see ya. Bye.
You're screwed.
Yeah.
Wait, you're screwed, buddy.
It's all right, Bobby. I'll fix it. I've improved it already. Much better.
Thank God.
We were getting concerned that was going to be bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's too late. We got like a couple of years of videos of doing this. It's too late. You guys are all screwed.
For the right fanatics money, we can scrub everything.
For a long time.
So what I was gonna say is I was gonna use this as an example, kind of playing into what I was talking about. And to Bobby's point, and to also to Billy's, and what I'm referring to is that, like I said, I don't spend every day on it, but I've started getting the habit of scanning, because especially if you're in groups that are in the niches or the genres that you're looking for. So here's an example of a post, and I'll just quickly show you what I'm talking about, just so you can see.
Sure.
So this one here. So this example from a day ago, but if you had been right on it right away, so this was apparently as part of a break. And just looking at it, eyeballing it really quickly. Okay, so you got a couple autographs here, out of 35, out of 35, out of 35. I know that from the color. So if you flip it on the back, they're out of 35. These ones are a little bit tougher. These ones are out of 50. These ones are some nice autographs. This one's out of 50. This one's out of 100. This is a 1 of 1, and this is a case hit over here. So these are the biggest hits from a specific break. So in this situation, you say, okay, great. This person is not the one who's selling it. However, you see this, and first thing would be like, okay, cool. Whose break was it? Oh, it's so-and-so's. You reach out to them, say, hey, you pulled this stuff on this break. I'm interested in this. Can you connect me with whoever is going to be the recipient of whatever? And then you can contact them directly and have a conversation. And maybe they don't want to sell. Maybe they don't want to trade. Maybe whatever. Fine. I've had conversations where they weren't interested in doing that deal. But I opened the communication line because they were like, well, I'd like to hang on to it today. I really like the card. I'm not specifically collecting this person, but I'm still interested in hanging on to the card. And I said, okay, no problem. But if you change your mind on that, can you give me a buzz? I'll keep in touch with you. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's no problem. And then occasionally I'll chime in. And they're also, this person's based out of Canada, so I can be from time to time and just ping in. And I follow their YouTube channel now that I know what it is. So I'm like, from time to time, I'll chime in and I'll be like, hey, you still interested in hanging on to that, or are you interested in moving on it?
Maybe have something to trade them too. And that
That's
always
right.
works. You know.
Yeah.
Like
and now I know
Facebook
what they
is-
collect. So it allows me to have a little bit of flexibility. If I come across something that might be interesting, I could be like, hey, by the way, I just got my hands on this. This might be something interesting that you're interested in doing a deal for that item.
Yeah. Yeah. I've actually hooked up with a lot of different people, and, you know, I meet a lot of people locally too, but also there's, you know, we do a lot of business with people in the States, and it's amazing. Well, people will trade, you know, they say, well, I'm not interested in selling that, but I have this. Oh, okay. Ta-da.
Carlos, did I show you my big get at the Expo this year?
Your big get at the Expo?
Yeah.
I don't recall. I'm not sure. Maybe you did, but I'm not recall.
My Thai Mellow. So
I'm not sure. I did see you when we were crossing paths, but I don't remember.
I went to Mo from West's, had the Thai Mellow, the first year canvas auto, the buyback, not the buyback, but the buyback, whatever it's called. Yeah. And so I'm just like, oh, and he had it priced at $300. And I know it's 300 Canadian, but I'm like, that's still pretty high for this card. Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, all right, Mo, just if you can sell it for that during the show, go ahead and sell it. Mm-hmm. And he's like, all right. And then I'm like, we can do some trading too. I brought like some employee cards and stuff. And he's just like, well, let me look. And he looked through my stuff. And he's just like, this is a consignment. Like, I have to get either really good cards for it that I can sell, and I know I can sell, or I need cash. And I'm like, okay. So I had a Scoot Henderson employee card, and he's a good player, rookie and everything. So I had that, and I'm like, you hold on to this, and we'll just keep talking. Like, literally just like, hold on to it, because so now you have this in your hands, so you're going to be more willing to get rid of this card. So it gets to Sunday, and part of my job was to introduce all the new guys to everybody that they need to know. Like, we do consulting with different shops and stuff, so I'm introducing 2 of the new guys from Upper Deck to different people. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, all right, Mo, like, are you ready to go? He's like, well, I kind of. And I'm like, oh, it's pretty even. I go, this isn't a $300 card. I go, but he couldn't find any comps whatsoever. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure the comps are between like $60 and $100, to be honest. I'm like, I'm not trying to fool you, Mo. And he's just like, no. So the guy that I'm introducing him to, he's like, looks at the Thai card. Oh my gosh, that's an awesome card. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Oh, that looks really nice. I'm like, shut I'm like, are you kidding
that's where Billy's
me
like, taser.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I had to throw in a couple of game dated moment Bedards, because I bought like tons of those when they came out, and I think I threw them like 5 of those that are like $20 a piece. And then we made the trade. So I got one of the buybacks, Time Mellows, but oh my goodness, I just want, and I literally were sitting in the lobby ready to go out for dinner, and I'm like, oh, and by the way, if anyone's doing a deal and trying to make a trade, if everyone could try to refrain from like talking about the card that you're trying to get and how amazing it is. And the other guy that was with us is just laughing, pointing at the guys. He's like, what'd I do? I'm like, dude, you almost ruined my deal because like I wasn't gonna pay $300 for this card. So yeah, that was my big get at the expo this time.
Nice.
Last time it was a Zetterberg monumental stick card that I just absolutely love. But I couldn't believe I found a Time Mellow card at the expo.
Yeah, it's right now, and like I said, this isn't a judgment, it's just the observation that we have. I think what's going to be interesting now, going forward. That's why I say a lot of this, we're having this conversation because Billy is a fan and a collector as well. So that's why we can have a little fun with it. But I will move some more of that onto the other channel and speculate and talk more about some of these pieces. But one of the things that obviously is a real thing is also ePack. That is going to be a factor in coming up with this because there's going to be some good stuff that is going to appear on ePack. And that is a slightly different way of approaching things because you can communicate with people directly on ePack, do the deal, transfer the account, it ends up over on COMC. So you've got a couple of extra steps. But as people pull stuff, all of a sudden and we're like 3 products behind.
Oh, I know.
So like metal will appear, and then you get Allure, and then you get flagship in some sequence, coming up here.
I don't have much metal, and I don't have much Allure, and it's for that exact reason. I'm with you, and you want to know what I get when I get the metal and Allure is I get the base cards, right? Because you can't get base cards on ePack. So I've been picking up when they have this stuff for like $1 a piece, 45% off if you buy 10 or more or whatever the heck it is. I'll buy base cards to add to my collection. I go, but like Carlos is saying, like Goodwin just came out. You better believe for like 2 or 3 weeks, I'm constantly checking COMC, Goodwin, autographs. Okay. Are there like, what's the price? And I have specific people I go for. And I'm not looking for the CJ Stroud. I'm not looking for the Michael Jordan cards. I'm looking for Kahili Bladell, who is an Octagon girl who I am a fan of.
I thought you were going to say SP Signature Legend because I was pretty confident she was in the checklist.
I'm looking. I'm looking for Kenneth Walker III. He's a Michigan State running back. He's actually doing well in the NFL, but I'm looking for him. I'm looking for Max Christie, a former Michigan State basketball player. I'm looking for Natalie Lynn McCord, whatever, the actress. Like, I'm just looking for some of those and trying to get them cheap. And I found, some of these guys for like $7-8, and then it dries out. That's the thing is you got to get it at the right time because it'll dry out. And then you think ePack's a deal, but it's market value. It's the same exact price. Those first few weeks is when you got to kind of jump on. Because another thing that people might not understand is there's a lot of achievements involved with cards. So you collect a full set of this and you get this achievement. So people are buying a bunch, or they like these cards are achievement cards, but they might the cards that you need for an achievement might be a card that you want, but it's so expensive because it's attached to an achievement. You just wait for them to get it, and then they transfer it to COMC because they got the card they wanted. Now I want this, shadow box card, whatever, and it's $10 when you could get $30 in trade if it wasn't redeemed.
Mm-hmm. Yep, no, I agree. But I think also the way I would put it, though, part of the reason I mentioned it is that it's a different dynamic because what you've effectively done is you've created another marketplace. Because if you really think about it, it's like, okay, so we got eBay, we got COMC, and even before we get to COMC, sometimes under the right circumstances. That's where the Facebook groups have been useful because sometimes people will say, oh, I pulled X on, ePack. They'll say they pulled X on ePack. And then you contact them and say, hey, I'm interested in this. What would you like to do? So at that point, it's still on ePack. It's still sitting on that platform. So you make the deal first and you say, okay, what's your ePack name? Blah, blah, blah. And what they do is they offer you a deal, a trade, where you were trading nothing for the item or something nominal, one or the other, just basically trading nothing. And you've already made the deal. you've already come to the agreed upon price or whatever the case may be, and that ePack trade means now it's my ePack account, and as soon as it's my ePack account, I can transfer it over to COMC, and I have complete control over it at that point. Or I can go on COMC and then go from there.
And can I make a suggestion not to have your ePack your ePack name named after your college radio show that you had, which was called the Cheap Bins, because people will think that they can just dump cards to you and you wouldn't take much in return. And that's probably one of the biggest ePack mistakes I've made, is calling my ePack handle is the Cheap Bins. So,
what was the subject of the radio show? Now you got me interested.
Oh, the radio show, we had a retro rap radio show. So it had to be at least 2 years old, the song, because in rap, that's old in rap years.
Well, Eric knows this. Like I look at it when I think about rap expertise, I look at Grandmaster Bougie down there.
Yes,
he's the guy.
So to have a college radio show, you had to you usually had to play like all this crappy music that they had, that the studios gave them, and then you got to play like 2 songs an hour that you wanted to play, unless you had your own specified show, and you had to go through loops and ladders and whatever to get that. Well, luckily, my best friend who did the show with me was hooking up with the radio show or the radio station president at the time, because it's student radio. So wouldn't you know it, we got our own show. And so we used to go to this store called Flat Black and Circular, which was an old record store, CDs and everything you can think of in East Lansing in Michigan State campus. It's the Amoeba Records, if you even know what that is, of Lansing, Michigan. Cool place. And they had this big like bin area thing, and it was CDs, and it was $3.50 a piece or 4 for $10. So we would find all these old rap CDs for 4 for $10 and just kind of add it to our collection. So we would just play old school rap songs, and it was a blast. Yes, Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch was definitely played. One of the things that we would do is we would take the original song, and then we would like mix it in with the real song. And when I say mix it in, you're talking about 2 guys that just like did this. It wasn't like a soundboard. It was just like one CD to another CD. It was horrible. The other thing we do is we would jokingly say we could take any song and turn it into rap. So we would play it, and then we would just take all these shitty albums that they had in the studio, and we would just scratch them while a regular song was playing on CD. So we'd had both things going at the same time. We were just having fun.
Did you ever get positive feedback?
What?
Did you ever get positive feedback from the listeners?
So to answer that question, we had one show where we had like this we had one of the guys did one of these like the Love Connection game or whatever, and he brought his answers that he filled out for this campus thing, whatever. And so he jokingly read all the answers that he did, and it was all like dumb, inappropriate things. And then he'd like, I would do this, and then I would tap that. And like that was the end of every question. So we're done with our radio show, and we get out of the building. We get out of the room. It's one of these big buildings where the food court is and everything. There's 2 police officers waiting outside. We're just like, and he goes, and this is even more embarrassing, but he goes, which one of you is T-Bone and which one of you is Spicy Eye?
No way.
And I was Spicy Eye. Was my friend named me while I wasn't there for the first half hour of the first show, because I was at the food court getting a spicy Italian sub. And so he called me Spicy Eye. And we're just like,
all I'm hearing is we need to scour the archives, Eric, to find this lost audio.
The width would only, I have some tapes, but the width was only like 3 miles like far. So they go, they're like, what is this you guys are talking about? We're like, what? Like, tap that blank. And we're like, And so I guess it got out to like the student board that, you know, we had done this or whatever. And the president, again, who was hooking up with my friend, she's just like, look, these guys have people that listen to them. And they're like, they had this many listeners. So yes, Eric, we did have listeners. Then she points out to the people that are on the rest of the people in the group. She's like, do you have anyone that listens to your show? Do you have even 20 people that listen to your show? Do you even like, and she's just like,
Wow.
she's like, I'll talk to them. They'll be fine, blah, blah, blah. Well, she talked to my friend. So then the next week we're like, hello, this is the mild flavored sausage.
Spicy eye.
And he's like, and I am the sirloin. And we were just like talking all like this the whole time, like trying to behave ourselves. But yes, Eric, we did have people that listened to us, including the police officers at the university.
Wonderful.
I would pay to see that. Yeah, that would be awesome. What about snow? Do we ever get Informer playing?
Oh yeah. Oh,
look at you bringing in Informer.
The best part.
Look at you
going Canadian on us.
Man.
The best part was we would find like these groups' second albums. So like Belle Biv DeVoe, everybody knows Poison. Everybody knows Can't Trust Big Butt and Smile, but they didn't know that they had a second album called Hootie Mac, and like we would play that stuff, and they're like, "Where are you guys finding this stuff?" At the cheap bins, because people are trying to get rid of it because it's the only song that was allowed that wasn't 2 years old at the time, because it was kind of like our theme song, was "Let Me Clear My Throat" by DJ Cool. Oh man, that was our jam. So we would play
great.
that.
I would love that song. That was good.
We had
as old as I am.
Well, that was like we would go on spring break. We went to Panama City, and like we would pay the DJs $20 just to play that song. Like we just wanted to hear.
Now you're talking Panama City, Florida, not actual Panama City.
Correct. Panama City.
Okay, I'm making sure because I'm from Panama City, not Florida.
Oh, gotcha. And then
whatever happened to Shaggy?
We had a Hammer hot track of the week. We would play an MC Hammer song every single week. That was one of the highlights.
Wow. I remember it was 1970. What was it? 1980. Rapper's Delight came out, and I said, "Here I am, a rock and roll dude, hardcore, motorcycle driving, long hair, whatever." And Rapper's Delight came out, and I went, "Hey, that's cool." You know.
So we would play Rapper's Delight when we were hungry because it was such a long song. We could go to the food court and get our spicy sandwich and come back.
So Rapper's Delight is basically your version of whenever I'm like, oh, I should go grab a snack. And I'm like, hey, Eric, talk about some obscure Boston brew no one cares about.
Macaroni are hard and the chicken tastes like wood. There you go.
It's basic. Rapper's Delight. Same thing.
Next time Eric starts talking, just start going the hip, hop, the hip, you know, stop. Oh, so but we had, I mean, Cool Mo D, like we like
Cool Mo D was good.
We had a bunch. Oh man, we had a bunch. Now our friend Tim in Clubhouse, he will old school rap me in a heartbearbeat. But
hey, Tim made the year end. Tim made the year end.
He did.
We had questions about someone, and the full scale production related to, you know, taking photographic evidence and videographic evidence of people snoring. Eric,
he's gonna die.
Yeah, well, we cover that in the footage. Is all I'm saying.
Was this while you were driving, Eric? Were you snoring?
No, Tim was snoring, and Eric was being a creep. It was being a creepo and just hanging out there. But the problem was, like I said, being a creepo with like a phone camera or something. You know, that's pretty creepy. You know, trying to take footage of somebody trying to sleep. But then, you know, he had a full lighting setup. He had a boom mic. He had a whole thing going on. Like, it's a production. It was a bit much. Just a bit much.
I wanted to make sure he understood how loud he was snoring.
Did the 6 camera angles necessary, Eric? Were the 6 camera angles necessary?
I thought so at the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So during
sleep apnea, he's gonna die. It's bad.
We're all gonna die, Eric.
Eventually,
yeah. Just throwing it out there, you know.
Nikki will make him wear a CPAP machine. It's okay.
Yeah. during
Watch
Billy's
this.
entire explanation, his exposition on the community radio can let me think because in Guelph we had community radio, and I was like sitting there like, I wonder if it's still. I assume it's still there. So I went into the Google machine and just checked it out.
He's got
It's
it on.
CFRU 93.3 FM,
Wow.
campus and community radio in Guelph. Now,
For
what's
Grand
on right
Valley?
now? What's that?
For Grand Valley?
No, I'm talking about my school. So I went into
okay.
this thing, but it's also community radio. So they combine the two. It's campus and community radio. So folks in the community can participate
Nice.
in as well. But what happened was, so right now, the show that's on right now for the New Year's, for anybody who's interested, The Night Wounds Time is the name of the show, hosted by TCC. And it is avant-garde jazz and experimental music and geographical
Yup.
themes.
God.
Those are the
Woo!
those are the people that the president pointed to when it was like, do you have anyone that listens to your
Oh,
stuff?
yeah.
I can't think of another way to go to New Year's. Avant-garde, jazz, and experimental music. Come on.
Look up WCKS. That's what they grant. WCKS. Like we used to joke about it all the time.
WCKS.
With the
Okay.
Grandmaster Flash background.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
That sounds
Okay,
like
so-
W sucks.
Was this so this is an FM? Because what I've got here is
No,
I've
I
got
think it's
102.7.
It got to be AM. It can't be
AM,
FM.
yeah.
Well, for the record, the Guelph one was FM. Like I said, 93.3.
When
They
it, when
got
it
FM.
wasn't
Yeah,
when it
93
wasn't
would be,
cloudy,
yeah.
like some people a little bit farther could get it. Like you could get it could go maybe 5-6 miles. But when it
So
was
it's is it WCKS Grand Valley? Is that the one we're talking about?
yes.
Okay. So it's WCKS The Whale. They call it The Whale. That's what their accent. WCKS The Whale in Grand Valley, the States.
Grand Valley's
Yeah.
the Lakers, so that I guess that makes some kind of sense. It wasn't the Whale when we were there.
I
Type in
understand.
Spicy Eye.
DJ
Yeah.
Spicy Eye, yep.
Yeah.
The spicy-eyed whale.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you, man.
The
I'm just
spicy-
going with it.
You know, you're going to carry that name for a long time. there,
Oh
Billy.
God, yes you are.
Oh,
my
I
God.
went to Mardi Gras and actually like we were again, you make decisions when you shouldn't be making decisions. But we went to Billy, you've never heard about the photo shoot. I have not.
So,
I have not.
Billy, I'm going to send you a link to my year end. It's in there.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
explanation, me making fun of it, the
got it
whole
now.
thing, it's there. It's all there. You will
I was trying to
understand.
help.
Just watch the video.
I was just trying
It's
to
all
help.
explained.
I actually made it like you can get weird stuff at the French market at Mardi Gras, and I actually got a ring made that said Spicy Eye on it.
No way.
Yeah,
Amanda, I hope you're hearing all this Spicy Eye stuff.
she knows about Spicy Eye.
I
She
hope
knows
so.
about spicy.
I would
eye.
like to see that ring on the card of 101 and I'll buy it.
I was gonna say. I think you should
In
throw
a
that in as
heartbeat,
like
I
your
would
own.
buy it.
You should throw it in as like your own direct reference, and like if you know, you know.
If you know, yeah. You wouldn't have to print on the back or anything because if you know, you know, right?
If you know, you know.
That's it.
Everybody else is like, "What is this?" I know.
Nicknames. Who had nicknames here? Well, we got Spicy Eye here. What about Eric? What was your nickname?
Yeah, Bougie Eric doesn't count. We gave you that later. What
Bougie?
else you got?
Oh, mhm.
I grew up because my last name is Wade, which is also a first name. The majority of people, as I went through life, my first half of life, thought that was my first name because that's all anyone ever called me. And when they found out that my first name is Eric, people shocked, absolutely shocked. They had no idea
Okay.
because that's what people call me. Everyone just called me by my last name.
Okay, that's a boring story. Okay, Carlos.
Well, because
I didn't-
understand, this is the home of Wade Boggs. So
Oh,
I thought that was Tampa.
yeah. According to the Hall of Fame, I think it is, right? Didn't he make a deal? He went in with
It was like the illustrious Booby-Orr era of Chicago Blackhawks hockey
yes.
that we all remember with great fondness.
great fondness.
No nicknames, just basically a series of expletives. I don't think that
Okay.
constitutes a nickname because there's rotating cast.
My all-time favorite insult / nickname would be the human rain delay. That's my
Okay.
favorite.
Yeah,
Someone
just,
once
but you're just
called-
saying in general. You're
Okay,
just saying in
Spicy
general.
Eye still has it.
somebody
Yeah,
once
no.
called me the human rain delay.
Oh, someone called you the human red leg.
Yes.
Well, I've listened to you explain a story about a random hockey player that only his family knows about, an SB Signature legend, no doubt. But that's it. And yeah, 3 days later, that's the reason why I get a snack. I usually say, "Yeah, go ahead, Eric. Talk about an SB Signature legend." I'll be right back.
Hip hop, hip it, the hip it to the hip pop. You don't stop.
I'm just saying. And thank you, Dom. Appreciate
To
you.
the bang
Thank
bang boogie up. Dude, ragtag the boogie.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, I was rabbit. I was very fast runner, very fast with everything. So.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, no, then it
Not
comes,
exciting, not a spicy eye rabbit. It's just a rabbit.
No, I think Spicy Eyes got this round. I think Spicy Eyes got it.
Yeah, I love that one. That is going down in history, boy. We're gonna use that every time you're on there, Billy. Don't worry.
For the record, I think it's an important distinction, though. The moral of this story, above all else, you cannot give yourself the nickname.
No,
it must be bestowed upon you, because I've seen people who try to be like, no, you cannot give yourself the nickname. That is bullshit. You have to allow, if it happens, it happens. If it is bestowed upon you, then it's legit. But you cannot be the one to deliver it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Unless, so I was explaining Mardi Gras. If you wear a specific, like we had a wig, and if you wore the wig, you became Tyrone. So, like, here's
I'm just saying.
Here's me and my buddy at Mardi Gras. This was like, we would buy Goodwill outfits and we would wear wigs. So he wore it one time, and then a little bit later, that's when I was Tyrone. Whoops, where's my thing?
You can tell by the fact that you have no facial features. I think it's appropriate.
Right? I don't know.
You've got nuclear.
That's like Angela Davis hair, man.
I think I have a better Tyrone picture. I'm not sure, but yeah. So if you had the wig on, you were Tyrone. But that's the only other time you get another nickname.
I like it.
Them's the rules. Fair enough. Them's the rules.
I hang out with more serious people at that time, so I didn't have too many bizarre nicknames, and they didn't like rap.
Fair.
But I did.
So guys, I'm gonna ask a question because I wanted to kind of hang out and chat for a little bit. We've got so I'm kind of keeping an eye on the clock as well. I'm actually gonna put that on the countdown timer once we get to about half an hour. I was actually playing around with it. I was showing Eric. I was playing around with one of the settings here so I could create a thing where I can put the countdown time in the bottom corner. So we'll get to that about half an hour away. Well, not yet. A little bit from now. But I got a question for you. So this is kind of the chat and anybody else as well. So curious. And I asked earlier about it a couple of weeks ago just to make sure people had a chance to think about it, or last week, I should say. We had a bunch of different stuff. Is there any hobby news story? What's your favorite? We had a couple of different things, and I gave some examples last go around, and I actually went through the year-end review. When I was going through it, I was like, oh yeah, that was this year too, and that was this year too, and there were a couple different ones. Like I said, Therapist and the Chasing Cardboard thing were two personal favorites. That's an example. I'll give you an example. What's your favorite? It could be anything, good, bad, or indifferent, but just curious what your favorite is. AW actually releasing a product this century.
I'll be back.
The one that stands out for me the most, and there was a lot. I could pick the Beckett stuff, obviously, with, well, our grading system is going to be this. No, this. No, this. No, this. No, this.
And then I'm doing it entirely.
And then no, we'll just leave it. I mean, you're just a shit ass dumpster fire of a company. But other than that, it would have to be card porn.
The card porn one was a big one. That was a big one.
The police of the hobby, the holier than thou, and like most holier than thous, he became his own dumpster fire, and you found out that the guy was anything but holy, and he's another one that vanished. So I think that was a big one because he had a lot of clout. People, were paying attention to what he reported. Were interested in the inside news that he would get. We did many of a story on this show over the years, from stuff that he was discussing or dug up or reported. And he shot himself in the foot. So, how the mighty have fallen.
It was also really a big sports memorabilia fraud case with the amount of layers to it. There was a lot. It wasn't just one thing. It was a couple of different things. I like this one from Mayo. When someone left their booth to a friend to watch it for them, I think it involved a inventory control number, if I'm not mistaken. I believe the one you're referring to. Then indirectly threatened the buyer with hobby clout. Mm-hmm. That was a thing that happened too.
Early this year, was that this year that happened? I mean,
I believe that was still this year. Yes, I believe that was still this year.
Times run together, to be honest. So,
so Eric, that's the reason why when I do the year in review, just give everybody a little story behind the scenes. I do the whole thing with that big playlist. The reason is I have to go through the playlist so that I can remember to be sure that it was this year. Because stuff that isn't like in January and stuff that was last December, like it could be so close that it's like, okay, so was it a December story or was it a January story or February story? And I have no way of remembering at this point. Like it's impossible. I can't do it. But if I go and watch the videos, it usually gives me a good idea. What do you got there? I can't read that.
And you don't need to read it. It's to Josh. He knows. That son of a bitch knows.
He knows? Okay.
That son of a bitch knows. Him and Name teaming up against me. All right. We went over this already. I don't want to get all fired up again. That son of a bitch knows. You shut up, Josh.
Bob Jackson says that, or people think they could get a bunch of money out of wrestling fans who graded cards at a con. There you go. I think it was a 22 story. Maybe it could have been. It's got to be on that borderline. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it was at one of the Vegas shows. The Vegas sounds right to me because I think it would have been the Mint Collective. I believe it was in a Mint Collective. If
Mint Collective, are you talking about when Beckett decided to change everything?
That would have been one of them. Yeah, they did one thing in Mint Collective. Yeah, there were a couple of things that happened in Mint Collective. It was kind of interesting, and I don't think we're getting any of those anymore because I think Collectible is now out, and the guy who was doing that is now heading up Mascot, so that's a different thing now.
Yeah.
So I think even if they are going to do it in the Mint Collective, it's going to have to be under one of the sponsors is going to have to change up, so it's got to be something different now.
Yeah, there's rumors about that. Well, aside from for me, I mean, there's a couple honorable mentions. You know, Eric having his mayonnaise bath was pretty high up there.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. The success, the unbelievable success of SP Legendary Signatures sold out on ePack. You know that. And that's probably pretty close to number one, but I got to be honest, as a manufacturer, and I don't have any side in this. I really don't. Like I can't pick one. But there was about a month where Panini and Top/Fanatics were suing each other for something different each week.
Yes.
And that's, I mean, if there's ever a time like I should change my profile to Michael Jackson eating a bag of popcorn, that was the period right there. And I mean, it's still going on. And as I said, you know, it's not, I don't have a side. It's different. There's different ramifications of different things. I just want to know what's the solution, because then that determines what's going to happen with other stuff. Right now, there's so much uncertainty because nobody knows what's going to happen with these lawsuits. I mean, there's speculation, but you never know. That you just kind of have to sit there and wait. And I'm impatient. I want to know what's going to happen. But man, this person's suing, or this group is suing this. Then there's a break-in, and then this, and then speaking of the Mint Collective, secret meetings with Panini employees, and all of a sudden, you know, a chunk of their staff now is working for Fanatics. And did they steal all this information? And then did Panini not live up to the expectations of their licensor? It's just like, wow.
Yeah. So the one you're referring, the last one you're referring to was the WWE thing, where indirect. So the accusation is that Fanatics had something to do with it, but it was WWE who was saying, we're terminating the license.
Well, they did
And it
with
just so
football,
happens
too.
that Fanatics is the one who's going to be landing with it right after.
Football,
So it's like
football did
was
it
involved.
too. It was
Yes.
it was that, and it was football. That
Yeah.
football did it first.
Yeah.
And
And
then
WWE, I believe the WWE one, we don't know the specific result, but I believe the WWE one has been settled in some way. That was the latest piece. There's been some kind of a settlement, some kind of an agreement has been reached in that particular lawsuit. But now the question is, okay, so what does that mean? We rumors and some images seem to suggest that maybe Donruss Elite will be released. What does that mean for any other series that were planned down the pipeline? Do the other ones get released, or is that the end of the line and they just clear off whatever they had left over? Like, we don't know that yet. But going into 2024, that's going to be one of the first big questions that has to be answered. What happens to that WWE license? What is the next step?
Yeah. No. And as I said, we just we're going to sit back here, like, keep our name out of this, please. And we'll just have to see what happens and then adjust accordingly.
I guess that would be big for Billy because you're in the industry.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. For me, the Eric Mayonnaise and then
First and
Fanatics,
foremost, yes.
Tops, and Panini. Yes.
No doubt. It would have long-standing ramifications. So for me, those are the big stories. The other one was Billy confessing, kind of on the record, off the record, on the record, off the record. AW exquisite. Billy is personally guaranteeing it. I think it's a bold move on his part. I don't know what that's going to look like. I'm kind of concerned. I have some worries, but Billy, Godspeed. Good luck to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
That was the problem. It's like, unfortunately, it was an anonymous message I got from Spicy Eye, but I think I know who it is now.
Yes.
I think I'm able to now put a name to it, and I feel it is credible.
Netscape.com.
It is a credible. I feel it is a credible source, Eric. As soon as I heard from Spicy Eye is good on letting me know some of the Upper Deck inside tracks.
He sent you a message on MySpace.
MySpace, yeah. We're all a member of that.
Listen, I was in is it
around?
my 5 or my 6? I forget. What's the number, like the top whatever for?
Oh yeah, you can have your top 5 friends, I think.
7, yeah, something like that. Whatever. There's a number there, like a certain one. It's like I'm on there with Spicy Eye, and Spicy Eye's hooking me up with all the info. So we know.
Like you get friends pissed off at you if they were, why is so and so in your top 5 and not me?
Yes.
You're like, oh crap.
Oh God, yeah, that would be fun.
That's right. That's right. Cards HQ, Zach, HQ. HR is a different issue. Yeah. HQ. Good evening, Jets. Happy New Year. Good evening, CC. Happy New Year. But yeah, I just enjoy it. Look, it's fun from my perspective. That's why one of my main things that I said in the year end was like, for the most part, the channel and stay the course. I'm still going to do what I'm going to do. It's there will be more stuff coming up. I love doing the live streams. We can talk about whatever. That's fun. The podcasts have been a breath of fresh air for me. I've enjoyed getting the chance. I've actually got some topics that I'm not going to touch on tonight that I'm going to have some fun talking about on the next podcast episode. So I get to save it. And have a separate conversation. So we're not just rehashing the same old ground every time. It's kind of fun to have a little separation. But yeah, for people who want to check it out. And here's the thing: if you notice the clips, I didn't even use one of the podcast clips. I didn't actually pull anything
Not
from
at
the
all.
podcast. I stuck to the live stream. Was that?
That's because we're 5% more mature there.
No. I definitely think the Domo thing and the Enema Man would totally have made it. I was just so tired that it was like, look, this past couple of weeks have been so tiring for me that I was like, that's why I said, like, before we started, I go, next year I have to start a month in advance and be compiling the clips and do that, because the editing job,
No, you have
the
to do it
amount of
along the
content,
way.
it's too much.
You have to say at the end of the show, I got to clip that.
Yeah, but I know myself, Bobby. There's no way. It's not gonna happen.
I say timestamp this, and then you go,
yeah,
okay, and it's 4 hours later, and you've forgotten.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Now, if I can do little batches along the way, I think that's doable. Maybe once a quarter, compile a couple of clips here and there, and then by the tail end have it. That might be doable. That might be, and it would save me a lot of time. It would save me a lot of time in the tail end, because there were so many that I'm like, oh, there's stuff on the cutting room floor, so to speak, that would have been gold.
Twice. I didn't give my opinion of what the biggest thing for me was
Sweet.
for the
Right.
year, and it
Right.
was mostly when podcasts self-implode. You know, those are the best for me. When they, you know, they're running along and having a good time, and all of a sudden they screw up, and then bam, you know, and then they try to make a video to repair it, and they can't, and it's fun. That is just fun. It's just seeing these people with a little sense of power, what happens with the corruption within their mind. It's really great. I love it.
I think it's fair.
I say
Beverage
great.
says should have had a corny award for the year end, maybe brainstorm categories. I think that'd be a fun thing to do for next year. Definitely would have
Yeah.
some fun with it. Biggest hobby meltdown,
But
biggest story,
will
etc. Yes.
SP Signature Legends be qualify for any kind of award
Product
next
of the
year?
Product of the
Yeah,
year.
yeah. But product of the year.
But it came
Yeah.
out the year before.
But it's not good.
Billy, for us, SP
It's not
Signature
good.
Legends is timeless.
Okay.
It transcends time and space. That's where we really got to appreciate. Look, Billy, you think we're just teasing and making fun of SP Signature? No. SP Signature Legends is where the world really got to fully embrace and understand the greatness, the transcendent greatness of Hal fucking Gill.
Yeah.
Hal
Right?
fucking Gill was born on SP Signature Legends.
That's true.
Facts. This is a fact. We would not have gotten the
HFG.
full appreciation of the Hal Gill experience had it not been for that product.
Mhm.
Just saying.
HFG.
I'm glad
HFG, guys.
people finally recognize. I'm glad they do.
Look, Billy, you should have led with Hal fucking Gill, and we would have all understood immediately. If you
Was
had
he,
just led with
was he card number 1 in the checklist? Because he should have been.
he should have
No.
been 100%.
It was
Yes.
50 something, 52.
Oh,
And to be blunt,
What was he,
my greatest
Remember.
disappointment of the year, if I want disappointment of the year, it was that when it came to the Boston Bruins Centennial set, if it was, I think it was the base set was like 100 cards. It should have been 99 Hal fucking Gill cards, and Joe Thornton is card number 100, and we're done. That's it. There's no one else even worth discussing.
Eric, what number was he? I say 52.
I think it was like 33. I'm just guessing. I think it
See,
was like something like
we had to let go of our
Look up, Eric.
coordinator
You got it.
for not putting him in the retro future watch checklist.
Yes, deservedly so.
It's just like he missed an opportunity. Like it kind of diminished the value of the set by not
Yes.
having that card in the set. The future watch auto also.
Yes, 100%. No doubt.
Diminishes. Yeah, very diminished.
Listen, no doubt. CC says, I guess Button did not make the year end. So I did mention that the podcast episodes, unfortunately, like there were 12, like guys, I'm serious. There were 12 days of content. I couldn't, 12 days, even at 2x speed. It's 12 days. I did the best I could. I tried my best. I actually feel bad because there was some good stuff in the podcast episodes at the tail end. I'm not committing to this. I'm not promising it to you. I kind of want to go look through those podcasts because it wasn't the whole year. It was the tail end of the year where the podcast episode, I think it was like September. I kind of want to skim through the podcast episodes and find a couple of those. Maybe, no promises. Maybe if I find a few, I'll put together a little quick sizzle reel of a couple minutes worth.
That'd be okay.
But there was some good stuff there for the podcast. There was some good stuff in this year. There was some good stuff for that one.
Remember, Eric?
Was that?
You got a number, Eric?
Oh, of what card he was?
Hal F and Gill, man, we want that.
I said 52.
Bob
Carlos
Jackson
said 33. Billy,
33,
any guess? Just
No clue. I thought you
What's
meant in the
his guess?
checklist. Are you talking jersey number or in the checklist?
No, he's saying on the checklist. Checklist is what he's talking about.
Oh, no clue. Like 400
Just say
something.
It's only 100 cards, man.
I know, Billy. We're 1 to 100. Bob Jackson says, Billy, heroes get remembered, but legends never die. That's right.
That's it.
Helga may have been card 28 in the set. Oh, is he 28? Is that right? Oh, Bob Jackson, look at you. By the way, okay, so jokes aside, so Billy, I promise, I guarantee you,
58.
and I have to I have to preamble this consistently by saying, like, I chat with Billy offline on IGD DMs. I like giving him a hard time, but at the same time, I also appreciate what he does. So it's like both things. So I have to preamble that so that I can then continue. Yellow. Who's responsible for that? That is a bullshit parallel. Yellow.
That's right.
That's trash. That's trash.
In what?
Right there. That is a
I didn't
parallel.
know that set.
I understand, but who's responsible? I want to know the responsible party. This is trash.
You have the inside word on everything, Billy. Come on.
So the same person that built your favorite flagship AEW set might have come up with a yellow parallel.
Okay, so Billy.
So the yellow regular.
So thank you for that.
opposed to the
No,
yellow
but thank you for
parallel
that.
is-
What that tells me is that he and myself have just become best friends. Because what that tells me is it tells me he has an appreciation for AEW and understands that Boston Bruins are shit and deserve nothing.
Exactly.
So we're on the same page.
Yep.
We're good. We're good. I just wanted to know. I was curious.
There was
Curious,
no
but
sense
now
of
we have
venturing,
better understanding.
venturing out beyond what they needed to do. So they just kind of just went
Like the shiny.
business as usual. And yeah, we'll just
That
make
was
it
fine.
yellow.
That
because
was
everything
fine.
else is yellow.
The yellow though was inexcusable. Like that was
But
just lazy.
It was more
Yellow,
yellow.
the holophone was fine. The holophone
It was
fine.
a little darker yellow though.
Darker yellow.
So am I gonna get any flack about the cup? I thought you were gonna bring some of that stuff up too.
Would you
We
like
haven't
me
even
to? I
started on the
could.
cup yet.
Billy, like, look. Earlier in the night, Jason Cards and Comics talked about like there were some mean comments about the cup. And I'm not specifically pinning it on you, but at this point, the price of the cup is so damn high that it's like it doesn't make any damn sense unless you're a breaker. Like it's like I don't care what's in it.
Yeah,
Like it's just too high.
it's almost made for breaker.
3/4.
set.
We look, Brad, friend of the channel, and everybody with AMG folks. They're going to open up a case of it. At some point, we're going to do a video where we're going to do it. In a case, I think they'll do fine. There'll probably be a really cool card in that case. That should be
Average out.
That should be awesome.
There should
Yeah,
be
it
more
should
than
average
one
out.
card. But yes.
Yeah. But the point is, though, I think overall, as a case, at the case level, I think it should be good. But like, unless you're in a
Single?
break at the individual tin
single?
level, like throw money into the incinerator. Good luck.
Hey, look, I'll say this much about it. And if that's your complaint, then wow, that's a lot less than I've been hearing from other people.
That's because you're
Billy, I'm not a buyer. I'm a singles buyer. So I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what happens to 3/4
Billy,
of it.
you're a
Like I'll
friend
get
of
the
the
singles I
channel.
want.
So
Like
it
I
is
mean,
what people are not understanding is so during COVID, and I hate to bring this whole COVID thing up again, but remember this is 21-22. But during COVID, there was a shortage in a lot of stuff, and the prices went up for a lot of stuff. The prices also went up on the production standpoint of stuff because there was so much that vendors wanted to print and needed to print from all the manufacturers. For the first time in a long time, the vendors had the upper hand. They really did. And they could charge different prices and do different stuff. And what you've seen in a lot of our cards that have like lamination, and when I say lamination, like you got a 20-point card, there's no lamination to that. You're using 20-point C2S, rainbow foil or foil board or chrome or whatever you want to say. There's no lamination. So that's easy. But once you start getting that lamination cost, once you start having filler in cards and backs and all that other stuff, and having to cut stuff a specific way, that's when a lot of the costs happen. And during that time, as I said, the vendors had the upper hand on what they could charge on stuff, and so some of the prices and part of their costs went up because their costs for materials went up, their costs for employing people went up. I mean, there were many places that lost a lot of workers, and then were basically people were making more money sitting at home than they were going into work 40 hours a week for some jobs, and so money that they were getting from the government and stuff. So it was harder for manufacturers to find people so they had to pay more. So you pay the people to do the work more, it's going to cost more. So the costs of a lot of the stuff that goes into products like the cup have gone up. You saw a price increase for something like SP Game Used. Again, a set that has a lot of laminated cards, and the vendors that can do those type of cards, one had the upper hand, two, their costs were more, and three, their labor was more. I'm just assuming. I mean, I don't have actual fact sheets in front of me and stuff, but you talk to people, and that's what they're saying. So I'll go with it. And maybe that's a good approach. Maybe it's not, but yeah. So the price point of the cup probably isn't where people like. That being said, I don't think all the price increases came from us either. And but when all is said and done, I think a nice product came out. And I've been watching a lot of breaks, and a lot of people are happy with a lot of the cards that they're getting. Cup, like some other high-end stuff, it's feast or famine. And you see it in our competitors' high-end products also. Anytime you do a high-end product, there's a lot of feast and famine to it, and as I said, you've got a lot of great rookies in it. You've got Caulfield, Zegras, Cider, Raymond, Swayman, Knight.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Can I ask
yeah.
can I ask a serious question here?
Of course.
Okay. I wanted to let you have a quick rundown there to give us a little bit background context. So
Yeah.
I'm going to ask this question. One of the things that I saw in there, and it's not a criticism, again, in the spirit of what we're talking about here, it's constructive criticism. It's questions. It's basically whatever category you want to put in there.
Carlos,
so here's my question.
Like, you ask questions, I inform. Like, I'm not trying to change. I'm not trying to change your opinion.
Yeah.
Just like you're not just coming at me. I totally get it. Like, totally understand.
Yeah, no, that's right. Like I said, as long as we're all on the same page, I think it's fair. And like I said, I will pose the question. And so one of the things that I see in there, which is both good and bad, so there's both good and bad, is that I took a look when we were doing the review, because with the AMG thing, we've got the YouTube channel there. They're a card shop. So when we're talking about it, we're reviewing it as product, and we're looking at it from the context of they're going to sell it in the store, and we're promoting it. So so when we're doing that, my job is to be like, okay, let me lay it out for you. I want you to buy it from them. I'm trying to help them sell the product. So in the end, my goal is to sell the product, but I also will question where I feel like there's questions to be asked or whatever. One of the things though that I was looking at is I looked at the checklist of the update cards. So, and this has been going on for a couple of years now. And I think the update cards are cool from the perspective of there's some amazing cards on there and they would add value to a pack. So say, for example, we joked about it with Baubles earlier tonight. The Jason Robertson. There's an exquisite Shield Auto card, and then there's also a Cup Shield Auto card. But in both situations, those are 2020 cards, which were already delayed in the first place. And then these actually came out in the 21-22 product. So in other words, you opened the 2021, which is already delayed, and you had no chance to get those because in the long run, they ended up in the 21-22 product, where we're still a year behind, but we're getting closer. But you're getting the Jason Robinson rookie Shield card in a product a year after the rookie year that was already delayed product.
Yep.
If you get what I'm getting at.
100%.
And on the one hand, it's a cool value add to the person buying now, but it kind of sucks for the person who's buying the 2020, 2021, where it's like, as it turned out, even though it was delayed, by that point, Jason Robertson's a really big hit. The 249 ends up being a big hit. That's cool. But then this is the Shield card. This is the big one here. And you don't get that until a year after that, which is cool on the one hand. But on the other hand, it's like, I wish that we had stuff from 21-22 that could hold it down, because otherwise we've got these update cards.
Look, when we're building stuff and when we get stuff in, some of those autographs came in last minute. I can tell you right now, Caulfield, Zegras, and Cider came in last minute. Is when I say we did everything we could to get Zegras, we did those exact same things to get Caulfield, Cider, and Raymond, and it worked with those three. Unfortunately, it didn't work with Zegras. That's why Zegras is a sticker. We did everything that we could. So something like Jason, again, it's one of those things where it can come in last minute, but what we will not do, and it's a huge risk to do redemptions for one-of-one cards, because you don't have any backups. You don't have anything that you can, it's a one-on-one card. So at that time, we weren't going to make a redemption card for the Shield card, because what if we didn't get it in? One of the things, and things get mailed to players in different boxes. One of the things that came up was people were complaining that there were enshrinements for Stutzel. I think it was enshrinements for Stutzel, and it was the same card, and it came out. The same card came in 2 different years of the Cup with different autographs because Stutzel's changed his autograph. Well, it's because he mailed back one of the boxes and didn't mail back the other box. Then he mailed back the other box. So we have these cards. We paid for them. They're desirable cards. We chose as a company to put those cards in there. We choose not to put one of one redemptions in because it's such a high risk, because the value of those cards are so high. What do we have to replace them with?
Repack.
Now you say, well, people didn't get a chance to get those Shield cards. You're right. They didn't get a chance to get those Jason Roberts Shield cards. If you go back and look at the checklist, you do not see those cards on the checklist.
No,
So-
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying no.
If you do the research, if you're spending $1,000 or whatever, like, or maybe it's 1,200 Canadian or 1,500 Canadian or 800 US or whatever the price was at the time or is at the time, if you're spending that much money on 6 cards, I hope you're doing the research.
They're not doing it, Billy.
Well-
No, they're not. I'm just speaking from
lottery
experience.
ticket. At
We
that point.
know they're not.
Yeah.
Like there are too many people that are.
I
not.
said I
That's
hope.
the re-
I didn't say
yeah,
you are.
Hope
But
is
that's the
good. Hope
reason
is a
why
good
in the
word.
context.
Safe word.
That's the reason why in the context of what we were doing in those videos, we tried to be the informational vehicle. I
Love
actually went through sections of the checklist and be like, hey, by the way, guys, even right off the top, I said, hey, by the way, this is the new cup checklist. Bedard's not in it. That's the very first words out of my mouth. Bedard is not in this one. Just so we're clear,
Right.
just so we're all on the same
You're
page.
sure there's
Not
there's
in
lot
this
of
set.
pocket collectors all of a sudden for some reason named Connor Bedard. You're right.
But that's the informational piece. That's where when I'm doing that with them, they're a card shop. They're going to have to answer the same questions. So I go, let me start off the very conversation by saying, hey, by the way, this is 21-22. That means there is no Connor Bedard. That means Cole Caulfield, yes. Connor Bedard, no. Just number one, before we even begin discussing the rest of it. Now let me go through the rest of the checklist and we'll talk about some of the rest of the stuff.
And you know something I did in this year's preview that I've never done before is I actually showed some of the older, some of the cards that were from the previous year. Like we showed the Robertson Shield. We showed some Sidney Crosby. All the Sidney Crosby is a year before, but it's Sidney Crosby. Like, and there's some really nice cards, but they're all 2021 cards for him. Like Sidney Crosby signs when Sidney Crosby wants to sign, and God bless him, he signs for us. He doesn't need to. He's a superstar. I'm sure he makes a lot of money. So, we're very happy that he signs for us. And, but he's also a busy guy. And so when he can sign for us and he signs for us, we love it. He's been healthy the last few years. It's funny because he used to always like if he had an injury during the season, guess what? You got your Crosby cards that year because he's sitting there injured and he'll sign his cards. But there's some players that just don't sign during the season. That's another thing.
Really?
Right.
Oh yeah. They won't sign during the season. So, but he's all
contracts with these people.
past product stuff. And like you said, there's some really nice past product cards in there for sure.
You do. There are contracts.
Contracts with
but
these people, though?
There are contracts, but like Brian Gray made specific note about this. He was one of the first ones who decided to actually challenge them on the contract. As in actually being like, all right, I'm going to take a chance of alienating the people that we sign contracts with. And I'm actually going to be like, hey, we signed a contract. I really need you to sign this or I'll sue you.
He's one of the first people to publicly say that.
Yeah, exactly. So it's one of those things where like it is a lever. Like you've got a contract, depending on what the terms are, you do have some recourse, but it's a balancing act. Can you point to the contract and go, by the way, you signed this and you agreed to do X. Hey, get on with it.
How long does it take really to sign like 50 cards, 100 cards, whatever? Like honestly, even 500 cards. Like really, what time in your day? How important are you that you cannot sign that and get it done under a contract? Seems pretty simple to me.
I agree, Bobby, but like, what?
You're playing on the ice, and then after the ice, what are you doing? Like, really,
I agree,
come on,
Bobby.
guys.
But
You're
like,
not that
but what?
important in
But
this
what if you're
world.
somebody? But what if you're somebody who's already made millions of dollars and you don't care?
It doesn't. Well, then don't sign a contract.
That's the argument. The argument is the twofold piece.
Yeah,
Is
it's an
that
argument,
you signed
but
the
it's still-
contract, you
it's
should
obligation,
fulfill your
right?
agreement, et cetera, et cetera.
And don't keep the cards like some professional athletes.
Hey, Bob, do you think all these players are excited about signing this contract, or do you think there's a lot of excited agents that want their clients to sign it because they get a percentage?
Well, I would think that, with Fanatics and what they say, that, hey, they're hooked in with the NHL, with the MLBPA or whatever, NHLPA. Yeah, sure. Hey, they make money, we make money, everybody makes money. So why not do it?
That may end up being their leverage point, but for the NHL, that's not the thing.
But
the NHL is for the NHL, it's a licensing deal.
In the course of a day, anybody can do anything, and it's what they choose to do. So either you have uncooperative stars or you have cooperative stars. Like business is business, regardless of that.
I agree.
If you're not doing business, then you're not a good business person. Just sign the fucking things. That's it. Simple.
Yeah, I won't get into too much detail about it.
Hire me and I'll talk to you.
I was gonna say send Billy over.
Yeah,
He'd be
right.
like, sign the thing, just sign it. You've got like 5 minutes, sign it.
Yeah.
He'll be the motivational speaker to get them to sign.
Get the pen out. Let's do it.
It's like
I'll
sign
be gone in
it for the
5 minutes.
There you go.
We'll send him to Eric's shop.
That's right. There you go.
But realistically, Billy, like honestly, it takes no time for these guys to do it. They are not that busy in their lives. They're not that important in this world to not sign. Like honestly, really.
I'm not arguing with you at all. I can't really comment too much on that aspect of it.
I get it. I understand 100%. But I'm just saying it for you.
Yeah. There you go. Exactly. But yeah, no, I think that's an agreement. I think it's an agreeable point. We'll take along with how some of them sign as well. Yeah. The question isn't whether they can. The question is whether they will. And that's been the issue with a lot of these players, is that no, there is enough time in the day, especially if you pick and choose your spots.
I'm busy doing my articles, writing my apps and stuff like that. I got enough time to sign 50 autographs.
But you're ignoring Eric's, right? His autograph request is still ignored, right?
Yes.
Okay,
There's
just
no
making
app.
sure.
There's no app.
Just
I'm
making
just saying.
Yeah, just making sure. It's important.
If I ever had an app, yes. Yeah, then I would
Very
have
important.
more time.
Yes, very important. Very good. Very good.
I hate you all.
It's okay. We're leaving that in the past, Eric. In about a minute and a half, that was last year's news. Moving on to next year's news. It's gonna be different.
Next year.
I'm still gonna hate you in a minute and a half.
I think it's about a minute by now. Yeah.
I'm fairly confident. Right now, it's a 120. 120. I've got it on the screen there in the corner.
Okay.
I'm very confident, Eric. I can tell you this. I say this with much love. I won't care. Not even a little.
I believe that.
Yeah. I'm very sincere in my statement. I could not be more sincere about anything that I've ever said.
I'm gonna have to log out for a couple of minutes because I have to spend the
completely fine.
My
Absolutely,
wife.
100%.
You got,
of course,
53
She's my
seconds.
best
So
friend.
you have 50 seconds. You have 50 seconds, Bobby.
Okay, I'll be back.
All right, no worries. Do your thing. Do your thing. So preemptively, happy New Year to everybody else. So right now, again, we're on a time delay. So those of you watching on YouTube will be a couple seconds ahead of us, most likely. So I'm at about 34, 35 seconds. So, but I do appreciate you hanging out in the new year with us, just kind of chilling and having some fun conversations. And hopefully the new year is good for you. Whatever that happens to be for you, collecting wise, personal wise, whatever that is. Hopefully you enjoy it. Like I said, I enjoy being kind of low key on the new year, just kind of hanging out and having my beer and chilling out. And we even put up with Eric. That's pretty good.
Well, you're the only ones that will, so
I'm on West Coast time, so it's like 9 o'clock right now.
No, Billy, I totally understand that. Like, look, that's a different conversation. But on the East Coast, we're approaching the midnight hour, and 3, 2, 1, and we've arrived. It is now 2024 on the East Coast. Happy New Year!
Yeah.
Boom.
I'm one day closer to death.
Oh, you're always a day closer to death. And I hear fireworks off in the background. Out in the distance, somebody's fired them off. There you go. Same Billy.
See the difference, Billy? Those are fireworks. What you're hearing in LA is gunshots. Very different.
Yeah.
So was it a big deal that this was the last season of Letterkenny in Canada?
So I can't speak to it myself. I don't watch much TV. I got to be 100% transparent with you. I don't. But I have no doubt, like, it was a popular show. So I would think it was. I would think so. That'd be my opinion. Name says you're in the future. We are. We are in the future. Happy New Year, East Coasters. Eric, go wrench. Facts.
Bob, I want to be the first one in 2024 to tell you to go screw.
Wow. Amazing. You all just get here. So happy New Year, Colorado Sports Suit. Thank you. Happy New Year, health and happiness for 2024. Excellent sentiments to you as well. Billy on the best coast. The best part is Billy. For years I used to joke. For years I used to joke that I live on. For years I used to joke that I live on West Coast time. I probably live more like on Japan time most of the time. If I'm being completely honest. Give me 1 second.
So, you see, Billy on the best coast. I think she may be prejudiced.
No, someone just sent me an amazing message saying that Bill Nye, the science guy's full name is William New Year's Eve.
All right.
Because Nye, N-Y-E, get it?
Yeah, New Year's Eve, right. Yeah, he shortens it right up. He must get a lot of that tonight.
No doubt. No doubt. There you go.
Right. There's no need for that type of language here, Bob. This is a family show. Thank you.
Oh, there's fireworks. Because they're celebrating the East Coast too.
It's 9 o'clock. You're in LA. Those are gunshots.
Look, regardless, to me, I kind of appreciated. Look, I'm hoping that at some point, if the opportunity presents itself, I'd like to be out on the West Coast because I'd much prefer that time zone personally. But I kind of, after a while, I don't know about you guys, but it gets comfortable after a while, and you're kind of been in a place long enough, and it's like you're kind of already settled in. It's like, oh, but then I got to move all my stuff, and like on the other hand, it's like, the East Coast, I'm kind of over it. I'm over the East Coast time zone.
You know what sucks is all this sun and this warm weather and the lack of rain and the lack of stupid accents from people from the East Coast. And there's not a lot of chata out here.
And wildfires and droughts and earthquakes and rattlesnakes, and you can keep it.
Are you talking about California or Australia? Jesus. All right, hold on. So Stuke here. Happy New Year. Even happier beating the Vikings to move into the playoff driver's seat. That is a fact. Thank you, Stuke. Happy New Year to you as well. Big Scott, Happy New Year. Big Scott, if I know you were doing your show earlier tonight, but if you're messaging here, I assume you're done. If you want to come on, let me know, and I can always shoot you a message on Instagram. I can shoot you a link. Let me know if you want to pop on and say hello. In their hot dogs and Peabody. Is this a new year? It is on the East Coast. It is indeed. No, what I was going to say was that one of my other favorite things about the California thing is everybody in the U.S. talks about, it's like, the taxes and all that. It's like, dude, I'm in Canada.
Yeah.
You're fucking peasants when it comes to taxes. You're a joke. I laugh in your general direction. Taxes. You know not of taxes. I'm getting taxed in the air I'm breathing right now, fuckers.
And that is true.
And we managed somehow. It's crazy, but we managed somehow.
I don't know how.
Yeah. I don't know what to say, man. But it is what it is. So I think the important thing that a lot of people always forget is that usually you've got a bias for wherever you come from or whatever the case may be. Oh, this is the best place. It might be. And for somebody else, it would suck. That's just reality. That's just the truth. And it might work better for certain people and certain other people, not so much. It's like, no, I like hot weather. I'm good. So to me, whatever. It's like, oh, it's so expensive. It's like, yeah. And then for all the same people that complain about California, it's like, okay, cool. Why is it that certain people keep moving to California? And then, but everyone's leaving California. If that was true, then real estate prices would drop. It would become cheaper and other people would move in.
Because California knows how to party.
See, you gotta get the radio show back. Billy, have you considered getting the radio show back on? Have you considered getting you're gonna bring Spicy Eye back?
The eyes in the house.
Okay, that was terrible.
I think I finally.
I think his voice cracked during that one. That was terrible. We might have to bring Spicy Eye back. Is all I'm saying. We whine about Minnesota landing 10,000 taxes. All I'm saying.
This is Massachusetts. We invented tax.
You're still peasants. Be quiet. California, you have to be a millionaire just to survive. Pfft.
I'm surviving.
Chime in and extend a Happy New Year's greeting. Happy New Year's. Carl Sr. actually tried to call me a second ago, and I'm like, I'm still in the live stream. It's like I told you. I'm not going to answer the phone. Just to be clear, I'm literally still on the live stream. It's not like I didn't tell him 3 times today, just to be on the safe side. You know,
he doesn't care.
I know, but I care enough to put him on voicemail.
I always used to call my grandparents on my birthday when I was in college. They're like, "Oh, you don't have to call us. We were going to call you later." I'm like, "Yeah, I know you were going to call me later, and I'm going to be in a different state of mind when you try calling me."
Yeah.
There you go. Nice.
College days. Wow. Yeah.
That was DJ Spicy Eye talking right there, Bobby. You missed it.
Oh, that was DJ Spicy Eye talking. Okay,
God, I love that name. I love that name, Billy. I'm not even going to call you Billy anymore. That's it.
There you go. Yeah.
DJS.
Like when I'm doing the thing, I don't like to sit there and take a phone call midway through, and that's why I specifically call them to be like, "Happy New Year" in advance. In advance.
Oh, in advance. Okay.
Well, so I was gonna make a T-shirt for the fall expo, and I didn't have enough time, but I have enough time for the spring expo. But now I have a competitor to my worst card I've ever made, because I was gonna make a card that had a thermal threat card on the front. Someone told me I should make it with myself as a thermal threat from Full Force in 1516. But do I make a card for chemical composition now instead of the thermal threat and just say this was my concept or something like that? Or do I stick with the thermal threat? Because I think the thermal threat would be funnier. But
no, the chemical compositions is definitely the bigger, like it was the swing and the miss.
No, it was. And
no, I think teacher's pet wins hands down.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it. Those are fun cards for kids. I thought at your maturity level, you would enjoy those cards, Eric.
It's still over my head. I'm below that.
Wow.
Look, I can't, and something like Flagship's going to have some fun cards. Like there's always going to be an insert card in there. Aside from portraits, there's always going to be an insert card that might not be geared towards the rippers and flippers. Okay. It's geared to just have a little bit of fun there. Amanda, I hate you.
Yeah,
I don't. I will say this.
Thumbs up.
There's going to be a card in Parkhurst that gives it a good run for its money.
Love it.
But we'll talk about that one later. No, the chemical composition was a card that didn't get executed the way I would have hoped. And it just didn't come out the way I had envisioned it. And it's unfortunate. I cringed when I saw that there were 2 of those still coming out as past products in the cup, because I never wanted to see those cards again. I have just recently told the story that actually Connor McDavid, when he was signing him, said those were the worst cards he's ever seen. So you know what? You swing and you miss sometimes, and that was a miss. I'd like to think that there were some really cool cards in the cup that could make up for those.
No, absolutely not. And literally that dragged down the entire legacy of the cup. It is ruined forever. Carbon is rolling in his grave. Carbon is rolling in his grave, and he's still alive.
If you
he's rolling in his grave, and he's still alive.
They agree with you.
His children are ashamed of his legacy because of that specific set.
I smile about it, and yet I know what people pay for this product. But there's sometimes you want to try some stuff with technology and stuff, and man, sometimes it hits really well, and sometimes it doesn't. And in this case, not being executed right, it didn't hit well, unfortunately. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. So Scott, I needed to shame Billy first and mock him mercilessly first. Needed to make sure that took priority. But Happy New Year. How are you?
Happy New Year to all y'all. Hi, I'm Scott. Nice to meet you.
New year, new Scott. How's that coming
never
along
met
here?
the man up in the top corner there. Yeah, if you hear any banging, I'm not getting attacked. It's just a lot of fireworks going off.
Yeah, same here. A lot of fireworks going on. Right.
I was. Here's
Right.
the thing. I've got headphones on so that I listen to you guys, and
Right.
the fact that I can hear it, like I was able to acknowledge it immediately, and I was able to catch it, tells you that it went off right away. It was like, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. They've been going off since 6 this afternoon or this evening.
Really?
So, yeah.
So for the record, so a quick side point. I worked in a party supply store in an old life years ago now. And part of it was because at that time, you needed to be over 18 to sell fireworks. So
Yes.
when I went and worked in the retail store, you've still got a lot of kids there. So if you're over 18, you're automatically the one in charge of selling the fireworks. Automatic. So I'm like, all right, sweet deal. I get to go over here. I'll just set up this. Like, it was an easy job for the time that I was doing it. It was 2 times a year I got to do it. I got to do it for basically Canada Day, and I got to do it for we did get to do it for New Year's, but then there was also there was Canada Day, and also was it Victoria Day? There was
Victoria
one
Day. Yeah.
Yeah,
July
that was one.
4th?
That was the other one. That was the other one. We
July
got Victoria
4th?
Day as well. In Canada, I don't think. In Canada, you try to pull that son of July 4th, there's an arrest warrant coming. There's some questions we got to have about you. It's like, traitor, crucify them. But the point
It's my
is that
birthday. Leave it alone.
yeah. So what happened is, so I was in that section and selling the fireworks, and the thing is like, to your point about starting it that early, is that y'all know fireworks go off quick and then they end quick. In order to, like, I actually did one time for the neighborhood. They asked me, it's like, hey, can you set up a little fireworks display? So what I did is I actually accumulated a certain amount of fireworks and grabbed some from other folks and everything, and put together like a whole fireworks display for the neighborhood. And I think it lasted like 45 or 50 minutes. But that was like $1,000 worth of fireworks at the time. Like, it's not cheap. Do you know how much money it costs to keep the fireworks going for that long and vary it and show different kinds, just so that it's not the same boring thing over and over again? Roman candles for the 47th time. No, if you want to mix it up a little bit and make it interesting, it costs a lot of money. It's like, if you're doing it like 6 o'clock in the afternoon, like, what are you going to do when it's actually midnight? Like, what do you got left if you've actually spent any money on this stuff? That's
Finish
crazy.
that bottle. Spicy eye.
All right, can I
That's
ask?
All right.
nice, yeah.
I have
So
a
let's get to the main questions. Okay, I'm trying to figure. So it's Scott. It's obviously I see Ric Flair. I'm
Okay.
guessing that's Brutus the Barber Beefcake in white.
Yes.
I can't figure out because it's blurry on my screen who is in between them.
That is Shamrock.
Oh,
Wow.
I was about to say, yeah, that looked like Ken. That looked like Shamrock.
I was like looking. I'm like, man, it kind of like I'm looking at the physique. I'm like, it looks like a Batista kind of body, but I'm like, he has tattoos and shit.
Look, Ken Shamrock was a freaking beast.
He was.
Yeah.
Like, he
I
was he was scary.
This wall over here. And
Yeah.
some other
Yeah, but Shamrock had the combination. Like, Luger was a bodybuilder, and he looked like one.
Yeah.
But Ken Shamrock looked like a bodybuilder who could actually fight. Like, he was a real fighter, and it was a different era for him, because in his era he was ahead of the game in his era. And then obviously as time went on, mixed martial arts evolved and things moved on from him. But at the time, like, just being a Pancras guy and having a couple of additional skill sets in mixed martial arts made you far and away ahead of the game, because he was right at the top of that game for a long time. And then when he went to professional wrestling, he's like, yeah, this dude's legit. He looks legit. He comes off legit, and he's got the intensity down. Like, this guy's great. Ken Shamrock should have been a bigger star than he was. WWE dropped the ball.
He was a grappler who got mostly tap outs and was just boring.
And he was crazy.
But that was the thing. Like, for the
Guys,
character
that's-
he had, you could have made it work. It would have been okay.
Yeah. He is pretty good on the mic for coming over from that type of background.
He was actually pretty solid. Like, I think Cam Shamrock was a missed opportunity for them, because they were already committed to the guys they had at the top of the card. So they weren't going to let him have that opportunity, but it would have been cool if they had given it a shot. Who knows? So
He's
it says, "Hey,
equivalent
Scott."
to Michael Chandler of modern day, in my opinion.
Okay. There you go.
Hey, let's see. Bob Jackson wants to know who's the ball player. It's Steele, the catcher from the University of Virginia. That's directly beside him.
There you
He
go.
went the
So Scott,
top 3 rounds this year draft.
nice. So Scott, I didn't get a chance to check it out, but I know you were doing a live stream tonight. How'd it go?
Actually went pretty well. Went well over an hour. 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Whoa.
Yeah, big time.
Catch up, man. Catch
Yeah.
up.
So, I had Wesker Griff, and he did a
What, that
rant.
lazy bastard? That lazy bastard has a link. That son of a bitch. I'm gonna fix him now. Now he's gonna get it.
Well, I knew you were going live. That's why I didn't send you a link. You or Eric. So, but had him and Mayo just talking the year, next year, and normal end of the year stuff. And with the Eagles losing today, we had some fun with Ed. So
Actually, me and Big Scott became friends on Facebook today. Wow.
Whoa.
Watch
What?
out.
Was that on your year-end highlight reel, Scott? Like, did you
I
get that in
guess.
there? Your buddies with the Burrell. Bro.
Bobby's good people, man. We're on the book face.
You hesitated a really long time before giving that response. Eric, that was a really long. Like,
It's
hold on.
3 books, Scott. 3 books, but that's okay. 85
Bobby's a
articles
good
and 3
people.
books.
Bobby's a good people. Yeah, he's great.
Sure.
I see how it is. You keep this up, and you're gonna get into the Eric. You're gonna be behind Eric in the list to get into the app.
I
Keep
just
this
want
up,
the
and get
hat.
behind him.
I want the hat. That's all.
Well, you're way behind the
Everybody
8 ball in
wants
the
the
hat
hat.
right now.
I just want the
Everybody
hat.
wants the hat. Yeah.
I want the app too, but I'll get the hat next year when I come to up there for the Expo.
I win
All
that.
right.
Yeah.
Is there going to be more Needham hats down the road, Bobby? Is there going to be a series 2?
There's a lot of people who want them for some reason. It's just like, and they want the mug too. Thanks, Eric.
Well, I think if you do it, Bobby, you should modify the design just slightly because you got to distinguish Series 1 and Series 2.
So maybe
y'all
I'll
had
put
your
the
chance.
Needham underneath in a swoop.
Whatever you need to do, a small tweak I think is appropriate because it distinguishes Series
Or the
1
color.
from Series 2.
Or
Something,
change the
whatever
color.
works for you. Whatever works for
Maybe
you.
go to a darker hat. Yeah, that might be good.
Could be.
Yeah, but everybody wants one. So every new member of Needham will get a new hat. No, hey, didn't quote that. Easy.
Wow.
They're $20 each. What do you want? Like, how many do you want? Can't get them out for free all the time.
Bob, I get it. I get it, man. I get it. But Scott, so you had that. That was good, and I'll give Ed a hard time because he deserves it at this point. Like now, I understand. I understand how it is. Like unless he's in the darkness, he doesn't have the guts to show up here.
Mr.
I've told him
West
100
Coast.
times to show up. And what's
Does-
this? Nothing.
Did you
Like,
send him a
alright.
link today for this?
What I did is I sent a link to the IRP thing in general.
Oh,
I said,
okay.
here it is. Here it
Okay.
is. So that was open to Steve. So that was open to Steve. That was open to
Dave,
Dave,
Bob,
and Bob, and
Benny.
those other ones. It's like
Chair.
I just left it there. I just left it there just to see
Where are
what
they
happened.
now?
Chair, of course. Chair would be amazing. Chair would be
Where
a
are
great
they now?
guest.
Like only Scott shows up. Like, come on.
The Slackers.
What's going on?
No,
Well, we chatted for a while. You know how we do after the show, and
Yeah.
then Ed says he's going to bed about 10 minutes to 12.
Yeah, right.
trash.
And
Trash.
then me and Mike were talking, and Mike's got 300 eBay sales he's got to get through tonight. So
Whatever.
And while he's doing the sales, he just sits there on the camera anyway. So
Big-
it's not like,
He
oh,
sits
whoa,
there,
whoa.
and then I ask you a question. He's like, "Well, you can see him fiddling the whole time."
That's complete BS is what that is. That's garbage. Like I'm not accepting. Look, Scott, I'm not accepting these excuses from these people. I did a year-end video and I ran through the runtime on this channel. Ran through more than 12 days of runtime, more than 12 days worth of videos and live streams. 12 days.
So did they send you that info? I haven't
No.
looked at my email.
No,
That's
I
coming.
created a watch. What I do is I create a watch list of all the videos for the year, and then you can basically go on Google and punch in YouTube watch list runtime or something like that,
Right.
and you can literally look it up. It'll give you the average. It'll give you the whole thing. Yeah, over 12 days comfortably.
All right. I was looking at some of my numbers today. I was just
Impressed.
Depressed.
not
Sorry.
really. I was
It's the
I was
same.
up in everything but subscribers. So I was okay with that too. So,
But how many times did you have spicy eye on?
Yes.
I was gonna say, like, if you don't got spicy eye, I don't even know what you're doing over there.
Legend.
That's what I'm saying. I think spicy eye should be an SB signature legend. I have no, like,
I
we've
think so,
established
too.
that is a lofty praise, and I think spicy eye deserves to be an SB signature legend.
Yep.
That's
I do
one
believe
autograph I need to get.
It is.
And it needs to be inscribed spicy eye.
Yes.
I feel like I missed something tonight, or
So that was Billy. So that's
Yes, a
Billy's
great story.
college radio nickname. He is Spicy Eye.
man.
It was
DJ
quite the
Spicy
story.
Eye.
As soon as he
Sorry.
explained it,
It's
we just sit there like,
It's
This is
short
not
for
what you think.
Spicy Italian, which was the Subway sub that I really liked at Subway all the time. So
As long as you didn't call
my
yourself
friend
like
named me.
Are you
feels like
Italian?
balloon knot or something else. It kind of sounds like it should be another part of your body.
Are you Italian too, Billy?
He's not listening.
Obviously
Billy, you
not.
lost
He listens to
consciousness
his
or you're still
dog's
there?
bark.
No, he's just coughing. I'm just making sure he doesn't. He's got like a kennel cough, but
okay.
some of the times the dogs get a little sick and throw up on stuff. So I'm just making
Yeah,
sure he's
Eric
not
has that
peeing on the
too.
carpet.
Eric has that too. We usually give him Mayo to fix it.
Did you share any of the pictures that we were showing each other the other day, Carlos?
Sorry,
To
you're referring
Eric.
you're referring to on the Instagram?
Yeah,
All
with
right, hold
the
on. I haven't. I don't think I have.
they
but
had
there's been a lot of
they
them.
had a bowl game down here in Charlotte in your honor, Eric.
Well, so that one. So what? So Eric, let me explain this. Let me explain it this way. There was so much commitment. This is not a joke. I've shown the one image several times. However, I should point out this is not. It's a similar image, but it's not the same image. And what happened is, what it should tell Eric is that there were multiple people from different directions and angles that made their own. This is the Instagram version. Similar in concept, similar in premise.
Look at it. I don't know. I'm not looking. That's gross.
But it's not exactly the same. It's similar. It's very close.
Just the thought of it. Just, I mean, no. Oh, Jesus.
You look so happy, Eric.
There's nothing that would allow.
So, Scott, the point is we've got two different versions of that. We've got the 1.0 and 2.0. They're two different. You have the one that you provided, but then also there is another one in addition to that was also made off the same template, the same basic premise.
I just can't believe there's people in the stands during that game that was eating mayonnaise like straight from the jar.
I don't want to talk about it.
Eric, this seems like it's all these pictures. Is this like a fetish or something?
No, Eric has some proclivities that we don't want to discuss too deeply into.
Oh my
I have
God,
concerns.
My stomach is turning right now.
Well, West Virginia beat North Carolina in the Duke's Mayonnaise Bowl, so
that's right.
I'm gonna throw up. I'm not kidding. That's how we're gonna start the new year.
Scott, I got to be honest. This is kind of inspiring me. I'm kind of enjoying the direction this is going. We're not going to take too long, I promise. We're going to hang out for a little bit. But I got to be honest. I'm kind of feeling like I need to go and grab another beer. It's kind of what I'm feeling. It's a new year. My beers were consumed last year, and now that's over.
I need to ask the question. I need to ask Billy the question, or ask anyone the question.
All right, ask the question.
All right. So to back up a little, you guys are talking about a product that I don't collect, so I don't know anything about. And you're talking about this chemical composition, right? So I looked it up. I wanted to see what you guys were talking about. Definitely not the worst card I've ever seen in my life. Actually, looking at this one in particular, I think is kind of neat looking. It's a bright orange up top. But what is the material that's arching over the player's head? What is that?
Okay. So the original card, the original concept of the card, and someone argue this sort of thing doesn't belong in the cup. Some might be right. Some, we try to come up with some new things. Again, swing and miss sometimes.
Yeah.
But the concept of it was supposed to be there's different layers to the earth. And so this is the first card in a very long time, or the first card that I can think of, to be completely honest with you, that has 3 different color fillers. And what I mean by filler is the paper. There's 3 different layers. It's like orange, yellow, red, or something. I think it's like yellow, orange, red.
Okay.
So what was supposed to happen was the card was actually, the cut spots were supposed to kind of go like this. So the top level, like almost like you're digging into the earth sort of thing. And then there's like a jersey version or whatever. The problem is they cut the die cut straight down. You can barely even see that there's other colors there, because like usually with filler, they cut it over and stuff like this. So it was supposed to be like this. Instead, it's straight down. You can't, I mean, the only way you can tell there's 3 different color fillers on it is if you look at the card from the side, not from looking at it straight ahead. That's where you were supposed to see that. And unfortunately and then the better the card, the farther down it went. So like there's a red version, it's cut down deeper. That's the mantle. There's the mantle, there's the cross. I don't remember which one's which, to be honest with you. I didn't do well in science except equalizing.
It sounds
equations.
vaguely like geology class from elementary.
Yeah, I was great in math. I was not
kind
good
of doing
in
the San
science.
Andreas fault or something.
Yeah, this is rookie outer core.
Okay, so there's an outer core. So that's the first level. And it was supposed to like go this way, and it didn't. And I was told they could do that, and that's what was supposed to happen. And then the first time I saw the cards physically, because like we see like digital versions of them,
Sure.
When we review designs and all other stuff, but the first time I saw them was because I'm not the guy that gets the cards from the vendor and gives them to the athlete to sign and then brings them back and all that other stuff. I'm the guy that kind of comes up with the outline of the set and the concepts of the design. And then we go through and we have plenty of meetings of looking at the designs and making sure that everything's costed correctly, making sure that everything's built the right way. And then, it goes to the vendor and they do their thing, and then it gets signed, and then it comes back. And some of these things I don't see until we're packing the cup out. And because they're not bringing the cards back to California after they've been signed.
Right.
They're being stored in North Carolina. So when I saw them,
where's that at?
Where what?
In North Carolina, where's that at?
Oh, we have one of our buildings in North Carolina. We have one of our buildings in California. It's kind of because one of the printers is near North Carolina, so we set up shop up there too. So that because we don't have the printing facility in our building, and like back in the old Otter days where the building was, I think they had the printing facility in the building. Obviously, we don't have that anymore. So that's what happened there, Eric. That was the concept of the card. Was one, I'd never seen a 3-colored filler card before, and so I'm like, let's try something different. This could be really cool.
Yep.
And then it just was executed not the way I had envisioned.
I definitely.
So in other words, you should just blame Eric.
That sucks, though. You lose creative control at that point, right?
Yep. There was somebody that they did their little history of the cup thing, and they talked about the Billy years. And
you mean Mitch Grotman? Mitch Grotman on Hockey Cards Gone Show?
And they might have mentioned, well, why didn't you just pull the cards? And it's not that easy because, as I mentioned, I hadn't even seen these cards until pack out. By that time, Grant has spent days, and I'm not even exaggerating. If you guys would see the loop for the cup, and we don't talk too much about the cup, but I've said this before. If you guys were to see the amount of work Grant does on the cup, it's like playing 3D chess compared to a regular loop that might look like checkers. His loop for this product is like a 3D chessboard. There are I'm not saying what's on the loop, but I'm telling you, he has formulas that are from different sheets from different Excel sheets on the one same Excel. Like, I don't know how he does it. When I got interviewed by Beckett Magazine, one of the first things they asked was, "Are Grant's Excel sheets really as like crazy as people say?" And my answer is yes. He's amazing. He's unbelievable. And so I didn't see these cards. We can't go pull hundreds of cards from already mixed bins and already like looped cards. Like all of a sudden we would lose, whether they were case hits, whether they were other kinds of hits that go into the cup. We can't just pull them. So, you know, in that situation, someone that in North Carolina isn't going to look at the card and say, "Is this how the card's supposed to look?" Because they're not the ones that built, they're not the ones that built the cards. So there's a lot of people that'll make comments, and I'm not saying all of them are wrong, but there's sometimes there are comments that are just uneducated. Because they don't know what goes behind the scenes. And so that was one that was just,
Billy, are you suggesting, if I understand you correctly, are you suggesting that the Cup Masterclass Part 3 is lacking in hashtag scholarly content?
No, there were just some things that, look, I love that they did that. I love that they brought back and showed all these designs from all these different years that they did. I thought it was a great idea. I just, it'd be, if you had some questions or comments about some inserts, I'd be more than happy to talk. And as I said, I'm not trying to change people's opinions. If they don't like something, they don't like something. If they
do you feel that a podcast that has already had you on the channel before, when they're speaking of the Billy years, would it not have made sense to bring Billy?
I would have been more than happy to, but you know what, they do that. Like those guys are great. I talk to them all the time. They give us the opportunity to talk. And I'll say this too, like how many other product guys do you see talking on podcasts? I put myself out there, and I know I put myself out there, but I don't get too emotional. I don't get too crazy about stuff, but I want to educate. If someone has questions, I'll be more than happy to answer to the best of my ability. And, but I'm not going to change your mind. Like you can decide whether you like a card or not. You can decide whether you want to buy a card or not. There's an insert called the Basics where, people are getting an opinion off of a card that they saw on a video screen projected, they saw from a photo.
Look, you don't like a photo of a projected image off of a screen? Come on.
And believe it or not, they weren't able to get the full effect of the cards. I've heard from people that get the cards in hand. They're like, "Oh, this isn't." I don't want to say this isn't as bad as I thought it was, but they're like, "Oh, these are actually nice cards." Like, hey, we use 3 different color foils on the cards. Again, something that you don't see in modern day cards. You don't see 3 different deco foil dies on a card. And they're like, "Well, why is it called the Basics?" It's because someone's already using the word primary in their insert name, and I couldn't use primary colors because another company is using the word primary. So I had to come up with an insert name that was relative to the fact that this card has the primary colors that you make cards with. And the Basics is another way of saying primary colors. It's the basic colors. So I'm like, okay, I'll call it the Basics. It's a beautiful, clean card. Some people don't like colors on the cup cards. I will. We're asked to come up with something. We're asked to come up with new stuff every year, and if you just keep making white cards, gold parallels, silver parallels, they're all going to start looking the same, and you're going to make the same card over and over again. So yes, I'm sorry I can't make the same exact cards that Carvin made 15 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever. And he did a very good job of it too. Do not think of this me talking smack about Carvin, because I'm a big, I owe a lot of what I what I've become because of some advice from him. But if I'm sorry if we got to come up with some new concepts that might have some new technology and some new colors. It just can't be the same every single year.
All right, so
it really can't.
I'm looking at these, right? That all on eBay. There's some. I mean, this Jason Robertson one is $5,000. The McDavid's $3,000. So I mean, they're still very high priced, and you're getting cards with, from what I can tell, game worn material and an autograph. That's pretty good, and I kind of like. I guess I would. What you're saying, though, that arch. Yeah, I think that
some people compare it to Lord Helmet from Spaceballs because their heads there.
Ooh, we love that reference. Hold on, we love that reference around here.
That one. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, again, I can.
But
I will.
These are not the worst cards I've ever seen in my life, and to get a McDavid auto with the game piece on it, jersey. And I actually like the yellow, brown, red, green, the background. You know what I'm saying? Right? I like the background. Yeah, I think that this arch thing, if it went straight across the top of their head and didn't have the arch, maybe it would be even a little better.
So the arch happened also because they couldn't cut it in as detailed as I wanted to, and that's why it's a circle there. Because
this is the worst thing I've ever seen. And I'd be more than happy to take this Connor McDavid off someone's hands for free if they wanted to give it.
I'm horrified that in 2024 we have already declined as a people to the point that Eric is the bastion of positivity. He is defending Billy Cilio's designs.
He is.
I'm deeply concerned that we are now in the darkest timeline.
I think in 2024
we've now entered into the darkest. Scott, I hope you're taking notes. This is how you fucking host the show.
I am just baffled that he wants a new
brown nosing has reached a pinnacle.
A modern card he's looking at.
Scott, I am reacting in real time to the abject horror of us entering into the darkest timeline. I have that. We've arrived.
Hey,
I didn't realize we were getting there.
I am a bastion of positivity.
You are a bastion positivity for 2024. So Billy, I do. Billy, I like the tease, but I do appreciate you giving the explanation because it's good to get the context.
I feel like I gotta change my name now because it says Eric's Nightmare, and he's being so nice to me.
I know, it's changed. Billy, this is a new year in the East Coast. It's changed. Things have changed. Get with the times, my man. Get with the times.
Look at him. He's not even wearing a hat. Like I feel like I should take my hat off because I can see his hair.
It's crazy.
There we go. Let's do
but one thing I was going to add, kind of in those things, is I'm having some fun with it.
No gray hair.
I'm having some fun with it because, and I'm teasing a little bit. I listen to Hockey Cards.
Nice, Scott.
Billy's been on the Hockey Cards Gong Show. That's why I can have a little bit of fun with it. But at the same time, and this is meant to be a critique in the same vein of a lot of the critiques we give here. I love that everyone's thing is now you're gonna keep adjusting your hair. Do you need some time? Do you need a mirror? Or something?
No, I'm trying to do the what's his name from the Heat.
I thought you were trying to do Flock of Seagulls. Like, what are you doing over there?
Yeah,
what are we doing? I ran so far away.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Yeah,
Flock of Seagulls.
Yeah, like we got there. Butler. We got there. We arrived. The past is the future. The future is the past. It's all the same.
We caught that.
That's awesome.
See, Scott, this is why you run it past midnight. That's why you do a New Year's Eve episode. Are you taking notes, Scott? This is how you do this.
Everybody come over and enjoy this part of the show.
You should.
I didn't want to hog it.
I'm only drinking Monster.
Scott, I'll tell you. I'll make a deal. We will converse. We'll compare notes, and maybe in 2024 we'll simulcast and we'll do it properly.
Well, I'm sitting there all day today trying to figure out how we could have simulcast. I was like, how do we do it?
in StreamYard, you can actually do that. So that's why I say, like, we'll talk about it. We'll have a discussion. We've got time now. We can work it out. This is my third New Year's Eve broadcast live stream. Yeah. This is the third year. Third year of the Christmas Eves and third year of the New Year's Eve.
Right,
And I'm kind of
right.
enjoying it. Frankly, I've enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun. It's fun carrying over because you got the West Coast folks. That's
Yes.
a different dynamic. So it's kind of fun. And like I said, I tell everybody, like, hey, just pop on. If you want to come on for a little bit, say hello and then take off. That's cool. Folks I hang out with the family. I'm going to have New Year's Eve dinner tomorrow. So like for me, it's easy. I'll just pop over and we'll have dinner tomorrow. Not a big deal. But I like to chill in the house. Like I at this point, I'm like, nah, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to hang out at the house. I'm going to have my beer. I got my cold beer on tap. I'm going to chill and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I drank my Monster around 11. So
what's that?
He was drinking Monster. I said, I finished mine off around 11. So,
oh, gotcha.
Billy's 3 hours behind us. He's in the past.
Yeah.
oh,
He's still hanging out in 2023.
Yep.
He hasn't left it yet.
Yep.
The baggage of 2023, the cup cards that didn't work out, the
Sounds like
Hockey
they're working
Card Gong
out
Show
for
episodes that he wasn't
$5,000.
invited on to speak his piece and be like, Grotman is slandering me. I will fix this man.
this is the first time I've heard of anybody slandering the cup cards. I haven't heard anybody talk.
So my favorite part. Okay, so look, the reason I like the tease. So let me give a little background so we're all on the same page. Okay, the reason I listen to Hockey Cards Gone Show. I enjoy it for what it is. So let me make this clear. I enjoy it for what it is, and they're passionate about what they do, and they've actually built a good following. So let's be clear. They've done well. They built a good following, but they got into a lot with a lot of questionable and savory characters. The kind of people that would have associations to alleged real AI grading, those kind of individuals, and they would give a lot of credence to their words. As a result, they basically take what anybody who is a quote unquote expert in the field, they basically elevate them to a pedestal and then play off that on their show. That's good or bad thing.
Great.
Now, like I said, they've had Billy on the show as well.
And I'm a guest on the show, so I guess you're describing me then.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like being an employee of Upper Deck means you know nothing about Upper Deck. Moving on. So the point is that they do this thing and they bring on one of the guys, Mitch Grotman, who is very passionate about the cup. So let's make sure so Scott, I can insult and level set. So first level set, then we insult. First level set, then we insult. So he is extremely passionate about the cup. He does have a good understanding of. He's a very passionate collector of the cup. So he has a good understanding of a lot of the years, a lot of the segments. But the problem is they do a thing what's called the masterclass. Masterclass implies that you're a real master. If you're not actually involved in the real day-to-day grind of it, it's like, no, you're a collector. You're a passionate enthusiast. You're not running a masterclass. No, you have opinions. You have a good understanding. You have a good handle on a lot of elements of it, but you have X understanding, Y understanding. I can make fun of Billy because, again, I'm friends with Billy and I chat with Billy offline. It's not just here. I've literally on this channel, and if I have to, I will fucking link it again. I've had like 10 hours of conversations on this channel with Carvin talking about things, including the cup. So we can talk about that till the cows come home. So you ask the individuals who were involved in it, you get a little bit of understanding. But again, as a dealer, you're going to have a different perspective. As a distributor, you're going to have a different perspective. As someone working at the company, you're going to have a different perspective. You want to do a master class, then you need an understanding of all three elements. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
You need to have all 300. If you're going to do a master class or something you're going to call a master class, you need to understand all three pillars of this. And there are people who can give you that information. They exist in this hobby, and they're accessible. The cool thing about the hobby is they're accessible.
What I'll say he did, Carlos, is the masterclass aspect of it was going over all of the inserts for each year.
Yes.
And then giving his opinion, and they went over their opinion on the stuff. So if you're questioning calling it masterclass, I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yes,
what they did though, I thought was still pretty cool because they were showing like some people. Yeah. There were some things like, there's only like a couple, like the laced up ones. Like he's like, there's only a few copies of it. Like there's only 3 of these type of cards on eBay right now.
I think Billy, it's an overview. So I'm very picky on terminology. I'm very specific about it. If you want to say it's a cup overview, a cup review, yes, that is 100% true. That is accurate. That is factual. And then you can render any opinion you want about anything you want. And you're 100% right. You're entitled.
I never would have thought that about you, SP's legendary signature. What?
I know. I know. No. The SP Signature Legends is legendary. Legendary. It is the stuff of legends. Not for the reasons that people would like to think. Legend. But the point is that you want to say overview? Yeah, sure. You want to say review? Yeah. Because a review means you get to render a review. And Scott, I've had fun with this on the channel. A review means I get to give my opinion. I'll tell you why I think what I think. That's not the final word. You can disagree.
Right.
We can have a discussion. Masterclass though implies you're getting a holistic view. Masterclass. Look, I defer in this situation to my higher education. If you're going to say masterclass, you're deferring to almost like a master's or a doctoral level. Then you better know what the fuck you're talking about. You better actually be involved in some aspect of the pieces so that you can really speak on the holistic. But you need it. If you're going to say masterclass, you're elevating the level. You're the one saying that you have that level of expertise. Masterclass implies expertise. It's not a review or an overview anymore. Overview or review, if you're passionate, anybody can offer a review and overview because we can have a discussion about it. And there's no reason to invalidate that. You're entitled to have an opinion. Like, I don't like this set. Why? Oh, well, I don't like this aspect of it. I don't like the design or whatever. That's fine. And then we can say, okay, Billy, can you give us the rationale behind it? Oh, yeah. It was because of this, this, and this. We were trying to do this, blah, blah, blah. Now you have full context. That's a masterclass.
I am the master.
We got the full
vintage.
Bobby's the masterclass of vintage in the garage of knowledge.
In the garage of knowledge, yes.
But that is a masterclass. An overview is a different thing. It's important that we understand there's a distinction between the two things. It's important. That's how this works.
How many years of the cup is there?
It started in 0506 was the first year.
Yep.
Oh, which one am I building? Oh, I'm bringing 0405. I'm like, shoot, do I got to make the 20th anniversary stuff going on here? Or not 20th?
Maybe.
Yeah, 20th.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should.
I even bought it back then. I bought the cup back in the day.
Yeah. Hey, Rick.
Now here, okay, good question. Is it the 20th anniversary? When it comes out, it's going to be the 21st anniversary. But is it the 20th anniversary?
We're all screwed up. It doesn't matter.
Or 25 or 24, 25? Or do you consider 25, 26? Because 05, 06 was the first year. What's the 20th anniversary?
It's 05. Yeah. It would be 05, 06. So you'd be 20 years this year.
All right. So I'll just make some 19th anniversary sets. I got to feed one more dog.
No, it's 20 years.
It's literally right here.
Go ahead.
It's wandering around.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate you.
We got
all right.
tonight.
So my plan. So Scott, I don't really have set plans for the channel, but one of my plans, I think, I gotta get Rick on here. I'm gonna get Rick onto one of these things. Yeah, I think we're gonna get Rick on here. We're gonna talk some vintage. We're gonna get Rick on here. We're gonna make it happen.
I would love to have Rick on, but he likes his own channel. He does his channel. I try to think if I've seen Rick on anybody else's channel.
Scott, I appreciate what I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm Carlos. Scott, I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm Carlos.
I understand that. I forgot who I was talking to.
I'm pulling rank, Scott. I'm pulling rank. Rick, getting your ass on this channel. We're making it happen.
Yep, let's get it done.
Yeah, there's a couple plans. I have a few. I don't want to say anything too much because it's going to take. Some folks are tougher to pin down than others. We got to work on some things, but Eric and Bobby and myself have chatted. There's one particular name, so we'll work on it and we'll talk about it some more and send off some feelers and some reminders. And I think that'd be a fun conversation. Yes, and I think Bobby and Eric know exactly who I'm talking about. So I think that'll be a project for us in early 2024. We'll set that up and figure that out. And I think it'll be a good conversation. I think people will enjoy it.
Guys.
Yeah, I think people will enjoy it. So that's my plan is I want to bring some more of those folks in. Like I said, for me, it's going to be more of the same in 2024. I love having those interesting conversations and having those folks who have that knowledge. So like I said, back to what I said earlier, and again, it's just throwing shade on them. I'm having some fun with them. But I'm like, if you're going to say masterclass, that implies a certain level of we brought in the heavy hitters who have this holistic understanding. If you want to do an overview or a review or a critique or your own opinion on whatever, then do whatever the hell you want. It's cool. It's fine. I'm good with that. But if you want to call it a masterclass, then bring it up to the level of a masterclass. Otherwise, it's just false advertising.
I was hanging
And
out with
also
those
floating
guys
heads
back in
never
the
been a
day
master
too.
class because he
So.
sucks. Sorry, was that?
I was hanging out with those guys back in the day too.
There you go.
No,
And also
like-
floating head should never be in a master class. He sucks.
No. Sorry.
2024, we continue on. Scott, I'm consistent. From year to
Wait,
year,
Did
he
you
still
see,
sucks.
You see who we had on today to talk about the future of the hobby or whatever?
Well, wasn't it on Saturday? Wasn't that Brian Gray on Saturday?
Was it Saturday? I
It was
thought
Saturday,
it
yeah.
was whatever.
Yesterday,
Yeah.
Come on, pull your
Good
head
old
out of your
BG.
ass.
BG YouTuber BG now. He's YouTuber BG. Big Bry something. I forget what the branding is already. Big
Yeah,
Brian something
he likes to hear himself. That's for sure.
He does. Yes.
Man,
Yes, he
man
does.
can talk. He can tell a story.
I think he makes
I
things
can't wait
up
to be
along the
your.
way.
I can't wait for the national to come so I can be your correspondent again. That's what I wait for.
Scott, if everything goes my way, not only do I want to have some correspondence for the national, my dream. I'm just going to say it now. I'm going to speak it into existence.
I will be in Ohio next show.
There, look at you, Bobby. Nice.
All
Are you
right.
actually going to be at the national or just in the state?
No, Ohio.
It's like, hey guys, I went to Ohio. I went over to Cincinnati. It was great. It was a fantastic time. I enjoyed it.
I'll be there for the national guys.
Awesome.
Yep. Nice,
It's only a
nice.
6-hour drive, so
There you
I'm
go.
gonna give
That's
I'm
perfect.
gonna give Bobby a piggyback ride then, Eric. That's
I like
That
that.
sounds vaguely like a threat. It sounds vaguely like a threat. So my
wanna
dream,
see what
Scott.
video is taking of this.
I was going to say absolutely. My dream here is I want to have you as a correspondent, and I want to do the live stream for the national. But if I have my way and everything falls my way, again, we'll see. Everything falls my way. I want to do the live from Las Vegas. I will be in Las Vegas. I mean, fuck y'all. You're national peasants, the whole lot of you. I'm somewhere good.
I just want to.
Boston. I'm not going.
I got to give you guys the heads up. Eric, I think
Okay.
already knows this,
Okay.
but guys, there's extra reason to go to the national this year. More than likely, I'll be there again. It'll be my second in 2 years since the last one I had gone to was 1989, I believe.
Wow.
So yeah, it was fun to go. The Expo is my thing. Like I build hockey cards. Where should I go?
Expo.
Exactly.
And those are my people. But anyway, I called my sister and my sister messaged me and she's like, here, let me find it real quick. Cause this is very important. You guys might want to change your calendar when you hear and see this.
I'm perma-banned from the national. Scott personally saw to it.
Here
Go
it
on.
is. Do you go to, this is my sister. Do you go to the National Sports Collectors Convention for work? I responded, pick an air fryer or I will, because that's what I was getting her for Christmas and she hadn't responded yet. And then I said, yes, or at least I went there last year. I'm assuming I'm going again. She goes, laugh out loud. If you go again, we're going to overlap our work trips. My national microscopy meeting is also in Cleveland next year, July 28th to the 1st. I go, I might be able to get you a badge, or I might be able to get you a badge to get in and maybe get you into the upper deck party. And she replies, I can get you into social night and maybe the exhibit hall if you want to see some big microscopes.
Wow.
Microscopes.
You've got the national and the microscopy convention or whatever it's called in
The
Cleveland at the
microscopy
same
convention.
time.
I'm in.
Right?
I'm in.
Scott, I got to be honest. Your fucking card show sounds like trash, but the
It does.
microscopic convention
It
sounds
does.
pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not
It
gonna
does.
lie. The microscopic convention sounds pretty sweet. Just
Yeah,
saying, just throwing it out there.
I think I might skip the card show entirely and just spend the whole time over at the microscopes.
Yeah,
Look,
you're
can I be 100% serious about this? Can I be 100% serious about this? At this point, and I joke with this with Carlos Sr. all the time. He goes, I think you become more of an asshole every year that goes by. Yes, I know you're proud. The point is that as time goes on, we move closer and closer to like if I had all the money in the world, and I could literally snap my fingers and make anything happen, I would literally fucking forego the national, and I would do everything in my power to be in the vicinity and never set foot in, and just consistently make fun of the fact, oh, at least losers going in. What are these idiots going in here for? What is this trash? And I would do everything in my power to always be like 10 miles away. Like it just whatever allows me to be like, hey guys, how's it going? How's that crap going? Hey, I'm over at the what are they? It's not the
Hyatt.
anymore. No, they're the Guardians. It's like, yeah, I'm at the Guardians game, guys. It's going great. How's it going over there? Yeah,
well,
great.
then you'll appreciate this even more, because then the next day she sent me a message. Shoot, we're at different convention centers. So it's even more perfect for you.
Amazing. Sensational.
That's got to be the one downtown near
I
the
still think
ballpark.
I still think the ultimate dream, wow, if it happens, the ultimate dream, I literally record a live stream from Vegas on vacation in my hotel room and bring in the people for the national. I literally was on vacation. I literally went somewhere and it was not there. I had the time, I had the ability, but I went somewhere else.
I just have no interest in ever going to a national. If I went, it would really be for social reasons to see.
Mine's a social thing. Yeah,
hang out with people. And stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, every single table. What do you have? You got Mike Trout, Michael Jordan, Kobe, and Tom Brady. All right, go to the next table. There's Michael Jordan, Kobe, and Tom Brady.
It's more of a
Mickey
social
Mantle
thing.
And Hank Aaron. You can't forget those two either.
And it's like, all right, I think I saw this table in the last 20. Did you have any hockey cards? No, I don't have any hockey cards.
Mine would be social completely.
They all got to talk like that?
Yep.
What's great for me, Eric, and obviously coming from a different thing, is when we went, it was me, Tony, and Grant. We weren't working the booth. I don't know if you went by our booth. You never saw me working the booth. Grant specifically had, and we weren't there the whole time. Like we missed the first day.
I never saw you.
No, I specifically, like at the Expo, I specifically went by and I was like, Billy doesn't work. I see. Okay.
And we would go, like, thank good, like even when you go to the Expo, you see the big yellow balloons, you see people there. Like those are our diamond dealers. So we'll go. Yep. I went to as many of the diamond dealers as I could find because it was huge. And I would sit and talk to them, look at their product, kind of talk to them, say, hey, Billy, Tony, Grant, whatever, and what's been going, like just kind of talking business with them. Like obviously they're there. I think they appreciate the fact that people from Upper Deck are coming to their booth and talking to them about product, and they can
for sure
they can vent. We have our CDD conference coming up, and we're probably gonna hear a lot of venting there. But this is an opportunity that not everybody knows who I am. Not everybody knows who Grant is or Tony is. I'm probably out there the most between the three of us. And we have 2 more product managers now, or 3 more product managers. I'm sorry, because entertainment. We have 3 other product managers too. So, they're starting to get out there. Ken Richardson, Pastime, they have their affiliation with the radio station that we do like interviews every now and then. And ever since Tom Brady stopped doing interviews in Boston, like they've been asking me to do I'm just joking, Eric. But I try to get out.
You got me there, Billy.
Yeah, I try to get out there. Tony, if they ask Grant or Tony, they're out there too. I've just kind of made friends with a lot of people that since COVID have started up their own podcast. So I talk to I've been talking to these people for years before their podcasts. So it's been fun.
Or upside an app.
True.
I hope the next time you come to Connecticut, you find time.
So my cousins messaged me on Thanksgiving, and they're like, or was it Thanksgiving? Yeah. They're like, where are you? And I think they'd been drinking. They're like, you got to come down. I'm like, I'll try to get there this summer. We'll see what's going on. But I think I promised them I'd be down there this summer because I was there last year, but I think one of my cousin's kids has a birthday or something. So, or no, it's my cousin's 50th too. So I might try to go down there for that. So yeah.
Well, the next time you're in New England, let's
Well, keep in mind, I was gonna say, keep in mind too. One of my cousins lives in Boston, and I usually try to make a day in Boston with them too, because I actually enjoy the city. I haven't seen everything there yet, so
maybe Bobby, a long-term goal. Maybe not this year, but maybe in upcoming years. Maybe I got to go back to Boston. It's been a while.
I think so.
I've been to Boston twice. Maybe I got to go back, but now I can come back with a vlogging camera and be like, "What is this bullshit?"
That would be something.
And I just pan over and it's Eric. What is this bullshit? Trash.
Get your shop to be diamond dealers if they aren't already, and
well,
and then
why don't you come by and you talk to them and try to convince them of doing that?
And then I can say that I'm there for business.
That's right.
Oh, well, I might go in there for business too. I might go by Sports World and be like, and maybe I'll have a microphone at that point. It'll be like, okay, so seriously, so on a scale of 1 to yes, I'll fucking go.
Don't say it. Yeah, you did.
Just saying, just covering it.
Hey, for the national, I'll be like 60. Fuck.
You know what's funny about this last expo, and I think Eric knows the story. I don't know if anyone else does, but my band, Evan and Zane, had a concert in Connecticut. And so I talked to Grant, and I was just like, hey, I go, can I leave? I was supposed to leave, I think I was supposed to leave Tuesday night. And I go, do you mind if I leave Wednesday night or Monday night and fly into New York? And then I'll work, and then there's a concert in Connecticut that I want to, it was Bridgeport, I think. I'm like, and I go to the concert, and then I work during the day. Like I flew in early, took the train to Connecticut, worked a half day from the hotel, and then went to the concert. Then I took the train back to New York and flew to Toronto and went to the Maple Leaf game. And then I worked from the room the next day.
Nice.
And so I still got the amount of days I was supposed to work in according to what we had originally planned. He goes, just pay the difference in the flight and you can do it. You're getting your work done. That's fine. I'm like, all right. So I'm like, all right, well, if I fly to LAX, I know it's going to be cheaper. So I'm like, all right, LAX to New York, and then New York to Toronto, and then Toronto back to LAX, as opposed to San Diego, which is the closer airport by far. I'm going to fly to San Diego to Toronto, and Toronto back to San Diego. And I think there was a stop in between. It ended up being $100 cheaper for me to do what I was doing. And I'm like, Grant, it's $100 cheaper. So does that mean you guys are going to give me $100? And he's just like, shut up.
Yeah.
He's like, you're
Don't
fine.
think so.
Doesn't work that way. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then I went.
Okay. Well, how about if it's a negative difference, don't you pay me?
Yeah. Right.
No.
So then you guys were talking pizza. So we had a good time at this concert. And everyone's like, oh yeah, you got to get some of this famous Connecticut pizza. And I was like, okay. And they're like, well, there's the white pie, and then there's this, and then there's this pie with clams on it.
Ugh.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, whatever. So then we were looking for a pizza place, and the famous one was like closed or too far away, but the pizza place right next to the venue was still open. So we went there. Man, I woke up in the morning. I'm like, why does my breath stink so bad? And then I looked at my pictures, and there's pictures of clam pizza. I knew we had eaten pizza. I didn't know what kind. Oh yeah, we ordered the clam pizza. I guess it was good because I know I had more than one piece, but
You had some beers with it, obviously.
we had a few. No, I had my Captain and Cokes with it that night.
Yeah. Okay.
Ah, yes.
And when you go to the Midwest, they don't have little posy pour things on there that measure out exactly an ounce and a half.
Right.
They're just like, how's
she's
it
saying
going?
you got proper pour. She's saying
Nice
you got proper
to meet
pours.
ya.
Proper pours.
Where are you
Yeah.
from? Here's your drink.
Nice.
So we
Nice.
had a good time for sure.
Nice. All right. So real quick. So we're gonna hang out for a little bit longer, but first, before I go, because I know Billy and I and Eric and Bobby can chat all night. Scott, anything you want to chime in here? I want to bring you into the conversation. Join us.
I
Join us.
am enjoying the clam pizza. Had me caught. I've heard of it, but it just caught me off guard. It made my stomach turn a little bit.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So, and I am a big fella and don't really turn down food too much. But yeah, that one got me.
There you go. That's all right.
Just enjoying the stories.
What do you collect, Scott?
I'm mainly a baseball Mets guy, but I'm a huge Gary Carter collector.
Okay.
That's my number one PC, but I do hockey. I'm a Washington Caps fan, but the hockey guy back here is Pavel Bure. I used to love Pavel Bure back in the day.
That's nice.
Yeah.
So Scott, I know you made a video for kind of year end. You're working on some stuff for the new year. Gonna make any? Let me ask a broad question, and then you can kind of take it in any direction you want. Is there any modifications you're gonna make? Any tweaks or adjustments to kind of your strategy or plan, or kind of gonna stay the course? What's the thought?
I adjust as I go.
Yeah.
I made a list last year of kind of where all my PC lines up at.
Yeah.
Because just to narrow my focuses,
Yes.
Yeah. So that's about all I do. I don't really do goals for my hobby. I talked about that tonight with the guys.
I think it's helpful, but it's not necessary. The way I
Right.
presented it, I think it can be helpful depending on what your strategy is, but it's not required at all, in my opinion.
I do goals for work and life. When I do it for my hobby, it turns into a job. I don't. To me, I know other people. I watched yours, and it's understanding because you're you like it like that. But you don't stick to it. I mean,
but I allow, to put it this way, I allow myself to break the rules if the conditions on the ground change.
Right.
It's not like a dead. I've had years where it just didn't work out. That's okay. That's fine. I wasn't able to get done what I thought going into it because other opportunities presented themselves. I joke with the guys earlier tonight. I made a video that I said was last likely. I forget how I phrased it. I just said I think this is going to be the last mail day of the year. That was 2 mail day videos ago.
Right.
One of them was a surprise. I genuinely wasn't expecting it. It was literally came out of the blue and I got a box in the mail. I was not planning for that. So I didn't have that in my expectations. And it came. Okay, fine. And then there was another one where there were some eBay lots that had been delayed. Based on the delay, I thought they were going to carry over into the new year. I thought it was going to be next week. They came in on Friday. The last possible day that the mail could have delivered. We don't have Saturday delivery here. So the last possible day the mail could have delivered on the Friday, they came in the mail. I cannot anticipate that. The whole week, it was dead. The whole week, it was quiet. There's only 2 lots from eBay that could have possibly come in. Both of them came in on Friday. Okay, fair enough. In that case, I have no control over it, so be it. And I got some flack from folks like, I thought you said this was the last mail day. It's like, well, I actually said it was the last mail day two episodes ago, but it happens sometimes. It was good because I got the cards in. That was cool. It was great, but I wasn't anticipating it, but it happens. So my point is that sometimes you plan, you have a certain idea in your head. This is what's going to go down. And then something else comes up. An opportunity presents itself or whatever. That's okay. That's fine. But if that's the case, then adapt. I thought I was going to be further ahead on certain set projects. Didn't turn out. Other ones, I was ahead of schedule. So it depends. I don't know. I'll have the plan for next year. Maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't. Who knows?
Yeah. So my one thing is like Gary Carter has kind of slipped off because I have almost every card of his during his playing days. So that's pretty much done. Now I'm looking for autographs of his playing day cards, but that's about it.
Are you aware that the 86 Mets ruined my joy of baseball? And I have not watched a baseball game, including all the Red Sox World Series wins. I have not watched any of that. I have not enjoyed a baseball game or watched a baseball game since 1986.
Oh, shit.
So, Scott, just to kind of, I don't want to answer for you. I don't want to answer for you, Scott. I don't want to answer for you, Scott.
A rope.
Yeah, I don't want to answer for you, Scott. But I do want to interject here for a moment. Does that not feel, and the rest of the panel in the chat, is welcome to chime in on this. Does that not feel like it's more a reflection on Eric's mental weakness?
Yeah,
In his inability to stay consistent and to stay loyal? Because, sometimes in defeat, it allows victory to be sweeter. The 86 bitterness and horror then allows the 2004 victory. As a Boston Bruins fan, you don't know much victory anyway. So, like, why on earth would you not want to then elevate the 2004? And not only that, Boston Red Sox became completely insufferable after that. The Red Sox fans were like horrifically insufferable. But in 2004, for a brief shining moment in time, the rest of the baseball world, including me, who has no feelings or emotion of any description. Oh, good on those Boston Red Sox. I remember 2004. Oh, good on those Boston Red Sox. They finally won a thing. Good on them. Right. And then after that, they became insufferable assholes. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck you guys. I hope you get buried into a crater.
Well, they suck. Okay. So that night, 2004, I was in bed, not watching baseball because who gives a shit?
Let me guess, your back was hurting.
Oh, yes.
Probably. Probably. Right. So my wife and I are in bed, lights are out, going to sleep, not watching TV. And all of a sudden, we start hearing the car horns and the fireworks. And I go, they must have won. And I turned over and went back to sleep.
Wow. That's because you were a trash Boston fan. You were never a Boston fan to begin with. I think you should denounce the Bruins because they do not belong
true
in that
patriot.
No,
yeah, like trash. Sounds like trash.
Listen, I said when they lost in 86, I am done. I am never watching baseball again.
I hear you are weak mentally. You cannot hang in there. Your fandom was fleeting at best.
Are you like most Boston fans and blame Billy Buckner for missing the ground ball?
No, that if you know exactly what happened, that
the pitcher never covered first.
There was many other things. How about Bruce Hurst, having a pass ball? How about it was. And
then it had to come back and play another game after that. So
yeah, they played Game 7. That's right. That wasn't the end of the series.
Listen, that was one thing. And if you know your history, the guy shouldn't even have been playing. He was like hobbled, and he actually was playing really well.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
So if you know your actual history of that team, you don't just cheap out and go, oh no, it's all because he went through his legs, his fault.
Well, whenever I come up to Connecticut, I got the DVDs for that season, so I can just bring those up.
I gotta ask Scott. I mean, since if you guys watched yesterday with Brian on and he was talking about unlicensed cards, do you have the Gary Carter Chef Boyardee unlicensed 1988 card from the Mets?
I do. Cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, wait. So Billy, hold on. I didn't watch the BG interview. I might get around to it at some point because BG's entertaining his own way.
Watch it.
I will grit my teeth and stomach fucking floating head.
Watch it.
I will deal with it. But I want to make a point. Is he still talking about the fucking unlicensed when he didn't have the balls to push the red button and actually try it himself? He talks about, you could do that. Then you could have done it. You weak-willed fuck. You bastard. Try it then. Court the lawsuit and try it. You talked about it and talked about it and talked about it. Big talk, BG. Big talk. You didn't do shit. Shut up.
I really look at the 80-81 Gary Carter bottle cap from 7-Up. If you can find one of those, probably get a few $100.
There you go. Nice.
That one I don't have, but
that's with Gretzky. Oh, it's very rare. And I had a Gretzky, and actually every time I bought a bottle of 7-Up, it was like every 3 bottles, I think it was a winner. It was kind of weird. And it was Gretzky or Gary Carter, and he's very tough. And that's kind of stuff that I'm into. So, anyways,
right.
Yeah, I
like that type of stuff too.
Yeah, I thought originally he was on I remember owning a Kraft macaroni and cheese card of his. So when I Google searched, I was looking for the Kraft macaroni and cheese card, and I found the Chef Boyardee card. But I'm quite impressed that that's in your collection there, Scott.
And that's unlicensed?
Yeah.
Really, eh? I thought they
Yeah,
would
well,
have licensing for that.
Well, they
Oh,
airbrushed it all out. What does it say for
Nice.
the team, Scott? What does it say on the
M&Ms.
teams on there?
It says New York Mets catcher, New York Yankees.
Okay, so it does give the trademark for the,
Yeah.
the team nicknames.
Yeah, back in the day, they used to do that, the team names, but they wouldn't do the
Logos.
logos, because I got
Yeah,
stuff
no
like
logos,
this
yeah. Airbrush.
that was handed out by like the police
Yep.
Oh, that's the
back in
police
We
the
had
day.
those
Okay.
for Detroit football.
Yeah.
One of Barry Sanders' first cards is actually a Detroit police card.
Yeah.
And that's a rare card. People actually try to hunt that one down.
Oh, me and my dad used to go to the police station every day or every week trying to get some.
Yeah, I just bought
I got
this.
way too many Eddie Murrays.
this
Let me just
set.
say that.
Yeah, but that was because of drunk and disorderly. That has nothing to do with card collecting.
It had to do, yeah, it was Spicy Eye. Yeah, that's where we lost that.
Spicy eye. Get
I was about to say, whenever there's a situation like this, we invoke Spicy Eye. Now that we
Yeah.
know.
A lot of police sets came out of Western Canada for hockey. So
I'll
Very
just
big.
say, Carlos, you'll enjoy the interview. It was good, very entertaining.
Oh, thank goodness, because
I
it's
haven't
been a-
seen the interview, but
it's been a look. Again, I like to tease floating head endlessly because it's one of the great joys of my life. However, it's also because the interview format is kind of played out. You can do it, but you have to have the right person to interview and the right topics and the right subject matter. And if you got that, I think you can make it work. But you have to have that. The engagement has to be in there, or else it's just like, here's a question, here's another question, here's another question, here's another question. And also, again, going back to what I've criticized in the past, if you're just spoon feeding all the questions ahead of time and you have time to think about the best possible answer, then you're not necessarily going to get the most interesting response.
you want it to be more off the ball.
Yeah, look, I'll have a conversation with you. Like I tease Billy and we have fun with this, but like every conversation we ever had that has ever been on this channel has been off the cuff. As in, like, you'll know generally, we're going to talk about some AEW cards. Cool. All right. And as I go, we'll start talking about this. We'll talk about this piece. We'll talk about this piece. Billy knows what he knows about the set and how it's figured out and the thought process behind it. But he doesn't have advanced notice of precisely what question I'm going to ask in exactly the right way in the order.
You know, I'll defend him, and because I mean he's a friend of mine, and
Sure.
he does what you do, and he gives me
An outline.
constructive criticism, and I
Sure.
don't like yes men, and I don't like people that just think that everything that I do is wrong. He gives constructive criticism when I ask for it, and I appreciate that a lot. His format, I think it's just kind of like he doesn't want to surprise the guests, and I understand that. And I think his surprise questions are usually the ones that come from the people. Like he gets that. He still gets that, but he gets it from the chat. And I think he does what he does the way he does it, just because, you know, sometimes you got to play by other people's rules also. Like you get Jason Mashra on there, you can't go after his throat. You know, he'll talk about certain subjects. I'm a little more of an open book because that's how I am. So you're gonna get what you get out of me for sure. And I know when I cannot say something, and I'm good enough that I can not say it, where he might have some people in the same position that I am, but don't necessarily have that ability to keep their mouth shut. So I understand what you're saying. Your format's great too. Like you never know what's happening. I love it. That's why I come on here a lot. Also, is because I'm still getting to talk about what I want to talk about. We have a lot of fun, even though Eric's here. And
Unfortunately, that's the problem. Yeah.
did you have a hand in the allure set?
Yes.
I think it's the best wrestling set I've ever seen.
You know, Carlos and I were talking. I think Pat did an amazing job with the third. Why'd I call it Series 3? I yell at people for calling it Series 1.
I was gonna say this is on you. You had your chance. You did it. Now Series 3. Go on.
Yes. He did such a good job with it, and I don't want to say I'm jealous because I knew what I had to deal with to build my sets, but he had different rules and ramifications and did the best possible set that he could do and knocked it out of the park.
Scott, in that vein, I think the third flagship set is also quite good. I'm a fan of a lot of components of the third flagship set, but to Billy's credit, I think Allure was quite good as well.
I think the genius of the table or chair, table, that type of thing. I thought that was great parallel thoughts. And to label the parallels, it was.
And wait until you check out 2024 UD Exquisite AEW, which Billy's already promised us. That's going to be sensational. Like that's going to be amazing.
You know what's funny, Scott? And we, again, this was a little bit earlier, but I'll repeat myself because I do it all the time. When that, it was so 2022 was so late. We're like, what do we do? It's going to come out in 2023 for sure. And it's going to come out towards the end of 2023. And there's some inserts in there that are a little outdated and whatever, a little hokey. And I was worried about some of them. But our design team did a great job with everything else. But some of my ideas were a little hokey. I'll admit it. But I'd already built 22, 23. So the first one came out as 2022, 2023 is now 2024. We basically just said, okay, let's just make it for 2024. And we made this decision way far enough ahead of time that, it doesn't, we can put the right copyright and all that other stuff. I had told them initially, can we just scrap 2022? I go, because 2023/2024 is so much better. Mm-hmm. So I'll just say, if you like 2022, which I was telling Carlos, I've grown to like it. I was afraid of it. I was getting, you see the feedback, and I have very thick skin, but I understood some of the feedback that some of these people were given. I'm like, but I think it did really well, and I think the cards look great. And that's one of those kudos to our design team for saving my butt on some of that stuff. And but I'm super excited about 2024 Allure. So if you like that, I highly recommend getting some 2024 when it comes out. When it comes out, I don't know, but it's gonna be good.
Nice. Look forward to it because I love the wrestling cards.
Because AEW Exquisite, it'll probably be sold out by then. I'm just kidding.
Bill, I intend to spread this rumor far and wide, and when we don't get AEW Exquisite, I'm going to pin it on you. It's going to be fantastic.
Yep. Damn it.
So real quick, I just wanted to quickly show this just so that we all, as we're chatting here about it. Okay. So this was actually what Billy and I were chatting about, Allure. This was back in December 2022. That's how long ago it was that we were chatting about Allure. The initial concepts and everything come out. So I specifically stopped on this spot because it talked about the buses. But that was one thing we discussed back over a year ago. It's over a year ago that we were talking about it.
Yeah, and this is one of those inserts. It's like, this is weird. Why is it how many you go to a WWE event or an AEW event or a TNT event or whatever, you see the buses and they have the pictures of the wrestlers on there. And I'm like, this is part of wrestling. The original insert name was actually Billboards and Buses. They were two different die cuts on the same form. And unfortunately, there's a certain little thing called Billboard Music. And so that name was copyrighted. Wow. So I had to take out the Billboard part of the insert, and we just made more bus cards. So
in all seriousness, even if it has an S, Billboards.
Yeah, our legal team is very cautious, and for good reason, because everybody wants to sue card companies because they think they have all this money and stuff. So our legal department is very cautious. Sometimes it frustrates us. I have a little Post-it note that I got in the first year of working at Upper Deck that's still at my Post-it desk. and it just says blame legal on it, because I'm really good friends with our legal the woman that is kind of like in charge of that sort of stuff, and so we joke about it all the time. But yeah, that even that little s is it's too close.
Wow. I mean, there's words. I mean, you know what I mean?
That's how narrow it is, though. Like that's why I want to try. Look, I tease endlessly, and we're already into the witching hour of this live stream. But so I'm going to share that with folks that are still hanging in there, and I appreciate you and thank you for that. But I always try to make sure we present this in a certain way. I don't work at a card company. I appreciate what Billy does. I respect it. I can give constructive criticism, and all my criticism is in the constructive format. Yep. Because my expectation is I'd like to see it do better. I would love for it to be improved. All the things, every single aspect of it is like, no, I want it to be better because I can critique, and I'm also a patron. That's why I led with the whole discussion. We talked about it. I joke with Billy. I share, eBay wins with Billy. We talk back and forth about that. And that's me buying the shit. I'm literally buying the stuff. I'll still critique it though. There's some stuff that I'm like, oh, why couldn't it have been like this? But if I see something that I'm building my collection, I joke about it. And like I said, and Scott, I don't know if you caught this. In the new year, one of my plans is I've got a second YouTube channel, and a lot more of my wrestling stuff is going to wind up on there going forward. I'm still going to talk about it on the live stream. If we have cause and conversation, reason to talk about it, I'm still going to talk about it. My pickups are still going to be what they're going to be. But more of the wrestling stuff is going to appear on that second channel, and I'm going to start having that. I'll talk more about it in the new year. Now that we've crossed over, it'll be like a conversation piece for that, but it'll be a separate channel. And if people want to check it out, because I know less people care about the wrestling stuff specifically in this niche, but in the wrestling side of it, they care about it over there. So yeah, okay, I'll put it over there. And then if you want to check it out, you can check it out. If you don't care, this will still be what you expect. That's no problem. I have no problem doing that.
And to prove what Carlos is saying, like we talk, like he's like right here on this message. Hey, Billy, I can critique your product a lot better if you send me free boxes right here.
Correct. Yeah, yes. Yeah. I flat out said, send me some fucking free boxes, you freeloading bastard. Let's go.
Now, when he texts you, do you text him back? Because when I text you, you don't text me back.
You send me like, Happy New Year, Billy.
No, I didn't.
Merry Christmas, Billy.
I said, we're opening up the Bruins set live in a few minutes. And
you did. And you're like, and I thought, and I stuck on there for a while, and then you didn't open any up. So I left.
Took a while.
Yeah, I don't know like what a minute or a few minutes means to you.
You should have probably done it right before I got you.
Did you have directions on the box on how to open it? Because if not,
no, they had to help me.
What was jokes is that I think I mentioned to Eric, like we're definitely going to open it up in this live stream, but like we let things kind of play out a little bit. So Scott, this is what happens when you run a live stream more than an hour. You have to kind of space things out. You got to plot and plan.
Things to do, man. You came on last week. The best part of my show was just the private.
Do not lie to the people. Shut up. Do not lie. You're trash. Be quiet.
It's silence. You came on afterwards last week. That was the best.
Yeah, because I decided to make your post show better than your actual show, and I was like, your show sucks. This is much better. Air this. Delete that.
I should have. That was a funny.
That's what I mean. That's how you do it. That's what I mean. Like, look, Scott, I give you a hard time, but the truth is that if you want to do an hour, then by all means. And this is just, and again, critique. There's a difference between critique, criticism, and bashing. There's a difference. People need to understand what the difference is. Critique is this: you want to do an hour, cool. Then you better be locked in on exactly what you want to talk about. Hit your points. Boom, 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 boom. That's an hour. You're done. Because that's what I do with the podcast. The podcast is more structured. Sometimes it goes a little bit longer. True. But because it's more structured though, before I hit record, and Eric knows this, before I hit record, we say, all right, so you want to talk about this, or this? We can talk about this and this. Okay, so we'll do those two. And then we'll have a couple of little tangents in between, but I'm monitoring the time. Boom, we're done. So if you know that you want to cap it at a certain time, then it has to be more structured.
Yeah, y'all went over last time. That was a long one.
But
Every
that was,
time.
but no,
Wait, there's
I
an
said,
over?
yeah, I was gonna say it's like 90 minutes, Bobby. Like the 90 minutes to 2 hours is the time, and we have never crossed 2 hours on the podcast.
Oh no,
Podcast.
never.
No, we
Like
go for an
90
hour and a
minutes.
half.
Bobby,
This
we
is
literally
out of
never
order.
have crossed over 2 hours.
No, it's an
It's
hour.
like
and
all
a
the
half.
podcast episodes are under.
Yeah, sure. Which
That's not a discussion. That's a
guys.
fact.
I'm out of here now. So have a good night. Happy New Year to everybody, and we'll see you in next year, which is this year.
Yeah,
I'll have some celebrity stories for you when you get next time, Bobby.
Look forward to it.
Palm
Sounds
Springs
good.
Film
Have a good night,
Festival's
Bobby.
coming
Take
up.
it easy.
Good seeing you,
guys.
buddy.
Bye,
Good
Bobby.
night.
Take care, Bobby.
Take it easy. Don't let Burrell lie to you. It's like all the episodes are under 2 hours. All of them been under. But that's the difference. The difference is that you have to structure it though. If that's your plan, then that's fine. Then by all means. The only thing is like I joke about it because like on Sunday, who else is doing anything? This was a special occasion because it's a New Year's episode. Then so be it. That's fine.
Yeah, my episode was tonight just because it's Sunday night. If it wasn't
Yeah.
New Year's, I would have gladly hopped over here and had fun with y'all.
Yeah. That's all. It's all good. It's all good. But I'm just saying the only point that I'm making is that
And brought
if you
Ed
wanted-
with me.
yeah, I was gonna say no. I'll give Ed hell. Ed's trash. Like that's unacceptable to me. That's completely unacceptable. I will drag him out of the darkness. We're gonna fix this problem. But the point is that
Does he believe in the thing called love?
I don't know, man. Like I don't know what Ed believes in. He was complaining earlier about the Eagles and everything, so I don't know what that man believes in.
That was more than complaining. That was, man, I had to
That's just sadness.
talk him in off the cliff there.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like I've got concerns. I got worries. The bottom line though is like, and I'm being serious about this. The bottom line is that if you want to do, I'm not telling. What's funny is I joke about this. It's like I'm not telling people, oh my god, all your live streams have to be multiple hours. No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm actually saying. What I'm saying though is if you actually got shit to say and you got folks that want to chime in and do all the thing, then you might need a little time, so you factor that in. Or if you want to say, hey, I have a hard stop and this is what I want to do, then you better get on with it. Then you need to like right from the time you hit go, you better be ready to go fast, because I find that a lot of times it's like you've got a topic, you do whatever, but then you still meander. And then it's like, okay, so this is the end of the show. It's like, but you didn't actually spend that much time talking about the thing. You said you were going to talk about the thing, and you talked about it for like 10 minutes.
Last 4 or 5 shows have gone well over an hour because of that. And also my chat is, man, they've been really responsive, which I love. They've been really, really into it. Eric was on there for a while.
Ideally, Scott, that's the point. Ideally, that's the point. That's what you're hoping for. You're hoping that we're going to get that. Have a good name. Happy New Year.
Now, speaking about the chat, now here's the person in the chat right now that I wish would just stop being in the chat and never come back, but he continues to come back.
For the record, he's 3 hours off, so he's saying he's going to Domino's like an hour and a half before the New Year for the West Coast.
You know,
Just saying.
He teams up with other people in the chat and conspires against me. All right, so you know, not everyone in the chat is positive, but other than him and a couple of others, I've said this 100 times. This, for me, I'm saying this for me. I believe Carlos agrees with me. He has in the past. For me, this show would be nothing if it wasn't for this chat. We're very, very lucky that we have a lot of regulars that join us. And
That's true.
They're in on the jokes. They get me laughing.
We're joking.
Well, on certain things. I'm not joking about name. I hate him.
Okay, go on.
Everyone knows that.
No, I was making sure. I got Billy. I was getting confused.
And I mean, I'm lucky
sure.
enough to have a lot of people that are in your chat or in my chat as well.
Yeah,
There's some crossover.
They're great.
You saw that when you were on the channel that night.
I mean, they're fantastic. They're energetic. They're funny. They're witty.
Right.
And they care about the hobby and have a lot of important insight, questions, information that, you know, if I'm stumped on something, I don't always just ask Carlos to Google it. I like when the chat answers my questions, you know. So if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be doing this. If it was
Here's,
just, if it
here's
was
my
just
first
me-
question, though.
me and
You
him,
said Carlos agrees with me on this. So Carlos agrees with you on something?
I think on this subject alone, and it's
If
really-
Eric talks enough things, he says enough things, occasionally something sticks to the wall.
Okay.
I agree with the premise that the chat is a very critical element of this whole thing working. I agree with that statement. That is an accurate statement. Yes.
why would I give up my Friday night if we had 4 people and they were useless? Instead, we get, close to 50. Sometimes we go over, whatever, and they're all active and funny and bring something to it. If it wasn't for them, keeping the fire going, we would just burn out, and this channel would have died like a lot of other channels.
Yeah, because when I first started, mine was pre-recorded, and then I went to live, and I had so much more fun with live.
That's tons of fun.
It was just, I never looked back after that. And I mean, of course, I do some other stuff too, not just I think I do 3 videos a week. Yeah.
I think there's a balance. What I'll say is this here. So let me scroll through real quick. We're going to have the any 2024 prediction. So we'll definitely touch on that. Hang tight for 2 seconds for the hobby. We'll touch on that. Hang tight. Cover that. We would never conspire against you, Eric. Isn't that right, Paul?
Liars.
Scott's live streams are fire, honestly. That's right. You could try to fake positivity, stuff like that. Other one. True. You could try that. So, no, the bottom line is, though, the fun part is the interactive element. That's part of it. And the fun part is, and I've touched on this before. So, like I said, since this is a witching hour, we'll touch on a couple of these things here before we wind her down. But the point is that I love having the voices that I've got on the channel. There are other people that I could bring on, but they wouldn't necessarily jive with it. I need whoever comes on to be able to come on and engage, but also at the same time understand that there's a certain sentiment that the channel has followed, a certain ethos the channel has followed consistently. It goes back to, and I'll use the example with Billy here as a perfect example of what I'm talking about. We can have Billy on here. Billy can give us certain insight that the rank and file collector cannot give us because he's in that world, which is great. We can critique and give him that feedback. But at the same time, we also understand that he's got a job to do. There's certain restrictions that are part of that. So the goal is to give critique, but still be fair. You can do that. That can be done. That is possible. You can be like, no, here's my feedback, and then do with it as you will, and then do whatever you're going to do. And then I will judge the product based on what I see. I'm still going to judge the product based on what I value it at, based on what I see it at. I can talk about the cup. I can say 2 things that are both true. Get ready for 2 seemingly contradictory statements that are both true. The cup, I think, is overpriced for what it is. However, I think there's some phenomenal cards in it that I will happily have in my collection. How does that make any sense? It totally makes sense. the 2 statements are separate. I'm looking at it from the perspective of somebody buying a tin. Another one, I'm looking at it from the perspective of a collector who still likes the cards and still sees value in the cards themselves.
Right.
I'll still go out and buy the cards. So I can be like, I don't know if the value proposition is here. Oh, Carlos, what do you think about the cup? That's the answer to my question. But Carlos, you bought cards from the cup? Yeah, because for me as a collector, this Medano card I think is pretty cool. I'll buy it. Those are 2 different things. They sound contradictory, but they're not. I promise. They're not contradictory. They actually make sense if you think about it from that perspective. So we can offer that critique. We can offer that perspective. And I can also poke the hockey cards gong show because it amuses me. Because that's what I do.
Switzerland. Is it Switzerland? Is that what I am?
Switzerland.
Hey, those boys need to step up their game if they're going to do master classes. People, master classes have a different connotation.
You can critique what they title something, but the fact that they're out there and they're bringing awareness to a lot of things, and like I said, critiquing themselves, I appreciate. Like I love the fact that they are out there and informing people of things or educating, whether they correctly title their educational class.
I think it's more edumacation. Less education, more education.
I think those guys do a lot of stuff that like I love their Instagram. I don't know if you guys follow them on Instagram, but
I do.
They'll buy a box and they'll open stuff up pack by pack, and I think that's great because a lot of people don't actually see what you get out of a box of cards. So the fact that they're doing that, I think is I love that aspect of their show. And you know, they will ask me questions a lot of times, but for like you mentioned stuff. Josh on many occasions has asked me questions before they go online, or if they get questions from people, they will ask before they address them on their show. So
Sure.
they do that, which is I'm very appreciative of, because there are other people that'll just kind of like make comments about stuff that they don't have the whole story, or at least both sides of the story. So yeah, again, I'm Switzerland here. I appreciate y'all and do the best I can to accommodate all of you.
Scott, like I said, I hope you're taking notes, because this is how you approach this. Man of peace.
Anything but.
I have not.
I
I haven't lost any speed off my fastball, bro.
I can't wait for the next Allure. That's all. I wish I could afford the cup stuff myself. I don't think I have a cup card now that I think about it in my collection.
There you go. You might want to work on that. That'll be.
I think I have a Bertuzzi rookie auto patch. I think I have a Lidstrom limited logos, and that's it. I don't have that many.
See, I wish that had come up earlier in the conversation. Otherwise, I would have gone to grab my 1,600 count box full of shit. Just Medano, just literally cup Medano. It's just in a 1,600 count box. It's not 1,600 cards because they're all thicker cards, but
I think I only have like maybe 2 cards from the cup. I think I have a Neely and a Chivas. I think that's all. But
so what you're saying is I have like infinity more percent than the rest of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. Just from Medano alone, I have infinity more percent. Helga in the cup win, Billy. I know. Hal and Gill. Oh my God.
It's happening.
It should. That'd be amazing. That'd be sensational. Eric, I think this would be the next logical step in our evolution of this live stream.
We're
to have like, oh my God, we need Hal and Gill in the cup.
We're doing a 160-way booklet, auto booklet.
Woo!
So he can get in there.
Woo! Man. Greatest card in the hobby. That's the grail of grails.
Oh my good God.
That might usurp Siggy Palfy, and that's high praise. High praise. All right, real quick. A couple of topics, and then we'll wind her down. Okay, Bob Jackson said, any 2024 predictions for the hobby? Pain.
Yep. Yeah.
I felt morally compelled to include that in there. Just throwing it in there. Does anyone have any 2024 predictions? Anyone want to throw something in there in the ring for 2024?
Well, I'll repeat what I said on last Tuesday's podcast that was released on Tuesdays. We do it on Mondays, but I honestly think that we are going to lose more people in this hobby. The hobby's not going to fall apart. We're not going to lose hundreds of thousands of people. But
thanks, Billy. That stupid set, the stupid set from the cup that everyone hates. You ruined the hobby.
Eric, I'm intrigued on who we're losing. Are we losing the people that jumped in 2 years ago because they thought, or are we losing?
We're going to lose the rest of those, but we're also going to lose some
chemical compositions. People who saw it. Thanks, Billy.
Some collectors, fringe collectors, and the people that jumped in looking for some free money, they're all going to be gone. And the reason I say this is, and what the reason I gave on the podcast was the continued issues coming from these card companies where things are getting backdoored and there's all this fraud. People are spending hard-earned money for a card that there's only 1 of, 2 of, 3 of, whatever. And then you find out, oh, wait a minute, a couple went out the back door and they're on eBay. you think you just dropped $1,000 for a one of one of hard-earned money, and then you see another one, identical one of one, on eBay because someone stole it out of the printing factory. This type of fraud is becoming more and more prevalent, and it's going to turn people off from doing this. And that's why I think that the investors that came in with all the big bucks, they're going to say, screw this, I'm done. And a lot of the collectors who are investing a lot of their own money to collect are going to say, I'm not getting ripped off anymore. But again, we're not losing hundreds of thousands of people. All right. The true bare bone hardcore collectors that go to the show every single Sunday, you know, they're not going anywhere.
Well, here's my question. We just had a record-breaking national, record-breaking Expo.
Yep.
So you think after seeing the two biggest shows,
yep,
we're still going to lose all these people?
I think we're going to lose some people, yeah, because what's the most important thing people have is, other than obviously loved ones and kids and all that, that's the rest of the important stuff. But in hobby related is your money. And if you believe that these card companies are not doing their due diligence and they're fraudulent and they're stealing your money, and you can no longer trust the hobby in which you're investing in, you're going to leave. So I think some people are going to walk away. Okay. And say it isn't worth it. This is ridiculous. Go tell somebody who's in discussions with Topps right now or whoever of, okay, well, I spent this much and there's two more of them out there. Carlos used an example about the PSA set registry, how there's only supposed to be 5 in existence. Well, why is there 10 in the PSA set registry? So now you have set registry fanatics. They're going to get pissed. People who spent money on short printed cards are disillusioned and have been ripped off.
So to be fair, that one is pertaining to folks cracking out or resubmitting. So with the set registry ones, it tends to be a lot more of that, because if somebody gets a PSA 9, they're trying for a 10, they resubmit it, they get another 9, that gets added in. Unless you send in your labels, they don't get deactivated, so you end up with more copies than what actually exists in the print run. So important distinction, but your general point. I was actually kind of funny that you two were just kind of staring at it. I was wondering if either one of you were going to say something. I was like, kind of a little fun with it.
I understand what you're saying, Carlos. But remember earlier in the conversation when I said, and I'm no offense to Eric right now, but when I said,
"Oh, hey, offend Eric, please offend Eric."
When I said, "Hey, anyone that's spending $1,000 should look at the checklist" or something like that, yes. And you're like, "They're not all looking at the checklist." Just like Eric's. Like some people do math in their head and say there's 7 and there should only be 5. How is this? I don't like it. Yeah. And they're not looking at that either. So I understand what Eric's saying, and there's going to be a lot of people that do believe that.
Yeah. The problem is that your people you're talking about are like 1%, like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of 1%.
I think
because most people are too lazy to do it.
Yeah. I think most people collect it and they're going to hear these stories and just keep on going. But
I agree with you. Yeah. Make sure you hear what I'm saying.
I hear you.
We're not talking hundreds of thousands of people, but I'm saying there are going to be people that are going to say, I'm done with this. I'm done investing my money in this. We're getting ripped off. And so let's look at, so not only do you have backdoor cards that are showing up after people spend lots of money, you also have more and more I don't want to go as far as saying evidence. You have more and more people with a strong belief, and the discussion is happening more and more that companies are sending preferred customers loaded boxes. That is another example of people losing faith in the hobby and believing that there is a scam going on, and their money, their precious money, is being wasted and stolen from them. Why?
Well, first of all, I don't believe that for 1 second, because I have not worked anyone harder than Upper Deck to try to get preferred loaded boxes, and it's not working for me.
Well,
I'm
they're
trying
the
so
company
hard.
that doesn't do that.
You meant boxes in general.
Like anything, anything you bet. I can't even get the fucking playmat. All right, look, we got the playmat.
Look, I don't know
and
how
they had
other
those, and they ran out of them, and then I couldn't get one. Scott, this is trash. As an influencer, I am offended at this simple, basic thing that I'm like, you can't give me a fucking playmat. You can't give me some loaded boxes. What the hell?
No, I don't know how other companies work with their vendors and stuff like that. I just know from our standpoint, I don't even see how it's possible. I really don't, because like they don't, like from us sending, we can't, like the things are mixed. Things are put into feeders. They're put into feeders at like all these crazy times and different whatever. All the cards are mixed together. I don't know how our competitors do it, so I can't speak for them. I can just say from our standpoint, have we had, like, when you're talking about trusting the manufacturer, you know, there are some things that, you know, we've done just recently that people will be like, well, how do we know? Like I got called out because a couple things recently. I got called out just in the cup because the limited logos for Cole Caulfield said it was player worn, not game used, and all limited logos are game used. And that was
that was in a podcast where you got questioned about that.
Yeah, and I didn't even know about it. And then they're like, he doesn't know. I don't see the back of the card at that time. We have people that check, and we've had people come and go in that department, and it's been 3 years, and I think that's been through like 2 or 3 different coordinators' hands, and somehow that got missed. And so and then I immediately, when I was asked, I talked to our coordinator who can go into the computer system, can look up the inventory number and say whether this is a player worn or game used jersey. And it said game used, and he messaged me and said this, or sent me a Post-it note, because his desk is literally next to mine. Send the Post-it note over, this is game used. But because the card says it, like 10, and I understand this argument, 10 years from now, are people going to remember I was on a podcast saying that the Cole Caulfield limited logo is game used? Well, the card says whatever. And then the other thing was, we had a problem with our population count cards that were in flagship, where the population count cards are built to have, like, literally my brief says 1,000 copies, 500 copies, 100 copies, 50 copies, 25 copies, 5 copies, 1 copy. And our vendor, I believe, made the mistake and made 10 copies of the, I'm just guessing. Like, we weren't there. I didn't see it. But the numbers that we're seeing, we're thinking it might be around 10. I don't know the exact number. But all of a sudden, we're seeing multiple population count ones. And we're like, great. And, you know, I think what Topps did with their situation with the one-on-ones, you know, they acted fast. We wanted to evaluate the situation, figure out exactly what's happening, how it happened, and everything. And then we had our own solution for it, which we think is pretty fair. And, you know, we did the same thing. So, yeah, but now are people going to trust the population count cards anymore? I hope they do, because I think they're a great insert. They look really cool. It's a great concept. It's a great way to add numbered cards without literally having to write foil numbers on the cards. We just have to make sure that it's executed correctly. And it didn't get executed correctly once. And because that one time, because we've already made this set multiple times, but because it didn't get that one time, every single time a population comes in a set, someone's going to ask that question. Every single time a flagship set comes out, they're going to ask, are the corners cut weird? Because Series 1, 2 or 3 years ago with Lafreniere, the corners were cut differently because our vendors didn't tell us that they got a new machine and this is how it cuts corners, and failed to mention that to us until like after some of the cards had already gotten made and cut and gone and packaged out. So every single
I
time.
just got a 10. I just
What?
got a 10 and a PSA Lafreniere.
That's the thing is, yes, it was cut a specific way. That doesn't mean it wasn't a 10. There's a bunch of 10s out there. Like the grading company said, this is how it's cut. Okay. Like if you get a rounded corner card, they're not going to say, oh, there's no sharp point. That's how it was cut. But every single time flagship, the first question I see on all the forums is, how are the corners? Are they cut weird? Are they cut differently? Because it happened once. And so, yeah, it sucks that you lose that trust when there's a human error. And I don't know what's going, like it sucks for other companies because they don't build a product with the intention of someone stealing some of it and then putting it out. But it happened, and now everyone's going to be looking for it or coming up with some sort of conspiracy theory to it. I don't know the whole story, so I'm not going to really comment. I'm just going to say, I know that wasn't their intention to have multiple one-on-ones, but it happened. So now everyone's going to ask that every single time.
And the card companies, and during these discussions between collectors and shop owners and whatever, they all get lumped into the same barrel. It's card companies nowadays are putting out multiple one-on-ones, and card companies are having backdoor issues, and card companies are making rounded corners, and so it doesn't matter. Upper Deck could be absolutely perfect, but in the discussions, it's always about the hobby as a whole, card companies as a whole, the direction of the future of where it's going and leading. And if you look at the last year, there is a lot of issues in the hobby and in that bowl of card companies. And that's my point, is that I think it's going to be off-putting for a handful of people, and they're going to say, I'm done. And they're going to take their money and walk away.
Why'd you have to say off-putting? Because every time I hear that, I think of the Between the Ferns thing with Jennifer Lawrence, and she goes to Zach Galifianakis, you should be off-putting because you're fat.
That's a very specific reference, Billy, for you. But yes, go on. All right. Let me start winding her down here because I'm going to come right across the top of the hour. So we're going to get into it here. So real quick, I got it from Eric. Billy, prediction for 2024. That was the question. What is your prediction for 2024?
Prediction for 2024, in my opinion, is Fanatics is going to continue to do a marketing job that we haven't seen in trading cards in a very long time. And they're going to try to continue to build the cards in general. They'll probably get more influencers and all that sort of stuff. So I think you're going to try to see more, more people out there collecting cards. I'll be honest, anything like the fact that they're doing all this marketing, and we do marketing too, but it just helps everybody, in my opinion. That being said, I think I will say this right now. 2024 will have the best set of extended you have ever seen compared to all the previous years. I'm very thankful for that. I think Series 2 is going to be it's going to be crazy. Like I don't know what to expect. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to want to make McDavid a Bedard in every single box that they get. I hope that everything comes out the way it's supposed to come out with our vendors, and everybody loves the product. There was a lot of work that went into that product because we knew the ramifications of the importance of that set. I think Bedard is been great so far and has helped out with. I mean, I'm speaking for for Upper Deck, and I'm speaking for the hobby in general. And,
Speaking of Upper Deck, Happy New Year.
Oh, there he is. Yep.
Hey, Carvin.
So that's my opinion. Is I think Fanatics is going to continue doing what they do, and I can't see it from a getting more people excited about trading cards. I think they're going to get that done. I worry about the number of products and how much and all that other stuff, but for just the general excitement of the hobby, I think they do a great job with that, and I think it'll overflow to hockey. And like I said, Bedard's been amazing so far, and I haven't seen it like this. And people probably expect me to say McDavid, but I would say since Matthews, because try being at the Expo when Austin Matthews, right after he scores 4 goals in his first game. Yeah, there was some serious hype on Austin Matthews after that. And that's the kind of excitement that I'm seeing so far with Bedard. When I'm seeing redemption cards in MVP go for hundreds of dollars, that's crazy.
Nice. First time in Toronto for New Year in 5 years. Wow, very nice. Well, then Happy New Year truly, because you're in the time zone for it.
You still got an hour for your other New Year's, Carvin.
That's right. Absolutely. Appreciate you coming in and chiming in. So I appreciate that. But yes. All right, Scott. Big shoes. We ready? 2024. Yeah. You ready? Pain. Pain's the proper prediction. Let's go.
I'm going to come off the Fanatics because I agree that they are a powerhouse when it comes to advertising. I think they've already done it. They're creating chases now for everything. This Tom Brady craziness and all that stuff. But I also think they're going to continue to cut a little bit here and there on a retail product to create more .com product on their website. They did it this year. They cut 4 products, and it seemed like they added to their .com products. I think they feel like they have more control over that. And the prices kind of show that they're liking that one a little bit more, and the stuff sells. So that's my bold prediction for 24.
I predict more Cranky Bougieric. I predict more Emo Scott. I predict more Bill and I arguing behind the scenes and debating the relative merits of a lot of AEW products in the future. And I predict more Snark. I really feel like I let you guys down in 2023 with the Snark. I am coming to 2024 with Snark with a vengeance.
Jeez.
I'm cranking it up another level. I am taking it to 11. Eric, I'm taking it to 11.
Do it. Bring it.
Let's go. We're doing it. I'm ready. We're going to do this thing. It's going to be fun. But yes. So I wanted to kind of conclude on that also. We're going to have some fun with it. A lot of the stuff on the channel is going to stay very similar to the same. There's going to be a lot of that. Right here. Boom, Bob Jackson. I predict more wrenching from Eric. Facts. Carbon. Expect 25% drop off in total sales and engagement. Cars will continue to drop still. All right, Carbon. Appreciate it.
This is the first time Carbon and I have ever agreed on anything.
I'll take that.
Wow. But thank you, Carbon. I appreciate you hopping on and chiming in. Down the road, I'll have to reach out and we'll see if we can get you back on the channel to chat a little bit. But appreciate you popping on the chat. All right, folks. We got over 5 hours here on the new.
I don't want Carbon on the show. All he's going to do is make fun of me.
Everyone makes fun of you. Literally everyone.
Yeah, but he's mean. He makes fun of me and stuff.
What, I'm not mean?
I like this carving guy. I like this carving guy.
Scott. Wait, Billy. Scott. Look, I'm muting Bougie Eric because I don't want to hear from him. Hold on. Is Bougie Eric implying that I'm not mean enough for him?
I was.
Is he suggesting that I should crank up my meanness to 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16? Because I can do that. It would be my pleasure. Nothing would be more my pleasure than to do that. I'm just saying. Eric, is there anything you'd like to say for yourself? Because you may have encouraged me.
That's all I need.
It's like challenge accepted, Bougie Eric. Scott, challenge accepted. I will bring the
got me
hate.
scared to begin with.
I will bring the hate like it has never been brought before. Oh my! Your ancestors be like, "Holy shit, that's brutal," and they're dead. That's how bad it's gonna be. Ooh, I'm getting excited now. I'm getting enthused now. I'm hitting my 14th wind. I'm getting excited. Can't come on. I can't grow a beard. That's okay. I'm clean shaven. Works out. For the new year, I decided to come in clean shaven. I left the beard game to these gentlemen and Eric.
See, I come on when I'm at other people's houses because I don't mind using their electricity.
And Billy, in 2024, can we get you to actually have legitimate internet in your place?
Please.
For the love of all that is holy. Come on.
Eric, did you hear the electricity story yet?
No, I have not.
All right, finish us off on it. Go.
Okay.
Let's go.
So I've now been in Oceanside for almost 10 years. My 10-year anniversary at Upper Deck is actually in 6 days. They're going to be at my desk ready to clap and realize that I'm not there because I'm in Palm Springs. But anyway, so I have paid my electric bill a total of twice since I've lived there. And the last time I paid it, we were in the old building. So I think it was at least like 5-6 years ago. So got a nice little check or whatever. And I'm just like, okay, I'm going to pay off my electric bill for we'll just say 5 years. For 5 years, guess how much I paid for my electric bill?
$200.
It's a 1-bedroom apartment.
For 5 years, $200.
For 5 years, you think a two-bedroom
You're
apartment
there, and you don't do anything.
Well, you ruined my joke because most people are like, dude, my electricity is like $100-$200 a month. I paid $1,096 for 5 years of electric stuff. But
So
like
can
Eric said,
you can afford the internet then.
my fridge, my microwave's plugged in, my air fryer's plugged in, my computer's plugged in. I use that. Yeah.
I agree with this. Look, just to be clear, I run pretty lean around here where I'm like, look, what I'm doing right now, this office is the majority of my electricity usage. And the air conditioner, now that I actually have the heat pump installed, that's the majority of like the power. That's where the juice is coming from. It's this office, what's going on around here, the kitchen back there, and then the heat pump, which now keeps this place. Look, I like wearing layers because I don't need to crank it up all the way. But I used to have to wear layers as a requirement.
Right.
Like otherwise I freeze to death, and then the summertime I boil to death. As it is now, I can actually moderate the temperature very nicely. But it's like $100 a month, give or take. So in a year, it's $1,200. Multiple years, it's multiple thousands of dollars.
Yep. Well, so when I moved there, they're like, well, here's the heat. And I'm like, okay. And it's late fees and everything. They're like, here's the heat. And then I go, where's the air? And they go, you live a mile from the ocean. Like, open your window. I was like, oh, okay. And there's like about a 2 or 3 week period where it gets in the 90s and it's a little bit uncomfortable, but for the most part, it's like 70s where I live almost all the time. Dips down to like 60s and 50s in the winter. But my electric bill usually is it was probably about like $15-$20 when I started. I really don't pay attention to it because it was
That is
so
patently absurd. Like, so Carmen is also incredulous. Someone pay for you.
No,
Use a hotspot. You can't go 5 years without paying.
I did because they
Billy,
were
you're a
giving,
squatter. You don't live there.
They were
they
giving
think
benefits.
someone
I'll show
named
you guys
Joe lives there, and you just sneak in.
Nope. They were giving all these. It's like I got a lot of notices like, oh, we're gonna turn off your electricity. And the first time I didn't pay because it took like 4 years for me to pay it the first time. They did shut off my electricity. I was like, oh shoot. and like, how much do I owe? And I think it was like $600 or $700 or something like that. I'm like, oops. And then
Scott, this
because
is
of
really leading credence to
because
my
of
premise
COVID, they
about
kept
what the
giving-
card companies are actually paying.
they
The man
they-
cannot afford to pay for power for years.
they kept
Years.
they'd send notices and stuff, but they were lenient because of like COVID. So they're like, okay, well, you can get on a plan and pay whatever. And I just didn't.
Scott, am I delirious or am I actually hearing this conversation? Like, this is actually happening right now. Have we entered into another zone, another realm right now? Is that what's happening?
This is some type of privilege going on here. I don't know. I bet you somebody at the power company is getting free upper deck cards.
I was gonna say all the boxes and shit that I'm like, Billy, the fucking boxes is like, I'm sorry, like, I'll see what I can do.
No, next time I'm
Here you
on,
go.
I'll show you.
Make
a
this
copy
happen
of
for
that.
me. Make
Next
this
time
happen.
I'm on,
for
I'll
me.
show you a copy.
Because I have a 2-bedroom apartment, and a year mine is like $1,200. So
I like honestly, like I come. I can afford it. I'm lazy.
get direct deposit. Jesus Christ.
Billy, you brought Eric. We were at the witching hour. Like we were winding. I swear we were winding down. And now Billy has brought more. Look, in fairness, here's the good news, Scott. Here's the good news. This is 2024, and this series of questioning is now entered into the next year's realm.
Right.
We've entered into the new world now.
Carvin lives in California too. Does he pay his bill, or is that just the California thing?
It's Carvin, like, is the deal that you guys pay almost as many taxes as Canada, not as much as Canada, but is the deal that you guys pay a bunch of taxes and like you don't pay electricity? Like, do you surf for your electrical power? Do you have
I lived in California for a
produce electrical
while,
power?
and I had to pay my electric bill when I lived there.
Billy,
I'm not gonna lie. Like, part of me just sat there and was just like, when are they going to shut this off?
you
Like,
weren't going to ask what you were waiting to shut it off to ask questions.
I would look at my microwave to see if there was still a clock on it, and I was just like, nope, still there. And finally, I was just like, I'm stupid. I have the money. Just go pay it. But like, I don't have to pay for heat or air, and I have minimal things plugged in. I don't have cable or internet. I use my phone as a hotspot.
No, we know you don't have internet.
And
we're asking you to buy internet. We're asking you to pay for the electricity that you're saving. Could you please pay for internet?
I go home. I go to LA a lot because I do my autographing and stuff. So, like, I used to be cream. Yes. Yeah, I get the heat from the chicken restaurant from across the street.
Eric, I think he lights shit on fire. I think what happens is that a lot of the Boston Brews Centennial collection is actually Kindle that he throws in to heat the apartment. I think that's what's happening right now.
Bob, that's exactly right. Like I did kind of wait and see. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
You are one strange cat.
Yeah. No one's allowed in my apartment, Carvin.
Whoa. Bougie Eric just said you're a strange cat. The man's name is literally.
I gotta
Bougie.
go 11 on him.
A well-earned nickname. A well-earned nickname. The man is telling you that you are strange. That's special right there. That's interesting. Billy, we've learned a lot of things about you today. We've learned a lot. Scott, I got to be honest. Like, look, even me, given my constitution, I'm acquiring my 14th wind right now. I'm in the process of acquiring my. I'm like, I got questions. We're not gonna address them all tonight, but I have new questions that I didn't even think of that have now come to my mind as a result of this conversation. What is your water bill? Do you have a water bill?
The water's paid for. I don't have a water bill.
Water's included in utilities.
Yeah, that's part of the apartments.
There you go. Mike Petty says, I'm an hour south of Oceanside, paid $1,000 per month in electricity. Property taxes $13K per year, plus $100,000 in fed taxes paid for Jack House. Like this guy. Mike Petty going for it. There you go. He should live in a van down by the river. Down by the river.
I paid it. It's paid.
Oh,
So
my
Scott,
God.
I think we've completely changed our
I'm,
context of
I'm,
what we
I'm
think about.
baffled because I lived in Huntington Beach and I know I had to pay my electric
Scott,
bill
the point that I'm making here is
across
that I
from the
think we've
ocean. I don't know what
I
that
think
had
the
to do.
context of this card companies and the budgets and money they actually have is completely changed. I'm impressed that Upper Deck isn't in a cardboard box down by the river. Upper Deck in general, in a cardboard box down by the river. I don't know, man. Here you go. Hang on, moving to Mike's house, $1,000 per month. There you go.
Yeah, right.
Nice. I know. Billy, is there anything else you'd like to commit yourself on before we call it a night?
Hey,
It's just one bedroom underneath somebody else's like stairs.
We're gonna find out that Billy's power situation is because he has a very long extension cord. We're gonna find out there's an extension cord that's like winding over. It's like
No.
it turns out there's someone else in the apartment building who's paying. Why am I paying $18,000 a month in electricity? What's going on? What's happening?
I didn't get it either, but as I said, it just kept going. Oh, my credit's great, by the way. But
How do you not pay for 5 years and still have good credit?
I was joking about that, Eric. Come on.
Oh, thank God. I thought the system was been totally fucked.
America.
Oh my
America, y'all.
Lord.
My Lord.
I don't know, man.
You know what's funny is that I'm at my friend's house, but they have solar.
There are
panels.
many
I have,
funny
like,
things.
Light
Go
on,
on.
light on, light on. Like use the air. There's light on, I think it's
Obviously,
still
if
on
you're somebody
upstairs.
else's house, turn on all the fucking lights and turn on the. Hold on, we're cranking it up. Let's go.
He's the guy that goes into a hotel room when his business is paying for it, turns it to like 65 degrees.
Oh, I do.
With the AC
Oh, I
going,
love it.
yes, give me all of the AC.
Hell yeah. I do have a mini fan.
I like Carmen's getting snarky. This
No,
hour.
I
love it.
actually. So I use my phone as a hotspot and I watch stuff on my computer, but I pay for Hulu.
Could we seriously
Netflix,
get you to like have real
Amazon,
internet, Billy? Like seriously,
Peacock,
real internet in your apartment. Real internet.
Something else. I have a phone plan that costs me like $120.
No.
a month.
We're not doing the phone plan, Billy. No, real internet. The phone plan is bullshit. No.
No, I have a
Real
hotspot.
internet. Not good enough, Billy.
Oh, I know
We've
it's
seen this
not.
game. We've played this game. No. You
I
get
think
real
you
internet.
sit at your window with binoculars and watches somebody across the street cable TV. Yells out with a turn channel.
Scott, is this you turning over a new leaf? That was a good.
I'm
little
just saying, I've been
shot.
hearing this story. I'm like, it's kind of hard to believe that all of a sudden you have a phone plan that has. Okay, I believe you. I got you.
Eric, I'm starting to like the snarky Scott in 2024. I'm starting to like it. Listen, you keep
I
this
woke
up.
up.
You keep this up, and I might give you a break on emo Scott. I might give you a couple of passes. I might give you a few. If
I
you
got a
keep
little
this up.
emo tonight on my show, so you'll probably take it back. So
Yeah, probably I will.
at the end,
That's why it's so hot. Still Hulu.
you one guy that
You wanna know
doesn't
what's
share
funny?
password.
Everybody's the house I'm at right now actually has my Hulu account because they didn't have Hulu. I give my stepmom that lives in an assisted living center. I give her all of my, like, she has my Amazon, she has my Netflix. I don't know how we're still able to do the Netflix thing because I thought they were cracking down. Once they watch this, I won't be able to have anymore. And she has another one, Apple. She's connected to 3 of my accounts that I pay for.
You're a guardian angel, Billy.
I pay all that shit and I didn't pay my electric bill.
Scott, we're only a couple of hours in, and like Eric, Scott, someone please note this so that I can grab, video grab. Let's go. Carlos, this ain't what's 2024. I just played like the first couple hours of the first episode of 2024 that rolled in from 2023. That's what I did.
Unbelievable.
The moment gets your Netflix and Apple's 75 a month free hotspot. I love it. It's too good. It's too good. All right, boys. I think we'll call it a night. By the way, so first of all, I want to say And I made sure Carmen a link out for the post show. I'm gonna grab a snack, but it's gonna be a couple minutes of post show. All right, folks, thank you. Appreciate you hanging out in the chat. It's been a fun conversation. We ended up in a very interesting place at the tail end there. I kind of got my second win. I'm not gonna lie. I very much did at the tail end of that. But Billy, otherwise, thank you. Thank you for joining in and joining in the conversation. It's been a lot of fun.
I would appreciate it if you call me by my proper name though.
Eric's Nightmare?
No.
Spicy Eye.
Oh, sorry. Spicy Eye. You want us to Spicy Eye? Thank you for joining us this evening.
J Spicy Eye.
That makes me want to think weird when you say that. It just kind of makes me shift a little bit.
You should be. Like, trust me, you should
Spicy
be.
Eye. Ooh.
Yeah. Trust the agent. There you go. Trust the agent. Thank you, Carmen. Carmen, I appreciate you being in the chat. And I also appreciate everybody else who joined in the chat tonight. And I appreciate everybody that popped in. I appreciate Bobbles popping in as well this evening. And the Burrell from the Garage of Knowledge, as always. Big Scott 35. Thank you for popping in after your own New Year's Eve spooktacular. Not quite as spectacular as the Christmas Eve spectacular, but you got some spookiness in there, so that was good for you. Good for you guys. And also thanks to Westergriff Ed. Thanks, Ed. Thanks, Ed.
He's sleeping.
Look, I'm gonna give Ed a hard time. Like, it's coming. It's gonna come in. And Eric, we appreciate you joining us from the past into the future.
I'm a glutton.
Yeah, you are. You're absolutely atrocious. It's terrible. But here we are. Google the plate on a snack. There you go. Thank you, Bob Jackson. Thank you, everybody else in the thank you, everybody else in the chat. All right, folks. So, East Coast, Happy New Year. You're in 2024. West Coast, you still got about 49 minutes before you cross over into the new year. It's a dystopian, tragic world where Billy gets away with his horrible stealing of electricity.
I paid it.
Well, don't worry. In 2024, in a dystopian, future,
so what is the
you
next
won't have to worry
bill?
about it.
2030? Is that when your next bill? My bill cycles every 5 years.
How fortunate for you, Billy, that now we're in a nuclear holocaust in 2024. Eric and I are in the new post-dystopian holocaust, and you don't have to pay electricity anymore.
Part of me thinks that they have like some sort of thing where when it gets to a certain level, that's when they do something. And because it's only like 10, 20 bucks a month, it hadn't gotten to that level.
Why is it 10, 20 bucks a month? That's the part I'm confused about.
Go over this again. It is freaking too late in the evening. I gotta go to bed.
I'm not doing
you're
that.
throwing the knife handle on the electrical.
The only person that I would entrust to do the math right now would be Eric, and his head would literally explode. And it would be hilarious for me.
That is still a rule.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, great 2023. We appreciate you. 2024 will be a lot of fun in a certain way. We're going to have some fun in 2024. I assure you of that. But thank you to everybody who joined in this. Past, present, future. We'll catch you in the next one.
Happy New Year, everybody.